Chapter 1 Chapter 1 Chapter 001 Dragon Ball World, Earth. On a devastated land, a figure stood dazedly. This is a young man in his 20s. He is wearing an orange short-sleeved vest and a dark blue tortoise pie uniform. He wears white gloves on his hands and white combat boots on his feet. He has black hair standing upside down, and 2 strands of bangs are left on his forehead. Wearing a pair of podala earrings on her ears, her eyes shone with wisdom and calmness. His name is Vegeta. So, what the hell is the situation now? Vegeta's face was filled with sorrow. Real. He is just a very ordinary traverser, and he is certainly happy to be able to cross the Dragon Ball world. But what the hell is Vegeta? Indeed, Vegeta is the perfect super fighter. But the timing is wrong, and the identity is embarrassing. Is there anything wrong with it? The plot development here is different from the original, the process and ending are very ghostly. After Son Goku and Vegeta merged, he slammed Majin Buu, accidentally using too much force, Buu GG. So that's it. Vegeta didn't enter Majin Buu, and he couldn't break the union. In this way, Dragon Ball Z ushered in the finale. Without his crossing, the plot behind can be completely speculated. All those who died in this war will be resurrected by Shenron. Then Vegeta was curiously watched by everyone, and Bulma and Shishi reached a consensus after a while. The 2 women serve the one husband together, and Gohan, Goten and Trunks are called fathers together. Later, Bulma gave him a daughter named Sunbula, a family of 7 happily living together. I go. A good anime with fierce blood and fierce battles has created a sense of sight of a family ethics soap opera. Damn. I don't want to be Vegeta, don't be a catcher. Vegeta wailed painfully, clutching his head. That. Not far behind him, was the god Dende, who was desperately protected by everyone. Dende stepped forward and hesitated and said, Mr. Goku, oh no, Mr. Vegeta, it's not right, anyway, everyone can be resurrected by Dragon Ball, you don't have to be so sad. Vegeta turned around and looked at Dende with strange eyes. Sad? Non-existent. He just can't hold it a bit. So, do you want to kill Dende? When the Dragon Ball is gone, Gohan and the others can't be resurrected, so they don't have to worry about it. Dende was shocked by Vegeta's weird gaze, swallowed, and took 2 steps back unconsciously. Ah, just call me Vegeta. Vegeta didn't turn into a devil in the end. After all, he is also a good young man in the 21st century, and it is impossible to be so unreasonable. Yes, Mr. Vegeta. Dende quickly responded, and then asked, so, shall we return to the Temple of Heaven now? The Dragon Ball is still there. Vegeta was completely uninterested, and bowed his head and waved his hand, go by yourself, anyway, the earth is not dangerous now, you can handle it alone. Dende was stunned for a moment, then nodded, all right, then I'll leave first. Although Dende is very familiar with Son Goku and Vegeta, Vegeta is a completely independent person and feels completely different to him. So when Dende faced Vegeta, he was still a little dazed, and when he left, he was very fast. Vegeta didn't care about him either, but groaned and sighed to himself. It took a long time before he patted his cheek, forcibly cheering up. Forget it. You will be at ease if you come. The big deal is going back to grab the time machine or the time ring, and then go to another time and space to play. Since Vegeta here has not been released from the state of integration, it means that this is not the main world, and it is fine to go to the main world to pretend to be a beep. Then, let's get used to the strength of this body first. Even if he inherited all the memories and abilities of Son Goku and Vegeta, he is not the real Vegeta after all, and it takes time to adapt. He first did a set of basic training, the movements were quite quick, and he could easily complete thousands of push-ups in 1 minute. With just one punch, it has the power to split mountains and seas. Any kick can kick the earth flying. Vegeta only controlled these forces little by little during this training process, and mastered them well. Next is to gather chi, explode, and solely kills the duck shadow, Super Saiyan. What? With a loud shout, an extremely powerful breath erupted from Vegeta. The white arrogance rose up. There was some irregularity at the beginning, but as the fit of the body got higher and higher, the arrogance became more and more stable. Soon, his eyes turned from black to light green, rumbling sounds, flashing electric lights, his hair and eyebrows turned golden, and a golden flame ignited all over his body. Boom! The golden arrogance expanded sharply, and then changed from a flame shape to a jet shape, with blue arcs flickering from time to time. At this time, Vegeta's eyes became sharper. What? Vegeta clenched his fists, and the whole land vibrated violently in the roar. The hair that was originally erected quickly stretched out and spread to the waist. The golden eyebrows disappeared, the eyebrow bones were also lowered, and the whole face was full of fortitude, like a knife. In the single light green eyes, dark blue pupils appeared. The golden arrogance of the whole body turned into golden light and was fixed, and the blue arc that had flickered from time to time became denser. Chapter 2. Chapter 2. Chapter 002 Beerus is coming to Earth. What? This breath is too strong. Isn't Majin Buu dead yet? The god Jebet, who had just arrived on Earth through instant transmission, was staggered backwards by an outrageous aura and sat down on the ground. Right. This is the anger of Son Goku and Vegeta. Soon he reacted, as expected of a fit fighter. The intensity of this chi is so amazing, it's no wonder that Majin Buu can be easily dealt with. When he said this, he subconsciously ignored that he was also a fit fighter. Before demonstrating the ability of Padala earrings to Son Goku, Dong Supreme Kai merged with his entourage Jebet. It is a pity that the two of them have poor foundations and limited growth in strength. They can be regarded as failed and inferior combined fighters. Fortunately, the rushing weather only exploded for a moment, and it quickly converged. Otherwise, don't say that God Jebet can't hold it, I'm afraid the earth will explode on the spot. Jebite looked fascinated at the place where the breath came, and just saw Vegeta, who had turned into Super Saiyan 3, punching and kicking in the ruins. What is he doing? Jebite was stunned. Vegeta, is this a hypothetical attack? How else would you chase the air? In the previous battle, he was watching through the crystal ball all the way, and he knew that Majin Buu was killed, and then he came to Earth with instant transmission. But now, looking at Vegeta's appearance, he subconsciously thought that the battle was not over yet. But soon he realized that it was because the power was too strong to control as he pleased, and Vegeta was trying to adapt. Impressive. I haven't gotten used to the power brought by the fit, I even solved Majin Buu. With such strength, who else is his opponent in the universe? God Jebite was shocked, and couldn't help but utter admiration. No, there is someone better than him. At this time, a voice appeared in his mind. Jebite was stunned for a moment, and immediately knew who the owner of the voice was, and asked, Old ancestor, isn't Vegeta the strongest? I can't imagine what kind of power can be stronger than him. You will know right away, because he is heading towards the earth now. The old Supreme Kai's voice was full of horror. What? Jebite was shocked. Without knowing the details, he thought it was an evil existence, and suddenly panicked and said, What should I do? Or I will immediately take Vegeta to the Supreme Kai realm for refuge, and wait until he becomes more powerful in his cultivation. Idiot! The old Supreme Kai yelled, Are you trying to bring gods of destruction Beerus here? With his god, how could he not find the Supreme Kai world? Broke in. Gods of destruction. Gods Jupiter beeped again. Only then did the old Supreme Kai react and said with a dry cough, Because I was sealed in the Excalibur a long time ago, so you may not know some things. Simply put, Gods of Destruction corresponds to our Supreme Kai. Supreme Kai is responsible for the creation, gods of destruction is responsible for the destruction, and together maintain the balance of the universe. Because sometimes there are some very powerful existences that need to be destroyed, gods of destruction has always been the strongest in the universe, and can be better qualified for this job. God Jebet took a deep breath, and his whole body relaxed. So, I thought it was an evil existence like Majin Buu. If it's a god. Stupid. The old Supreme Kai yelled again, Beerus is a very bad character. He does everything based on his likes and dislikes. As long as he gets angry, he doesn't care about anything else. He spoils him first. I think back then, I angered him, but because Supreme Kai has a symbiotic relationship with gods of destruction, once Supreme Kai dies, gods of destruction will die, so he sealed me in the Excalibur. Speaking of this, the old Supreme Kai realized that he had leaked his mouth and hurriedly coughed, and then said, anyway, no matter what Beerus is doing on Earth, don't care about him. If you meet, you must be respectful, otherwise he may at any time the Earth is destroyed. After all, they have just experienced the Majin Buu incident. They are in the same camp as the Earth Warriors. Naturally, they don't want to see the Earth destroyed by Beerus. Is that true? God Jebet didn't seem to hear the following words at all. He thought to himself, if Supreme Kai is dead, gods of destruction will also die? Fortunately, I didn't die in the hands of Majin Buu, otherwise I would. Something happened. Moreover, the ancestors were sealed by gods of destruction. This is really... God Jebet was still chattering, the old Supreme Kai couldn't help but roared, you idiot! Don't clarify the matter to Vegeta quickly, telling him not to provoke Beerus, otherwise it will be true. It's a big deal. Ah! Yes, I'm going now. God Jebet reacted, a drop of cold sweat slipped on his face, and he immediately crawled and ran in the direction of Vegeta. Beget, wait a minute, I have something to tell you. Gods of destruction Beerus come to Earth. After listening to the description of God Jebet, Vegeta couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Isn't it years before Beerus wakes up? Why is it ahead of schedule? Come here now, what will Super Saiyan God do? He really isn't necessarily his opponent. Asterisk. Chapter 3. Chapter 3. Chapter 003 The battle is about to start. This is the Earth. In other words, the person below is Saiyan who woke me up. When Vegeta was talking to God Jebet, a voice suddenly came from the sky. Vegeta looked up, his face suddenly changed. Speaking of CAO, CAO arrived. At high altitude, a cat? A blue-skinned weirdo? This is clearly gods of destruction Beerus and his servant Whis. Listening to the meaning of Beerus's words, he woke up early. Was he woken up by Vegeta? The first thing that Vegeta thought of was that the aura that he had just become Super 3-hour burst was too strong, and it spread far away through the universe, making Beerus in his sleep sense. Is it just this level that can awaken Beerus? In any case, he has indeed come. Beerus took Whis down from the sky and landed in front of Vegeta. He looked up and down, yawned for lack of interest, and then stretched out his fingers to flick the tears from the corners of his eyes. Whis, you can't be mistaken. It doesn't seem surprising. At this level, I can die with a finger. How can I predict the gods in my dreams? Whis corrected, Super Saiyan God. Yes. What a super god! Beerus casually said, and then waved his hand, forget it, if that's the case, I will destroy the Earth, so as not to make a trip in vain. After speaking, he reached out his right hand, and a purple ball of light condensed in his palm. Wait a minute. God Jebet quickly jumped out, with cold sweat on his forehead, and said in his heart, as the ancestor said, his personality is really bad. What? Do you have an opinion? Beerus tilted his head, but the destructive ball of light in his palm did not dissipate. Although Beerus's face was calm, his attitude of observing everything was obvious. When I thought that the other party turned out to be the strongest gods of destruction in the universe, God Jebet was so nervous that he couldn't say anything when he came to his lips. Fortunately, Whis reminded from the back, Master Beerus, this should be Supreme Kai, are you sure you want to destroy it with him? What? Beerus was shocked, and quickly eliminated the destructive light ball in his hand, staring at God Jebite with wide open eyes. You are a Supreme Kai, what are you doing here on earth? The huge contrast between the front and the back made Jebet God a little dazed. But he soon reacted. It seems that the ancestors did not lie to him, Supreme Kai and gods of destruction are symbiotic, otherwise Beerus would not be so nervous. Thinking of this, God Jebite couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, remembering the words of his ancestors in his heart, and respectfully saying to Beerus, Master Beerus, it's actually because of Majin Buu. He talked about Majin Buu, including Son Goku and Vegeta using earrings, and finally killed Majin Buu. Beerus actually didn't care much about these things, he just asked casually, how could he have thought that God Jebet would be so true? But Whis said, speaking of it, Beerus-sama is dereliction of duty. This should have been gods of destruction's job. And let Supreme Kai face the danger, if something goes wrong. Also, if Lord Zeno knows about it. After Whis reminded, Beerus fell into cold sweat instantly. As for the idea of destroying the earth, it has long been thrown to the country of Java. By the way, this is Scion Veget who defeated Majin Buu. Beerus gave an awkward smile and turned to look at Veget who was silent behind him. Whis covered his mouth and smirked, Master Beerus, your way of changing the subject like this is very low level. Wow! Beerus couldn't help but growl, then asked Veget, since you are the last Scion, do you know about Super Scion God? Veget sighed inwardly, did he finally notice himself? He didn't speak because he didn't want to get Beerus' attention. After all, he has just crossed over, and the power of this body has not been completely controlled. Once the fight started, he was no opponent at all. What's more, Vegeta is strong, but after all, it is still in the human category, which has a level gap with Beerus. But now that the topic has brought him to himself, Veget will not keep a low profile. Facing Beerus' question, his expression remained unchanged, and he calmly replied, I know. You know. Beerus' eyes lit up for an instant, tell me, where is he? He just asked casually, but he didn't expect that there was a clue. Although Beerus is arrogant and self-willed, he still respects the strong and hopes to fight the strong. In his foreknowledge dream, Super Scion God is an existence that can confront him, and the two sides fought an unprecedented battle. Therefore, after being awakened by the breath of Vegeta's transformation into a Super 3, he did not find the source of the breath for the first time, instead he found Super Scion God, and now he just met together. Why should I tell you? Veget didn't hate Beerus, but he hated his superior attitude. It's just that as soon as these words came out, Beerus's expression sank instantly, are you looking for death? Vegeta took a deep breath and turned into Super Saiyan with a bang, if you beat me, I'll tell you. Now that you have taken this step, let's do everything and polish yourself with the power of Beerus. After Veget finished speaking, his muscles tightened instantly and his vigilance was raised to the limit. Asterisk. Chapter 4. Chapter 4. Chapter 004 Vegeta vs Beerus. Beget. Jebite's expression changed drastically, but it was too late for him to stop it. Yet, Whis showed interest. This is Super Saiyan, right? But if it's only this level, you can't compete with Lord Beerus. What a joke, he wants to contend with me. Beerus thought he was being provoked, and became very annoyed. He snarled, since you are looking for death by yourself, don't blame me for being impolite. Beerus's body flashed suddenly, and immediately disappeared in place. When he appeared again, he had already reached Super 1 Vegeta, his fingers bent and flicked on Vegeta's forehead. So fast! Vegeta was surprised, is this the strength of gods of destruction? Although he had raised his vigilance to the limit, he still couldn't react, and it was too late when he wanted to evade. Regardless of just a small finger, there is no obvious energy fluctuation, but this finger pops out, and Vegeta feels like a heavy blow, and his body burst out like a cannonball. Rumble! Vegeta's body leaped several hundred kilometers, crashing a large mountain in the distance, and his entire body was directly buried alive. If it is before the crossing, this kind of scene can only be seen on the screen, and it is simply unimaginable if you experience it in person. With the flesh and blood of a human being, how does it feel to crash a mountain directly? He looked at Beerus with full of fighting spirit, and then suddenly exploded, rushing to Beerus at the limit speed, and punched with all his strength. It's not that he seeks abuse by himself, knowing that he can't beat him, he has to start from the very beginning step by step. Because the body is not his own, the fusion of the soul is not perfect, and the power cannot be fully controlled. If you go straight to the top 3, it's okay to say that if it goes well, if it doesn't go well, you may lose control of your strength first. The best way is to make progress gradually and increase combat effectiveness little by little. This is the same as playing games like Fruit Ninja. If you improve from slow to fast, you may be able to pass the level. However, if you start the game, you will go straight to the fastest speed, and you may go directly to game over at the beginning. Oh? Didn't you get hurt? Beerus raised his brows, and said in surprise. He turned again. It seems not as weak as I thought. But even so, it's still not my opponent. Facing Vegeta's ferocious and full blow, Beerus Yundanfan gently raised a finger and easily blocked it. On this point, Vegeta was not surprised at all. Therefore, his attack did not stop, and based on the way Son Goku and Vegeta battled in his memory, he instantly hit a set of combo punches. Beerus was very big, with one hand behind his back, and he kept resisting Vegeta's attack with only one finger. No matter how many punches Vegeta hits, they were completely blocked by him. Okay, so awesome. God Jebit was staring dumbfounded not far away. Vegeta's strength has surpassed Majin Buu many times. After all, he was able to compete with Buu under normal circumstances at the time. Now he has become a super second. But even so, Beerus actually blocked it with just one finger, and the aftermath of power did not spread. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, God Jebit would definitely not believe that there would be such a thing in the world. Only then did he finally understand how strong the existence of the universe is the most powerful. However, what he didn't know was that Beerus's expression began to grow serious at this time. Because Vegeta's punches are getting faster and heavier, and in a short moment, the intensity has increased to more than 10 times the initial strength, and Beerus gradually can't stop it with a single finger. Annoying flies! Beerus couldn't be as calm as he did at the beginning, suddenly became a little bit angry, and immediately slapped it. I saw it. Vegeta's eyes lit up, and his body avoided the palm when he couldn't let it go, and kicked it up, just kicking it in the face of Beerus. It's a pity that I didn't kick. Beerus was like Optimus Prime, standing there steadily, without even swaying his neck or blinking his eyelids. It was just this kick that made Beerus' face instantly black as the bottom of a pot, and there was a tendency for a volcano to erupt. Oh haha, Lord Beerus is going to run away. Whis chuckled lightly. He has followed Beerus for many years, and naturally he knows the character of the latter. This is an extremely arrogant, extremely good face guy. Is it better to be kicked in the face by Vegeta now? Sure enough, the next moment. I'll kill you! Beerus roared angrily. Asterisk. Chapter 5. Chapter 5. Chapter 005, Super 3 Vegeta's Terror. I killed you! Amid the roar, Beerus suddenly threw a punch. This punch was completely different from the mentality he had just holding on to play, and it almost contained a full blow from him. Of course, it is a full blow without energy. But even if there is no energy, with Beerus's strength, it is still not something Super Urbiget can resist. Not good. Vegeta didn't expect Beerus to run away as soon as he said. After all, fighting. Either you hit me or I hit you. With that kick out, he was still lamenting the power of Beerus, but he didn't even shake it at all. But who would have thought that Beerus would erupt directly in the next moment? Fortunately, after the combo punches just now, his control over this body's power has improved a lot. Although he still couldn't compete head-on with Beerus, he should be able to barely do it if he just resisted this full blow with no energy. Kamehameha Wave. At the very moment, Vegeta hit a ki blast at a very fast speed and slammed into Beerus's fist. This ki blast was played hurriedly, and the power was not great, but it just made him use this momentum to directly retreat quickly. Too naive. Beerus didn't let any of Vegeta's intentions go. Seeing Vegeta avoiding, he immediately drew after him, still making a full blow. Seriously, Beerus is terrifying. Vegeta didn't know how far he could fight Beerus if he completely controlled his strength. But at least in his current state, it's still too far away. Therefore, when he realized that he was too late to evade and fight back, even if the fight back might not be effective, he could only protect his arms in front of him and endure the punch of Beerus frontally. Boom! Vegeta was beaten again. This time he flew farther than before, and hit more mountains, and his whole body fell to pieces. Wow! When he stopped, he couldn't help but spout a mouthful of blood. Injured. This time he has turned into a Super 2, and his power control has been much stronger, and he has also taken precautions in advance, but he is still injured. Damn it, is there such a big gap? Vegeta felt a little heavy. Looking at Beerus's appearance, even though he has become serious, in the end he just used his physical power, and he couldn't bear it anymore. What if he has full firepower? I'm afraid that I can't stop even one move, so I'll be turned into a scum by the second, right? Sure enough, the difference between humans and gods is not the amount of combat power, but the level of difference. Son Goku entered the Super League God and Super Blue after Super 3. Although he was also slammed by Beerus, the gap was obviously not to the point of being smashed by a spike. Even the full power of Ultra Blue is infinitely close to the strength of Beerus. Vegeta's normality is similar to that of Son Goku's Super 3. If only increases in combat power, Super 1 can be compared with Son Goku's Super Race God. Super 2 is comparable to Super Blue. Then Super 3 is equivalent to Ultra Instinct. He did think so before, but the reality gave the answer, not. So even if Vegeta transforms into a Super 3 and fully controls his own strength, there is no possibility of defeating Beerus, or even the Super Blue Son Goku. What? Give up now? Beerus put his hands on his chest and said with a sneer, if this is the case, please tell me the news of Super Saiyan God. Maybe I am happy. Maybe I don't care about your previous rudeness. Maybe. Not to mention his use of such uncertain vocabulary, even if he really didn't care about it, Vegeta hadn't even thought of surrendering. These words of you, wait until you really beat me. Vegeta's aura has been adjusted to the same level, and Super 2's power is also controlled 7 or 88, immediately condensing a greater aura, and entering the Super 3 transformation state. Hey! He clenched his fists, and the whole land was shaking violently in the roar. The hair that was originally erected quickly stretched out and spread to the waist. The golden eyebrows disappeared, the eyebrow bones were also lowered, and the whole face was full of fortitude, like a knife. In the single light green eyes, dark blue pupils appeared. The golden arrogance of the whole body turned into golden light and was fixed, and the blue arc that had flickered from time to time became denser. Super Saiyan 3, the transformation process is relatively slow, but the breath that erupts is extremely terrifying, directly spreading from the earth to the universe. This breath, there was a look on Beerus's face, yes, it's you. I remember it clearly. It was this breath that suddenly broke out and woke me up from my sleep. Okay, so horrible, God Jabet shivered. Whis waved the scepter in his hand, originally because of Vegeta's sudden explosion, which caused the earth to enter an unstable state, but at this time it calmed down. Oh haha, this is interesting. Whis chuckled lightly, squinted his eyes and said, although it is not at the level of a god, but the strength of this aura. If Lord Beerus is not careful, he may capsize in the gutter. Of course Beerus heard what Whis said, and he knew it as well. But he wasn't worried at all, because only at the level of gods could he understand the meaning of Whis' words. But a pity, Vegeta is not a god. Human beings cannot understand exactly what kind of existence a god is, and naturally there is no way for Beerus to capsize the gutter. At least, Beerus himself thought so. It's just that he didn't expect that in the end he almost suffered a big loss because of this. Chapter 6 Chapter 6 Chapter 006 Fierce Battle. Super 3's full burst. Let's go up and fight. Beerus pointed to the sky. Although he didn't worry about losing to Vegeta, he had to get serious in the face of Vegeta's unparalleled horror, and it was better to let go of his hands and feet at high altitudes. It's just what I want. A wicked smile spread out from the corner of Vegeta's mouth. In the Super 3 state, he seems to become quite cold. Oh, how could things become like this? God Jebet looked at the two flying high, and couldn't help holding his head and wailing. He wanted to ask his ancestors, but since Beerus came to the earth, the old Supreme Kai unilaterally disconnected him. If you want to talk to the old Supreme Kai, you can only go back to the Supreme Kai world. God Jebite quietly glanced at Angel Whis next to him, and found that the latter had been smiling and didn't know what he was thinking. It seems a bit laborious. Whis glanced up into the sky, and then swiped the scepter in his hand, and a three-dimensional light curtain appeared on which it was Vegeta and Beerus. It's easier to look at this way. Whis smiled happily, looking like Heartless, not worried about the outcome of the battle at all. God Jebet looked a little speechless. This person felt a little bit irrelevant, and looked like he was hanging up high. But anyway, God Jebet is the weakest here and has no right to speak, so he can only be anxious beside him. It's all right here. At a high altitude, Beerus put his arms around his chest, with a look of gaze. After Vegeta turned into a Super 3, strength continued to flow out, but with it was huge consumption. He knows very well that if he exerts his full strength in the Super 3 state, he may not last long. And at this time, the fighting spirit was strong, and Beerus's voice just fell. He immediately flashed, and suddenly launched an offensive. Compared with the previous battles, this time it was obviously a real move. Regardless of the aura or the attacks launched by Vegeta, they were countless times stronger than before. You're too anxious. Beerus was a little cautious, but his mouth was beeping lightly, raising his arm to stop Vegeta's attack, and immediately returned a punch. It can be seen from here that he is not as relaxed as it seems on the surface. At least when facing Super 2, he stood upright in place, just like Optimus Prime. But now facing the Super 3, he moved immediately, almost his fist moved his whole body, and there was still energy condensing faintly. Vegeta didn't dare to be careless, and instead of head-to-head with Beerus, he chose to change his tricks to resist. Boom! The two people just collided with their arms, and there was a loud crash. At high altitudes, a powerful wave of air spread out in all directions centered on the two of them. The atmosphere on the Earth's surface was instantly swept away by this air wave, and a large vacuum appeared. Fortunately, the Earth has been strengthened by Whis' divine power. Otherwise, under this wave of air, I am afraid that the mountains and the ground will burst and cause a big tsunami. Nice power. Beerus curled up at the corner of his mouth and raised his eyebrows. Although there is still a big gap with Super Saiyan God, it has already made me a little interested. Not to mention, let me show some strength. Var. He could say that. Which meant that he had begun to take Vegeta into his eyes. You know, with Beerus's character and status, people who can put him in the eyes can definitely be proud. Unfortunately, Vegeta doesn't need these. He just wanted to use Beerus to polish himself, speed up and master the strength of this body. So he couldn't thank Beerus, but sneered, "Just show some strength? If you are too careless, don't cry if you are defeated by me in a while." Joke. "I, Beerus, will lose to you? Are you dreaming?" Beerus retorted. He wasn't even angry, which is really rare. When the two talked, the movements of their hands didn't stop, but the more they fought, the more intense they were. Every time they collide with each other, an invisible wave of air will spread outward. As the battle became more intense, the wave of air became stronger and stronger. Except for the Earth blessed by Whis, the entire solar system is oscillating and tends to spread far away. Bang bang bang! Boom boom boom! The two of them moved faster and faster, and their strength became stronger and stronger, causing the entire starry sky to vibrate. This extremely fierce picture made Jebite, who was watching the game, tremble, and at the same time he was uneasy. He doesn't know what the consequences of such destruction by Beerus and Vegeta will be. But he knew that when the two of them finished fighting, he must be the one who cleaned up the mess, which was really depressing. Whis just glanced at him with a faint smile, didn't say anything, and then watched the high-altitude battle with interest. "Get out of here!" At a high altitude, Beerus, who became more and more restrained, suddenly roared, his body burst into purple light, and the rich majesty of the gods swept across the sky. Because the breath of God cannot be perceived, the strength can only be judged by the aura. Vegeta, who had become more and more happier, instantly stunned and stabilized again. At the same time, he also exploded all his anger. With a bang, golden glow burst out all over the body. This breath is actually stronger than it was at the beginning. Asterisk. Chapter 7. Chapter 7. Chapter 007 Solar Flare one after another. Beerus, I want to thank you. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid it will take a long time to reach the current level. Vegeta felt the powerful force finally fully controlled in his body and laughed from the bottom of his heart. Although he didn't quite understand the meaning of Vegeta's words, Beerus felt that he was underestimated and was immediately annoyed. "Don't underestimate me, you bastard!" With purple energy in his fist, he hit Vegeta fiercely. However, Vegeta, who had never dared to collide with him head-on, returned with a punch. Boom! The two fists touched together, exploding with shocking power. Bang 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 bang! As a substantive wave of air swept outwards, the stars in the distance were finally overwhelmed, exploding one after another, turning into universe dust. "You?" Beerus looked at Vegeta in shock. This was a heavy blow from his rage, far more than any previous attack. However, Vegeta was blocked from the front, without any reluctance on his face. "Powerful enemy." Vegeta grinned again, this feeling is simply so cool. From this moment on, he was the real Vegeta, the most perfect super fighter, and no longer the pseudo-Vegeta with an empty body. Call. Beerus let out a suffocating breath and suddenly relaxed all over his body. "Although your performance is indeed beyond my expectations, it is a pity that you are not a god after all." After finishing speaking, purple light appeared on him again, but this time the feeling was completely different from before. Although Beerus just floated there and didn't make any movements, the pressure on Vegeta was so great that it made him feel awe-inspiring. Finally use the power of gods of destruction. Vegeta knew very well that with his current strength, he could indeed fight Beerus in his normal state. But once Beerus used the power of gods of destruction, he didn't have a chance. After all, Beerus was right, no matter how strong he was not a god after all, and he couldn't understand what God's energy was. The unknown is the most dangerous. Then now, it's time to start the second round. Beerus raised his mouth slightly, and climbed onto his face again confidently and calmly. Vegeta took a deep breath and moved away from the defensive stance. "I'm going to fuck." The smile on Beerus's mouth was thicker, his figure disappeared in a flash, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Vegeta. There was no fancy punch, the action was exactly the same as it was at the beginning. It simply shot Vegeta's forehead, but changed from a flick of a finger to a fist with terrifying energy. So fast. Vegeta's pupils shrank slightly. He has completely controlled the Super 3's strength, and the current situation is no different from the previous Super 1, and he can't react at all. Boom! Still unable to avoid it, Beerus' fist was hitting Vegeta's head, causing his body to explode in an instant. But this time, Beerus didn't stop, the purple light on his body exploded, and he quickly caught up with the speed like light. Fortunately, Super 3 Vegeta's body strength far exceeds Super 1. So even if he was beaten up front, he still quickly recovered, except that his head was slightly dizzy, which did not affect his continued fighting. Is this the power of gods of destruction? It's terrifying, and totally irresistible. Vegeta quickly made a judgment, but wanted to avoid Beerus's next attack, which was basically difficult. So he did not hesitate to spread his hands, palms toward himself. Solar flare. A strong light burst out suddenly, and Beerus, who was chasing him, caught off guard and was immediately stunned. Ah! What damn trick is this? Beerus let out a scream, the attack paused, his hands tightly covering his eyes. Vegeta breathed a sigh of relief, and took this opportunity to directly launch a counterattack. Bang bang bang! The fierce encounter began again. Even if the eyes were temporarily blind, Beerus was still able to defend through the sense of breath, without giving Vegeta the slightest chance. However, Beerus was suppressed after all, unable to fight back effectively. That's what Vegeta wanted. While carrying out a fierce attack, he carefully experienced the energy released by Beerus, looking for a way to crack it. The energy of God can only be easier with the energy of God to resist. Chi is too low level after all, an attack of the same intensity, if used for blessing, will consume countless times more. Simply put, Chi is like water, and the energy of God is more like ice. Water is used to deal with ice, unless the quantity far exceeds that of ice, it can be assimilated by raising its temperature. So even if Vegeta's gas is very large, far surpassing Beerus, it is far worse in terms of quality. In that case, can I compress the Chi like the fairy tale man, so that the density can be greatly increased? At that time, even if it can't match the energy of the gods, at least the situation will be much better than it is now. Vegeta had an idea in his mind, and when Beerus had just recovered his sight, he used Solar Flare again. Solar Flare! Beerus didn't expect this guy to be so shameless, and he was hit again. Ah! Damn bastard, you wait for me! Beerus furious instantly. Over and over again, did you use this gods of destruction as a clown? He decided to break out directly, even if his eyes couldn't see, he would fight to be attacked by Vegeta, and severely teach him a lesson. It's a pity that Vegeta didn't give him a chance at all. Taking advantage of this moment, he just opened the distance and tried to compress the energy. Asterisk. Chapter 8. Chapter 8. Chapter 008. Turtle, Pi, Chi, Gong. The white light condensed in the palm of the hand, quickly turned into a huge ball of light, and then began to shrink again. Vegeta didn't compress energy in his body, and it was only the first attempt. In case of a technical error, he would explode in minutes. So he used the energy compression method on Kamehameha, and the process was fairly smooth. Only when Vegeta compressed it nearly 10 times, he couldn't go any further. At this level, Beerus could not be hurt at all. Isn't it? Vegeta suddenly remembered something, and murmured dejectedly, this is 10 times Kamehameha, used by Son Goku in the GT version. Because it is still the timeline of Dragon Ball Z, the memory of Son Goku in Vegeta's mind does not have this trick. But when the show came, he felt the power, and he understood it. But depressed turned depressed, the tricks have been used, and he can't be wasted, he can only use it against Beerus. Let's see the effect first. Wave. The Kamehameha wave, which contained 10 times the compressed energy, hit it just when Beerus recovered his eyesight. Kamehameha swelled instantly after leaving Vegeta's palm, and a blazing white light radiated everywhere. I was not prepared just now, but do you want to use the same trick a third time? What do you think of me, Beerus? Beerus had just regained his eyesight, and there was a white light in front of him. He thought that Vegeta had used solar flare for the third time, and he was furious with anger. A translucent gas mask appeared around Beerus' body, covering his whole body completely, even the light could not penetrate through it. But what makes him beep is that this is not a solar flare at all, but a 10 times more powerful Kamehameha. This translucent gas shield was only used by Beerus to block light, and had no defense at all, so it was easily breached by Kamehameha 10 times, and all the energy exploded on Beerus. Rumble! The earth-shattering explosion appeared, and a huge mushroom cloud rose on the spot. Vegeta, who saw this scene in the distance, was also a little dumbfounded. 10 times Kamehameha is indeed powerful, but Beerus's strength can be easily followed, and the energy will not burst at all. But the scene before him was beyond his expectation. It was blown up frontally. I'm afraid that even Beerus wouldn't feel good, right? Sure enough, after the aftermath of the explosion, Beerus' figure gradually appeared. At this time, he no longer had the calmness he had just started, and his figure was full of embarrassment. Although it was not injured, many places were bombed out. The most important thing is that his costume, which symbolizes the identity of gods of destruction, has become tattered. The big thing is not good. Whis, who saw this picture through the light curtain, said on the earth. It's just that the expression is still smiling, as if everything is insignificant. God Jebet couldn't see any major issues that were bad, and he was full of admiration for Vegeta's performance at this time. Obviously the difference in strength is so big, the result can still be labeled like this. It's no wonder that Sion is a natural warrior, and Vegeta is the combination of 2 of the best Sion warriors, and there is nothing more talented than him. If Vegeta knew his thoughts, he would tell him seriously and seriously. In fact, this is the result of a mismatch. But anyway, the atmosphere at high altitude is full of depression at this time. Beerus lowered his head slightly, trembling all over. This is definitely not frozen. Kill you! I must kill you! Beerus clenched his fists and raised his head for a moment, his eyes glowing with terrible fierce light. At the same time, a layer of purple light slowly rose from his body, causing the surrounding space to begin to twist. Vegeta's pupils shrank instantly. This should be a manifestation of energy compression to the extreme, from the original gaseous state to the liquid state, which is more amazing than the energy of the gods displayed before. At this time, the purple light around Beerus was like the mist formed by water vapor, but it was more solid, far from the light effect that bloomed after the explosion. It's really bad this time. Vegeta smiled secretly. He didn't know that Beerus was so glass-hearted, and he was completely frenzied when he was bombed. Under such a prestige, once an attack is launched, Vegeta may not even be left with scum. No. You must help yourself. Vegeta finally took control of this strength. Before he had time to pretend to be Beep, how could he die here like this? Extreme compression? Spelled it. Vegeta only tried Kamehameha's compressed state just now. Now that he wants to survive the attack of Beerus, he can only try to compress the energy in his body. Not to mention contending with Beerus in this state, at least to block his offensive. However, Beerus didn't give him much time at all. With the palm facing the direction of Vegeta, the purple surging, gradually condensed towards the palm. He slowly spit out 2 words, destruction. The destruction of the light sphere condenses and forms, and the energy contained in it makes the corners of Vegeta's mouth twitch. This is so worthy of myself. This level, from the perspective of the appearance, you know that it is much better than the original display. This guy Beerus is really murderous. Asterisk. Chapter 9. Chapter 9. Chapter 009 Sudden Change. Compress me. Seeing the destructive light sphere getting closer and closer to him, Vegeta seemed to be locked in the spirit. He couldn't avoid it at all. He could only desperately compress the energy in his body in order to survive under the destructive light sphere. Beerus is not a reasonable person at all. At this time, everything is futile. He can only choose to save himself. As for the idea of Whis rescue at the critical moment of prayer, Vegeta hadn't thought about it at all. He and Whis are not relatives, they have no friendship, nor are they bound by the food in the original book. Pinning hopes on Whis is foolishness. However, as the destructive light sphere approached, Vegeta felt that his soul was about to melt away, and his heart suddenly became awe-inspiring. On the one hand, it speeds up the process of energy compression, on the other hand, the brain is spinning rapidly, thinking about the methods that can be used at the moment. That's it. A dead horse is a living horse, doctor. I hope it works, or I will go back to the stove and recreate it. In the end, Vegeta chose one of these abilities, and displayed it with the most compressed energy at the moment of destroying the light ball. Gas mask. Also called energy shield. In the original book, Vegeta uses this trick to enter Majin Buu's body without being absorbed. In this time and space, Vegeta used it for the first time. He didn't know if he could block the destructive light ball with this, but other than this, any ability was futile. Because the destructive sphere can destroy everything and dissolve everything. Shit! There was no strong explosion, only a muffled sound. When the wrecking ball came in contact with Vegeta's gas mask, the energy burst out instantly, engulfing the entire gas mask directly. Chi 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 chi. As if sulfuric acid corroded, the wrecking ball continued to dissolve the energy on the gas hood, and did not damage Vegeta in the first place. However, even if the wrecking ball was blocked, Vegeta did not see the slightest smile on his face, only full of sternness. He needs to replenish the energy of the gas shield all the time to be able to offset the destruction of the wrecking ball. He did bet right just now. The compressed energy can indeed be improved to a certain extent, and the gas shield that uses this compressed energy is also sufficient to temporarily block the destructive light sphere. But this consumption is too great for him. Originally, because of compression, the energy in his body suddenly dropped by a large amount. Unfortunately, in terms of quality, it is still far inferior to destructive energy. Therefore, for every unit of destruction energy consumed, it needs to be filled with dozens of units of compression energy. How much energy is this destroying the photosphere in front of you? Vegeta didn't know, but he was certain that even if he ran out of all his energy, he would not be able to polish the destructive ball of light. He must find another way, otherwise he can only wait to die. If that's the case, don't do it or stop. After Vegeta judged the situation, he gritted his teeth and decided to break the boat. Kijin. Exerting an energy sword with compressed energy, it smashed directly into the destructive light ball. Since the gas shield can withstand a moment, maybe the gas sword can also split this wrecking ball. Shit! It is still the sound of sulfuric acid corrosion. The air swords did not split the wrecking ball apart as Vegeta imagined, but at the moment of contact, they rolled and melted into each other. Although the effect is more prominent than the pure defense of the gas shield, Vegeta's consumption is still huge. If there is a stalemate for a while, I am afraid his energy will bottom out. Drive me! Vegeta shouted loudly and slashed with all his strength. As long as he can split the wrecking ball in half, he may be saved. At that time, with Beerus's character, he should not go after him. Oh ha ha, this scion named Vegeta is quite powerful, and he can even block the damage of Lord Beerus's full energy form. On the ground, Whis smiled and looked at the light curtain. The three-dimensional light curtain projected by him with the scepter can be reflected even if it is destroying the Vegeta inside the light sphere. God Jebet opened his mouth several times, and swallowed it back every time. His face was full of worries about Vegeta, but he was light-hearted. Even if he started to intercede at this time, it would be useless, right? In that case, it is better to turn around and let the gods of the earth use Dragon Ball to bring Vegeta back to life. Before today, God Jebite had not even heard of the name Beerus. Naturally, I don't know that the destroyed people cannot be resurrected through Shenron unless they find the Super Dragon Ball. Whiz. At this time, Beerus had already landed from a high altitude. After hitting the destruction of the full energy form, he had already anticipated the end, and naturally there was no need to wait. It's just that when he saw the image mapped on the Whis scepter, he couldn't help but his expression was moved. I'm still alive. Yes, Lord Beerus. Whis smiled and said, he can even think of a way to compress energy. If he is allowed to practice for a while, I'm afraid Lord Beerus will not be his opponent. Hey! Beerus uttered a little, and after a moment of silence, he said, Whis, save him. Hey! Whis seemed a little surprised, then smiled and nodded, okay, Lord Beerus. After all, after having been with Beerus for many years, it was easy to understand. Beerus just broke out of a full energy state of wrecking ball just for a moment of mental impulse. He didn't really intend to kill Vegeta. After all, Vegeta can be called the strongest in the 7th universe under Beerus. With Beerus's importance to the strong, he will naturally cherish his talents. Most importantly, he hasn't heard about Super Saiyan God from Vegeta yet. Not good. However, just when Whis was about to start his hands, his face changed abruptly. Boom! At high altitude, the wrecking ball burst out instantly, powerful energy swept the world, and a layer of purple-red light suddenly spread over the earth. Thanks to Lin Hai's Hizun, Yunhuachin So VIP Crown, Sandwood for the rewards, thank you for your support. Asterisk. Chapter 10. Chapter 10. Chapter 010, Vegeta disappeared. The explosion of the wrecking ball is something they did not expect. After all, the wrecking ball is not the kind of ability to show its power by exploding. Once the wrecking ball is cast, everything will be destroyed, melted, and disappear silently. But this scene is really unexpected. The most important thing is that the destructive ball bursts open, and a thick layer of destructive energy is spread over the earth. Once it takes too long, the entire earth will be melted away. Damn it, what the hell did he do? How could this happen? Blue veins jumped on Beerus' forehead. He regretted calling Whis to save someone. After all, Vegeta is almost equal to cracking his wrecking ball and hitting him in the face. In the end, he was going to save people? How can this face-saving Beerus stand it? But the words have already been spoken, and it will be even more embarrassing to take them back, so he will be furious with anger. I don't know, it has disappeared. Whis, who had been smiling all the time, frowned at this time. Beerus froze for a moment. What? What does it mean to disappear? Watch it for yourself. Whis waved the scepter, and the projection light curtain immediately mapped the entire earth. Except for the whole piece of destructive energy, there is no living creature there. Isn't it already destroyed? Beerus couldn't help but murmured. It's just that, even he didn't believe it. After all, Vegeta was still in a stalemate with his wrecking ball just a second ago. Although it seemed dangerous, he could still resist it for a while. I didn't see any changes in the middle, how could it be suddenly destroyed? Beerus stretched out his hands, and the high-altitude purple light was suddenly sucked into the palm of his hand like a long whale. Soon the sky returned to its former brightness. However, Vegeta was still not seen. Whis, turn back time. Beerus looked at Whis. Whis was a little surprised. He didn't expect Beerus to do this for Vegeta. However, he nodded and waved the scepter in his hand, and the time flow was immediately displayed. Except for him and Beerus, as well as the Jebel god beside him, all the remaining space rewinded for 3 minutes, returning to before the wrecking ball exploded. However, after time went back, Beerus was just beeping. How is it possible? Beerus' eyes widened. No. The wrecking ball is still there, but the figure that is deadlocked with the wrecking ball is missing. Therefore, after the wrecking ball crossed the sky, it did not find the target and dissipated on its own. Whis, what's going on? Where did Vegeta go? Beerus looked at Whis dumbfounded. Whis looked up at the sky with a thoughtful look, the scepter waved, and the projection light curtain appeared again. This time the mapping is no longer a certain position, but a fragment of the stalemate between Vegeta and the wrecking ball before time goes back. That paragraph has been memorized by his scepter, and it is now being replayed. On the light curtain, as seen before, Vegeta first used the gas shield to protect his body. After feeling that it was too exhausted, he broke the cauldron and used the gas sword. A sword splits, the consumption of destroying the light ball is intensified, and there is also a tendency to be split by a sword. It's just that when Vegeta's breath exploded to the top, the wrecking ball exploded without warning. Yes. It exploded without warning, and it wasn't Vegeta who did it at all. Because at the time, Vegeta didn't react, and he was still doing the slashing action. As a result, after less than 1.1 second, Vegeta's figure disappeared suddenly, without warning. After watching these pictures, Beerus was even more confused. This is beyond his understanding. Could it be, something is messing up? A suffocated anger rose from Beerus. Apart from this possibility, he couldn't think of anything else. No. Whis shook his head and waved his scepter again. Look here. It is still a replay, but this time the screen is partially enlarged. When the air sword used by Vegeta collided with the wrecking ball, a dark lightning flashed suddenly, and then the wrecking ball exploded and Vegeta disappeared. This is... A look of horror appeared on Beerus's face. Whis sighed, it looks right, this is a crack in time and space. The air sword violently collided with the wrecking ball, and the energy was intertwined, causing an unpredictable anomaly, leading to cracks in time and space. It was this time-space crack that catalyzed the energy variation of the wrecking ball, and it exploded directly. As for Vegeta, if he had expected it well, he should have fallen into the rift in time and space. If it's just a space crack, time backflow can still take effect, but it can't be done when it comes to time. In the cracks of time and space, it is likely to be tens of thousands of years. Whis retreats in this mere 3 minutes, which is basically useless. Don't talk about Whis now, even if you call the Grand Priest or Zeno, you can't find the whereabouts of Vegeta, and you can't even infer whether Vegeta is dead or alive. Then there is no way. Beerus also understood, shrugging, and no longer entangled. Whis, let's go back. I can only be that there is no such person as Vegeta in this world, otherwise what else? Whis was also helpless. If he intervened a second earlier, he might be able to save it. It was too late to say anything now. The two left the earth directly, but the god Jebite who stayed in place was dumbfounded. What should he do in this situation? How would he explain to Gohan and others? Thank you for the rewards of Yun Hu Achinso VIP Crown and Choke. Thank you for your flowers and evaluation votes. Asterisk. Chapter 11. Chapter 11. Chapter 011 Perfect Control of Soul and Body. Drive me. In the burst of shout, Vegeta held the chi sword in his hand and smashed it as hard as he could, only to cut a hole. There was no more terrifying orb of destruction in front of me, only a colorful glow. The feeling of using the wrong force made him extremely uncomfortable. Boom! The force that smashed out did not know what it encountered, and instantly rebounded. Not good. Vegeta is still amazed by the big changes in the surrounding environment. How can he react? An instant counter-shock, a big mouthful of blood spewed out. Mom! Vegeta cursed secretly, his body plummeted because of his serious injury, and he quickly withdrew from the Super 3 state and returned to normal. He didn't feel it when he was in Super 3, but he returned to normal, and suddenly felt the endless pressure around him, almost crushing his body. "No, I can't hold it." Vegeta gritted his teeth, blood dripping from between his teeth. He hurriedly turned his head and looked around, and there was nothing else in front of him except the colorful glow. These entanglements are not fixed, but continue to pass back and forth, at a very fast speed. The entire space looks a bit like a kaleidoscope, but with a lot of pattern changes missing. He doesn't know where this is, but if he continues to stay, he is afraid that he will belch directly after being seriously injured. He didn't die under Beerus's wrecking ball, but was buried in such an inexplicable place. It would be a joke if it was so. Absolutely not. I haven't pretended to beep yet. How could he die in such embarrassment? With a roar of fire, the chi sword in his hand that was about to dissipate suddenly swept towards those colorful entanglements. With a light sneer, he actually cut a gap, revealing a black crack. And that chi sword finally dissipated after he returned to normal, because of the loss of energy support. Without waiting for Vegeta's reaction, it was like air sucking back, and a huge suction from the black crack instantly sucked him in. No matter how bad the situation is over there, it won't be worse than here, right? Vegeta, who was ready to resist subconsciously, thought of the current situation, and gave up resisting again, letting the suction draw him in. The sky turned around, and Vegeta didn't know what he had gone through until... Thump! The sound of falling into the water sounded, and the icy feeling spread throughout the body. Fell into the water from the kaleidoscope space. God knows how many egg-picking incidents Vegeta has experienced after crossing over, one after another endlessly. The freezing cold was not because the water temperature was too low, but because he was seriously injured, and it was undoubtedly worse for him to fall into the water. Even if he knows the water, in this case it is easy to drown directly because of cramps. Are there any traversers more unlucky than me in this world? Vegeta wanted to cry without tears. But what can be done? You can only cheer up and help yourself. Fortunately, his current realm of strength is the first person in the 7th universe. As for gods of destruction and angel, can they be considered human? Therefore, the pain is a bit more painful, and the effort is a bit more effort. After all, he climbed ashore. Call. After getting to the shore and seeing the surrounding environment clearly, he finally exhaled. There are shades of green trees, insects, and birds sing, and the place where he climbed up is also a very beautiful natural lake, and the whole environment is quite peaceful. Maybe I can catch my breath. Only then did he realize that the injuries inside his body were quite serious. Originally, after the battle with Beerus, his energy was consumed 7 or 88, and he suffered a series of changes, and he was seriously injured in that piece of kaleidoscope space. The injury of the body is second. The main reason is that there are several kinds of energies in the body that are intertwined with each other and are in an extremely unstable state. After careful identification, he found that these energies included Beerus's destructive energy, his own compressed energy, and the colorful energy of the kaleidoscope space. In addition, there was a black lightning that was imperceptible and only noticed after careful gaze. The ghost knows what this is. Did you come to a fake Dragon Ball world? This is the fantasy version of Xiangxia, right? There were full question marks on Vegeta's head. Forget it, come back and deal with it. A series of changes made him just want to take a good rest. So he got up and turned back to the lake, intending to drink some water. As a result, I saw the reflection in the water for another stun circle. Is this me? Vegeta. The image in the reflection is not the Vegeta seen in the original work. How should I say, there is indeed a shadow of Vegeta, but it is based on the appearance of his previous life. Simply put, it is to use his appearance as a template, incorporate elements of Son Goku and Vegeta, and then optimize it, and finally become more handsome and attractive. Of course, what Vegeta saw was not this, he was thinking about the truth behind this incident. To be sure, when I first crossed over, it was definitely not like this, but it was like in the original book. But why is it like this now? Finally he thought of a possibility: the soul is in control. Before that, he fought Beerus for power control and perfect performance. After all, he is a foreign soul after all, and the fit with this body can't reach 100%. But now, without knowing why, he has achieved perfect control in the soul. It was originally considered as crossing over to Vegeta, but now it is reversed, which is equivalent to Vegeta being broken down into materials to strengthen him. So from now on, this body is his own, and has nothing to do with Son Goku and Vegeta. Thanks for Yunhu Achinso VIP crown for another reward. Asterisk. Chapter 12. Chapter 12. Chapter 012 Shuttle Time and Space, Raditz strikes. After resting for a while by the lake, Vegeta's strength gradually recovered. Because there are several kinds of energies in his body that are intertwined and mixed together, it is difficult for him to recover from his injuries, and he can't even use his strength, and Vegeta feels weaker than ever. This place should still be on the earth. Go to the Temple of Heaven to find Dende for treatment first. Vegeta checked the direction and flew barely. No matter how fictitious it is, flying technique can still be used, and it should probably be able to exert tens of thousands of combat power like this. Several people are fighting in the ruins. At this time the battle was almost over, and the scene was in a mess. "Don't hurt my dad, oh!" A 4 or 5-year-old child suddenly burst into a strong breath and slammed into the long-haired man not far away. What? He, fighting power, 1307. As soon as the long-haired man showed a shocked expression, he was hit hard by the child in his chest. If Vegeta was here, he would be surprised. This is clearly the chapter of Sion, the picture of Raditz just descending on the earth. This brat. Raditz clutched his chest and stood up, gritted his teeth and said, his current combat effectiveness is only 1. As his feelings change, his combat effectiveness is also changing. Raditz casually beat Son Gohan, who was still a child, but Son Goku took the opportunity to hug him tightly from behind. "Piccolo, make a move." Son Goku intends to die with Raditz. No matter how much Raditz begs for mercy, it's useless. Raditz has lied to him once, and he has no better way to subdue Raditz except to die. "Son Goku, I'm going to make a move." Piccolo gathered his energy and grinned evilly and said, "It is great for me to eliminate you together." Snort. "But your companion will use Dragon Ball to revive you," he added silently in his heart. "Let go of me, I swear never to come to this planet again, I was wrong." Raditz struggled in vain and could only plead with Son Goku. Son Goku is innocent but not a fool. How could he be fooled twice in a row? "Let you wait a long time. Are you ready?" At this time Piccolo was finally about to make a move. "Hurry up, do it!" Son Goku yelled with his eyes closed. Don't, Raditz was horrified. "Mei Kangguang kills the cannon." Piccolo stretched out 2 fingers. With the barrage of Kato Takano's finger in the manga, the 2 images are connected together and it is instantly evil. Haha, I didn't find this until I researched the comics when I wrote this plot. It was so pure before. Also, friends who don't understand don't ask me to explain, haha. However, at this time, a ki blast came first, and exploded directly among the 3 people. By the way, it also swallowed Piccolo's magic light-killing cannon. Boom! Piccolo, Son Goku, and Raditz fluttered at the same time, each falling to the side. How? A look of shock appeared on Piccolo's face. The strength of this ki blast far surpassed the 3 of them, and even just sensing the strength of the breath made him lose the courage to resist. Who? Son Goku was a little desperate. He was ready to die, but the accident happened again. In this case, his family and his friends will be killed. Thinking of this, he subconsciously looked at the position of Son Gohan. Fortunately, he fainted after being hit by Raditz just now. It was far away and was not affected. Ha! Ha ha! I survived again. Raditz thanked his luck for the first time. The three people reacted in three different ways, but they were all injured by the ki blast burst, so they all lay on the ground and couldn't get up for a while. Click! There was the sound of footsteps landing, and the three of them turned their heads and looked around at the same time. It was a handsome young man, but his face was slightly pale and he felt very vacant. However, none of the three of them was an appearance association. What shocked them most was that behind this man, he also raised a tail. Yes, the same tail as Raditz. You? Scion too? Are you with Raditz? Son Goku was even more desperate. This person is obviously much better than Raditz, and he and Piccolo can't handle it at all. However, Raditz is also full of doubts. In his impression, there is no other person in the only remaining Scion. Don't worry, I'm not malicious to you, I should have saved your life just now, right? The young man took a few steps forward and came to them. By the way, my name is Vegeta, and I also grew up on the earth. Yes, it was Vegeta who came here. Even he himself didn't expect to see such an interesting picture on the way to the Temple of Heaven. In this way, the previous kaleidoscope space should be the legendary time tunnel. As for the tail, when Son Goku and Vegeta merged, there was no tail, so Vegeta did not have it after the merge. But just now, on the way here, the tail behind Vegeta grew out without warning. Well, will I tell you this is a foreshadowing? I will tell you that this is preparing to transform into Super 4? According to his guess, it should be after the soul and body have reached perfect control, Scion's bloodline was reactivated, and then the tail grew. Now his body, which can be called a brand new individual, is tantamount to having been rebuilt. Well, in short, it's similar to a newborn baby, it has nothing to do with before. Is that so? Then I'm relieved, thank you just now. Son Goku exhaled after hearing Vegeta's words, and his whole body relaxed. Asterisk. Chapter 13. Chapter 13. Chapter 013 Who is the stupid? It wasn't that Son Goku was so simple that he believed it with just a word from Vegeta, but he knew that with Vegeta's strength, there was no need to lie at all. The most important thing is that Raditz's breath is full of evil, but Vegeta's breath is very pure, it is impossible for the two of them to be the same. It's impossible. The Scion on Earth back then was Kakarot. Raditz didn't believe it at all, and shouted, moreover, there is no one like you in Scion, who are you? Vegeta just glanced at him indifferently, and then asked Son Goku, what should I do with him, kill it? Of course Piccolo hopes to kill Raditz directly, but he also knows Son Goku's character. If there is a peaceful solution, I am afraid he will not kill people easily. Sure enough, Son Goku hesitated and said, if you can control him and don't let him do bad things, then let him go. Control it. Vegeta thought for a while. It should be possible. Hey? Really? Son Goku's eyes lit up. As long as you can temporarily suppress Raditz. After all, it was his own brother, and if it weren't for it, he wouldn't want to kill Raditz. Vegeta did not explain, and went straight to Raditz. What do you want to do? I won't let you succeed. Raditz's instinct was not good, he forced his injured body, yelled a few ki blasts, and exploded on Vegeta one after another. In an instant, the smoke and dust covered Vegeta's entire body. Beget. Son Goku and Piccolo's complexion changed drastically, and the former wanted to rush to save others. It's a pity that when he was fighting Raditz just now, he consumed too much energy, and he was powerless. Ha ha ha, you actually pin your hopes on such an idiot. Raditz didn't expect that Vegeta would not hide. After a moment of stunned, he burst into laughter. However, as soon as his laughter fell, the smoke cleared, revealing Vegeta's undamaged figure. How is it possible? Radit's eyes widened for an instant, and then his face was full of horror. Ki blast like the one just now, even a person who is several times stronger than him, would be seriously injured without precautions. But looking at Vegeta's appearance, even his clothes were not stained with dust, which shows the horror of his strength. Fortunately, Son Goku exhaled. If Vegeta is injured because of helping him, he will be overwhelmed. Who is the idiot, should you know now? Vegeta said lightly, and then stretched out his palm, facing Raditz. Don't. I beg for mercy. Don't kill me, I promise I will never do bad things again. The unscrupulous Raditz directly threw to his knees. It's just that Vegeta didn't even want to kill him, because it was Son Goku's request. His body was originally formed by the combination of Son Goku and Vegeta. It is considered that he owes the favor of the two of them, so he must find a chance to pay it back. An energy bomb condensed in Vegeta's hand and hit Raditz directly. Raditz couldn't react at all. He was still begging for mercy and his body suddenly stiffened, standing still. Son Goku thought that Vegeta had killed him, and opened his mouth to say something, only to sigh in the end. This is all Raditz's own fault, even if Vegeta kills him, it is normal. Okay, don't pretend to be dead. Vegeta gave Raditz a light kick. Raditz recovered from his stiffness, and said in a daze, I'm not dead. What? You wish I had killed you? Actually, I don't mind. Vegeta said with a smile. Don't. Raditz immediately took 2 steps back, then sensed the situation in his body, and his expression changed greatly. What did you do to my body? It's just a piece of energy, Vegeta said lightly. This energy will have no effect on you, but as long as I think about it, it will explode in your body. What? Raditz's face suddenly became very ugly. In this way, his life would be in Vegeta's hands at any time. Now he finally understands what Vegeta said about control just now. But what can he do? It's at least much better than just dying. After Son Goku listened, he showed a happy expression. It's great, so he won't dare to do bad things casually. Thank you, Vegeta. By the way, my name is Son Goku, and there is Piccolo. Hey! Piccolo snorted very proudly. I know you. Vegeta nodded with a smile. Hey! Son Goku was taken aback, apparently he didn't expect Vegeta to know him. However, given his personality, he didn't think much, and he quickly diverted his attention. By the way, your strength is so strong. I couldn't beat Raditz with Piccolo. You can subdue him so easily. Son Goku's eyes released a strong sense of war. If it wasn't for the body to allow it, I'm afraid he would have to challenge it. Piccolo there actually has the same idea, but it is more subtle than Son Goku. The two of them are already the most cutting-edge combat power on the earth, and apart from each other, there is no opponent. Unexpectedly, encountering 2 strong men who surpassed them one after another today also opened their horizons. It is foreseeable that after today, their strength that has not grown much for several years will grow by leaps and bounds. Asterisk. Chapter 14. Chapter 14. Chapter 014 Making a high-spec detector. Someone is coming. Vegeta did not respond to Son Goku's words. It's fine to save his life. If he accepts his challenge, he will be entangled for a lifetime. Following Vegeta's gaze, a plane flew in the sky rapidly in the distance. It's Bulma and them. Son Goku waved to the sky. Soon, the plane landed and 3 people came down from it. Bulma, Klin, Master Roshi. Goku. What's happening here? In the end, what happened? They couldn't help being surprised when they saw the situation on the spot. Because Raditz stood honestly far away, even though they were scared, they slowly approached. Son Goku gave an overview of the situation, focusing on Vegeta. Hey? Are you Scion too? Klin circled Veget curiously. Master Roshi nodded. Sure enough, you have the same tail as Goku when he was a kid. Will you become a great ape too? So handsome. Bulma held her hands in front of her chest, with an idiotic look on her face. Veget has the memory of Son Goku, and he has an inexplicable familiarity and intimacy with these people, so he is not impatient, and simply deals with it. Have you brought fairy beans? Vegeta asked. He was about to find Dende's plan to treat internal injuries to no avail. It's a pity that these people don't value fairy beans, and they don't reserve them at all. They only look for them when they need it. This makes Vegeta speechless. Well, everyone is hurt. Bulma helped Gohan in a coma, and said, in this case, let me take you to Kailan Tabi plane. She took out a small passenger plane from the convenience capsule, enough to seat a dozen people. It is indeed Bulma, carrying various types of tools with him. Piccolo, come with you too. Veget beckoned to Piccolo. Everyone found out that Piccolo hadn't followed, and was squinting quietly to get away. He wasn't evil by nature, but after all he was in the demon's camp, and Son Goku killed his father again. So Piccolo was very tangled in his heart at the beginning, and his face was arrogant. Before Piccolo refused, Veget added, if you want to improve your strength. Just this sentence, Piccolo left without saying a word. He didn't doubt what Veget said, because Veget was indeed much better than him, and he was able to instruct him. Today against Raditz, not only Son Goku was hit, but Piccolo was also hit hard. Both of them are eager to improve their strength. Everyone boarded the plane one after another, driven by Bulma. Raditz followed honestly, without saying a word, not knowing whether he had accepted his fate or was making other ideas. Veget didn't care. He reached out to Raditz, give me your detector and turn off the communication by the way. How would you know? Raditz subconsciously refused. The key blast when Vegeta first appeared, knocked out his detector, so Veget's combat power value was not detected. At this moment, he was about to detect it secretly, but Veget was robbed by him. What is this? Son Goku looked over curiously. Piccolo looked like a wise general, he should have detected our position and strength through this thing. So this thing can still communicate? It seems that his two companions already know what happened before. Raditz snorted coldly, I'll give you a piece of advice, you'd better let me go, or wait for them to arrive, it will be your death date. Their strength is far above me, even if Veget is not an opponent. Don't wait until then. Say it's you, all people on Earth must die. What? Except for Veget, everyone else was taken aback. Bulma shook his hands while driving and almost crashed. Be honest. With a flick of a finger, Veget directly gave Raditz a brain collapse, making him almost fainted. Don't worry. Veget glanced at the nervous people and said, they are still far away from the Earth, and it will take a year at the earliest. You still have time to practice. 1 year. Son Goku clenched his fists, his eyes bursting into battle. He never wanted to try such a defeat today. Therefore, he must practice hard this year, and then personally defeat the two Scions. Piccolo had the same idea, but he wanted more guidance from Vegeta, who got him on the plane after all. Hey, naive! Raditz was disdainful of their performance. Can't even beat him, still want to challenge King Vegeta? This is simply a joke. Bulma, I'll leave this to you. Veget handed the detector to Bulma and said, a lot of people in the universe are using this kind of detector. If a batch can be manufactured, it will be much more convenient in the future. The other thing is that the specifications in your hand are relatively low. Once the person being detected is stronger and exceeds the upper limit of the detector, it will explode directly. Small, wrap it on me. Bulma is also interested in this high-tech product. It's just that she is a little strange in her heart. Many people know her identity, and Vegeta knows that she knows technology, which is not difficult to understand. But why is your tone so casual when you ask her for help? This gave her the illusion that the two sides are very familiar with each other. How did she know that Vegeta had memories of Vegeta in Vegeta's mind, but the two gave birth to Trunks? Can they be unfamiliar? Sometimes Vegeta is also very distressed, although he is still him, but those memories will often affect his judgment. The most obvious is the senses of the people around him. It was the first time to meet each other, but like an old friend for many years, it was very casual. But it's not a bad thing, asterisk. Chapter 15. Chapter 15. Chapter 015. Immortal Karin refuses to give fairy beans. In a faraway place in the universe, Raditz was defeated. It's embarrassing to be almost killed on a planet with low combat effectiveness. What to do? Shall we go to Earth? I care more about the scion named Vegeta. Well, let's go. Do you want to save Raditz? Just kidding. What do you do to save that kind of waste? I just think that the strength of the person named Vegeta is not weak, maybe he is stronger than you. If he can join our team, it will be easier to perform tasks in the future. That said, I really want to try it with him. Then you don't want to make a move, let me deal with him. Nappa, if you are not careful, you might be killed. Hey, if he has that ability. But then again, would he be your brother? The name is very similar to yours, Vegeta. Yes, it is Vegeta and Nappa who are talking here. Vegeta curled his lips and said, impossible. Although I do have a younger brother who was assigned to the edge of the universe, his name is Tabor. This Vegeta doesn't know where it came from. Planet Vegeta has not recorded it. Is it possible that it is the offspring of some scion who has been distributed? Nappa guessed. Just ask him. Vegeta thought too lazily. The two each boarded a spacecraft, set the coordinates of the Earth as the destination, and started flying automatically. By the way, the fighting power of Kakarot's son seems to far exceed that of ordinary scion's children. Vegeta suddenly remembered this, and his voice came from the communicator to Nappa's ears. Nappa wondered, is it a mistake? That's right. Vegeta said affirmatively. Raditz only hit the little devil, and his energy was greatly reduced. It seems that the hybrid born of Scion and the Earthlings has super power. Can you be called Super Scion? Nappa pretended to be humorous and laughed, and then said, if there are more and more mixed races like this, then it is no longer a dream for Scion to control the universe again. Don't be bullshit. Vegeta said, such a person will grow up stronger. Isn't our situation very dangerous? Yes. Nappa realized this. Anyway, eliminate all the people on Earth. Vegeta turned off the communication after speaking. The spacecraft flew rapidly, and both of them went into a year-long dormancy. This time their goal is not Dragon Ball, but Vegeta. I am afraid that even Vegeta can't even think of it, right? Earth, Kalen Tat. Oh, it seems to be seriously injured. It seems that you have also gone through a fierce fight this time. Immortal Kalen was a little surprised when he saw Goku's half-dead appearance. He felt it when Raditz came, but he didn't expect that Son Goku and Piccolo would team up and lose so badly. Later, he took out 3 fairy beans, one for each of Son Goku and Son Gohan, and Piccolo also gave it. In any case, Piccolo is also a comrade in arms this time. Although a little arrogant, fools can see the incompatibility. It was because of Piccolo Daimau's deterrence that everyone was still a little scared of him. No way, Raditz is really strong, if it weren't for Vegeta, I might be dead now. Son Goku did not shy away from his failure. After the 3 of them ate the fairy beans, their injuries healed and their physical strength recovered. Even Son Gohan, who was in a coma, woke up intact. Upon seeing this, Raditz couldn't help showing surprise in his eyes. Staring at the fairy Karen's eyes flickering. Maybe he was thinking about using force to snatch some fairy beans over. But when he saw Vegeta, he became honest again in an instant. At this time, Vegeta said, "Thank you, Immortal Kalen, Please give me one too. Are you hungry? Son Goku was the one who spoke. He didn't see other people's faces, and he still said to himself, even though fairy beans can last 10 days without being hungry, they have no taste and are not tasty at all. Let's go to Bulma's house to eat later, she's very good at home. The big one has everything. Stupid! Bulma yelled, have I ever said I would invite you? You just said it yourself. It's not a bit of politeness. Also, who would think about eating like you every day? Fairy beans are mainly used to heal injuries and restore physical strength. You don't need to be so angry. Son Goku muttered, completely wondering why Bulma was angry. Then he looked at Vegeta and said, but how I look at it, Vegeta doesn't seem to be injured. I'm indeed injured, and it's still very serious. Vegeta said indifferently, if you don't get cured quickly, you won't be able to show your strength at all. What the hell? Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Can't show your strength? As a result, he slammed Raditz easily. If this can exert its strength, how strong is it? Klin whispered in Master Roshi's ear, I saw his face pale, and thought it was a kidney deficiency. It turned out to be injured. I didn't expect this to beat Goku's brother. It was terribly strong. Master Roshi nodded in agreement, I thought he was a fellow man. Although the two of them lowered their voices, Vegeta was able to hear clearly, and his face was suddenly covered with black lines. These two wretched guys really owe you a beating. But at this time Immortal Carlin had already spoken, but he didn't give Vegeta the fairy beans, shook his head and said, I'm sorry, I'm afraid I can't help you. Asterisk. Chapter 16. Chapter 16. Chapter 016 The Power of Rules Involving God Realm. Kallen Fairy, don't be so stingy. Son Goku wrapped around and said coquettishly, besides, Vegeta just saved me, please, Kallen Fairy. Vegeta was actually a little strange. He didn't remember that the Karin Immortal would be a stingy person. I'm afraid there are other reasons for this. Sure enough, Immortal Carlin shook his head and said, Sendu is to treat physical injuries, but Vegeta has a problem with energy. To be honest, Immortal Bean can't help you. But if you want to try it, I can also give it to you. You won. So it's like this. Son Goku scratched his head awkwardly, I thought Immortal Carlin had a misunderstanding of Vegeta. But then again, Vegeta, you are too strong, you are so strong after being injured. What kind of strength is the person who can hurt you? Not to mention Son Goku, others are also very curious. However, Vegeta obviously didn't mean to explain. He said to the Immortal Kallen, I still want to try it. Immortal Karin didn't say much, and directly gave him a fairy bean. It is a pity that, as the fairy Karin said, after the fairy beans were eaten, Vegeta only recovered his physical strength and his physical injuries were healed, but the energy aspect was not resolved. Ah, what kind of injury did you get? How come you can't even cure the fairy beans? What should I do now? Son Goku looked more anxious than Vegeta. Part of the reason is indeed out of worry, but more is to see the full strength of Vegeta. Vegeta didn't worry about it himself, the fairy beans had no effect, and he could still go to Shenron for help. Although at the level of Shenron, it may not be possible to cure him directly, but if it asks about the treatment method, it should be able to know a little bit. Maybe, you can go to the gods. At this time, Immortal Kallen said, because some rules are involved, I don't really understand it. If it's a god, he should know some rule? Vegeta's heart moved. Could it be said that the destructive energy left by Beerus actually contains a kind of energy for breaking the rules? In other words, the energy of God is actually the ultimate compression plus the power of rules? There were a lot of questions that I didn't understand, because the words of Immortal Kallen were immediately explained. Just a simple vocabulary almost opened the door to a new world for Vegeta. Thank you very much, Immortal Karin. Then, I will go to the gods. Everyone originally came here for fairy beans. Now Son Goku, they have recovered, and Vegeta got the answer he wanted. Naturally, there is no need to stay. Bulma took Master Roshi back to the turtle house first. She was going to study the detector of radiance, and the rest went to the Temple of Heaven. Only Son Goku has been here. Klin, who came here for the first time, was full of curiosity. Raditz dismissed it, and Piccolo had a complicated face. The gods and Piccolo Daimao were originally one, and Piccolo inherited the memory of the great demon. Now that he is about to see the gods, he must be very complicated in his heart. I'm telling you that the god has a servant named Bobo, who looks dark and interesting. Son Goku talked about it beside him, showing his knowledge of this place. Hi. Hello. At this time, Black Bobo appeared. Son Goku was embarrassed in an instant, scratching his head and grinning. Bobo, I'm introducing you to them. And I definitely didn't say anything bad about you. Bobo doesn't mind. Bobo always has a calm expression, making it impossible to see what his emotions are. He looked at the crowd and said, the gods already know everything. He also knows that 2 very powerful scions will come in a year. Although they don't know their specific purpose yet, for the sake of safety, the gods allow you to be here. Practice here. In addition, the gods have asked Yakilobe to inform Yamcha, Tien Shinyan, and Dumplings, and they will all be here soon, and you can practice together at that time. Really? That's great! Klin almost jumped up with joy. In the past, Son Goku and Tien Shinyan had similar strengths, but after practicing in the temple, Tien Shinyan can be slammed easily. Klin, Tien Shinyan, and Yamcha are very envious of Son Goku's fortune, but they didn't expect that they would have this opportunity now. Piccolo, the gods said, you can stay here too. Bobo turned his head and looked at Piccolo. It's a pity that Piccolo doesn't give him face at all. Don't open his head and make a squeak sound. He was here only because of Vegeta, and had nothing to do with other people. So, does the god have time to see me? There are some things I want to ask him. Vegeta's attitude is still very good. After all, he is a person with higher education in the 21st century. Even if he has mastered extraordinary power, he will not forget his original intention and insist on being a modest, polite, principled, and bottom-line person. It will never be like Long Aotian's day-by-day heir, who is high above everyone, scornfully dragging everyone, but when facing a woman, he bows to his knees and allows him to bully. To be honest, that kind of person is something that everyone hates in reality. Everyone can't wait to step on him when they see him. Popo nodded and said, you are Vegeta, right? The gods have told Bobo that he can see you, but there are some things that can only be said alone. The gods said that he is waiting for you inside. Vegeta nodded silently. The power of rules involves the realm of gods, and it is best not to let Son Goku and others get involved. At this point, he understood that he would naturally not think that the gods were showing off. Asterisk. Chapter 17. Chapter 17. Chapter 017. Hello, God. Vegeta came to the temple, and soon saw the god standing inside. The gods did not show up, and stood not far from the door, and Vegeta saw him as soon as he walked in. What Vegeta didn't expect was that when the god spoke, he was shocked. Hello, the strong from different time and space. Different time and space? Is he talking about? The god knew he was an outsider, and Vegeta was not surprised at all. After all, the other party is the Earth God, and his divine mind can perceive everything on the Earth. When Vegeta arrives, there must be some fluctuations that will attract his attention. However, Vegeta had always thought that he was just passing through time, but he did not expect it to be time and space. In other words, this place is not the same as his original world at all. Vegeta's heart moved. Could it be that he has come to the main world of Dragon Ball? I have already understood your purpose. Although I don't know how you were injured, your ability to survive such a strong rule force really shocked me. Shock did indeed appear on the face of the gods. The color. Perhaps this is also the reason why he used a respectable name for Vegeta. Regarding the question of time and space, there is no need to think about it for the time being. Vegeta calmed his mind and asked, "So, can you tell me about the power of rules?" "Don't worry, although I am not a person in this time and space, if something goes wrong here, I will help." "Yes. After all, in my time and space, I am also an earthling." "That's it, you can say that, I'm finally relieved." The gods didn't doubt Vegeta's words. As Son Goku thought, with Vegeta's strength, they could be threatened by force, and there was no need to lie. "Although I would like to explain it to you in detail, I am only an earth god and don't know much. I will tell you about the power of the rules that I understand." Perhaps he wanted to leave a good impression on Vegeta so that he could help the earth more in the future, so the gods basically didn't hide anything, and said everything they knew. In fact, the gods do not have a deep understanding of the power of rules. Many things are half knowledgeable, and it is quite difficult to explain, so many words are unclear and confusing, which makes people sound difficult. Fortunately, Vegeta himself has his own understanding, plus he has a cognition of transcending the world, and finally figured it out. To put it simply, a martial artist who cultivates chi is to cultivate his own physical power. The so-called chi is extracted from cells. The power of rules is an intangible rule in the universe, which is essentially the same as the laws of the prehistoric world. The difference is that the rules of the Dragon Ball world, as long as you can feel it, you can borrow them and turn them into your own use. As for how much can be borrowed, it depends on the individual's ability. In fact, the so-called magic and superpowers in this world are all borrowing the power of rules. Although these abilities are not common, there are actually quite a few people who can. Just like the control of dumplings, the transformation of oolong and puer are all exercises of the power of rules. It's just that they are too low level, they know what they are and don't know why, and although they can be used, they don't understand the principle at all. Like the gods, the grades are much higher. And they can be manipulated at will, and even taught to others. However, this is still the most basic application. Just as Vegeta guessed at the beginning, the true God's energy is to integrate the power of rules into its own energy, so that the energy can be sublimated. In this way, the chi of a mortal will become the energy of God. When the whole body's breath is completely transformed, it is considered to be a god. Of course the gods can't do this, so he just possesses the priesthood, not the protoss. The energy in your body should be left by the protoss. The strength of the energy of the gods is many times stronger than the chi, and it cannot be resolved by your own strength, because the levels are so different. Speaking of this, the god suddenly sighed, "If it were me, even if it was only a little bit, the body would immediately collapse. But such a huge god's energy in your body only limited your strength. To be honest, I really can't imagine it, it's intact. How strong will you be in your state? Don't sigh." Vegeta said a little speechlessly, "Although I roughly understand the situation, I still don't know how to deal with it. Can you say a constructive method?" "There is one way." The god hesitated for a while and said hesitatingly, "It's just whether it's useful or not, I can't guarantee it, and the process will be very painful. Let's talk about it first." Vegeta didn't respond immediately. After all, he didn't have a tendency to be abused, he knew it would be very painful, and he didn't hesitate to catch up. But if there is no other way in the end, then this solution can only be enabled. "Super God Water," said the gods, "there is a treasure in the heavens called Super God Water, which can trigger the potential of the body, but at the same time it is also a kind of highly poisonous. It can only survive painful toxicity and drink it. It will work." "I know Super Shen Shui, but what does it have to do with my situation?" When Vegeta heard Super Shen Shui, he was actually relieved in his heart. "In my memory, there was a situation where Son Goku drank super divine water. It was really painful at the time, but for him now with the most powerful strength, the physical torture is nothing at all. Asterisk. Chapter 18. Chapter 18. Chapter 018. The whole temple trembles. The energy of the gods in your body has not occurred, and you can still use part of your own power, indicating that these gods' energies have been suppressed. At this time, if your strength is increased, you may be able to completely suppress those gods' energies. Speaking of this, the deity added something uncertainly, I think so. As for the end result, you can only test it yourself. All right. Although this reason was simple and rude, Vegeta really couldn't find a reason to refute it. Try it. Vegeta took a deep breath. It is not how powerful Vegeta himself is to restrain the energy of those gods, but that he has compressed the energy in his body to more than 10 times at the beginning, and the intensity has naturally increased 10 times. However, if only relying on this 10 times compressed energy, it is still far inferior to the energy of the gods, and it will definitely not be able to suppress it. It's just that he fell into the space-time tunnel and gained colorful energy inside. Instead of launching an offensive against him, this energy neutralized the energies of gods of destruction and Vegeta himself. So that's it. Now the 3 kingdoms in his body are standing together, kneading together, and repelling each other, reaching a delicate balance. Of course, if you fully follow what the gods said, you can improve your energy to completely suppress the gods of destruction energy. This obviously won't work. Who knows whether that group of colorful energy will feel threatened after his energy is increased, and finally unite with gods of destruction energy. But he might have other ideas to try. Of course, the premise is to use the power of Super God Water. Have you really decided? The god said, it's not that I don't believe you. It's just that many people who drink Super God Water can't survive, and finally die. Among the human beings who can persist, up to now so far, only Son Goku is alone. Vegeta couldn't help rolling his eyes. It was time, and he said such morale-damaging remarks. If you really want to be so considerate of him, just don't mention the Super God Water at first. The corner of Vegeta's mouth rose slightly and said, don't worry, no matter how talented or persevering, Son Goku can't compare with me. Since you have this confidence, then I won't say anything. The god put a glass of super divine water in front of Vegeta. That's right. Vegeta suddenly remembered, since you let Klin and Tian Xinyan practice in the temple, why not let them try Super Shen Shui too? I think they should be able to survive. They are much better than Son Goku who drank Super God Water back then, and they have a supporting role halo. As long as they follow the path Son Goku has walked, they basically have no failure. Actually, this was originally in the training plan. Tenjin explained, it's just that with their current physical conditions, the possibility of failure will be high, so I plan to let them practice for a while before talking. Furthermore, I will ask Bobo to explain the specific situation of Super Shen Shui to them at that time, and it is up to them to decide whether to drink it or not. Right. When Vegeta thinks about it, he understands. No wonder that in the original work, Son Goku has been practicing in the temple for 3 years, and his combat power has only increased from more than 200 to more than 300. However, Klin and Tian Xinyan only practiced for 1 year, and for half a year they practiced alone. In their last lives, they increased their combat power from more than 200 to more than 1000 to nearly 2000. Judging from the data alone, Son Goku is directly exploded. Now that he heard the explanation from the gods, Vegeta suddenly came over. But these didn't have much to do with him, he just mentioned it smoothly. As long as he has not left this time and space, nothing will happen to the earth. Soon, after a cup of super-spirited water, the imaginary pain did not come, but gave Vegeta a kind of refreshing feeling like the nectar of a long drought. How is this going? Vegeta was a little dazed, but in his memory, he had the deep feeling of Son Goku drinking supernatural water, and he couldn't be wrong. However, before he could even think about it, the super divine water turned into a refreshing cool and spread all over his body, and all the cells in his body became active wherever he went. The chi of the martial arts school is extracted from cells, but because the body has an automatic protection function, only a small part of the chi can be extracted. If you want to extract more chi, you must strengthen your body exercise. And super shen shui, it is to maximize the part of chi that cannot be extracted. In fact, the potential development of the Elder Namek and Supreme Kai is actually borrowing the power of rules to extract the hidden chi in the cells, which is similar to the effect of super shen shui. It's just triggered by the power of rules, there are no side effects, and the effect is stronger. At this time, Vegeta could clearly sense that after the cells in his body were activated, the power contained in it was continuously emerging. After the strength had accumulated to a certain level, without using the strength of the body, Vegeta could no longer be suppressed, and the aura burst out instantly. Boom! The entire temple shuddered under this aura. This level, although far unable to compare with Vegeta's peak period, is obviously much stronger than he can only play tens of thousands of combat power now, and its strength is likely to exceed 100,000. Okay, so strong. Sensing Vegeta's sudden eruption of power, the god was instantly paralyzed with fright. What happened? This breath is Vegeta's. The Son Goku and others outside were also shocked by this anger, and their expressions were horrified. Thank you for the reward of Super Saiyan Super 10, thank you all for your monthly pass, flowers and evaluation tickets. Asterisk. Chapter 19. Chapter 19. Chapter 019 Raditz singles out a group of Earth warriors. It's not that Vegeta's potential can only stimulate 100,000 combat power, but he was suppressed by his life, and only stimulated the potential at the surface level, so as not to affect the tenfold compression energy. This extra energy, Vegeta did not choose to incorporate 10 times the compressed energy, but turned into another independent energy, which exists as the fourth energy. Oh no, it is the fifth energy in the body. The first strand is 10 times the compression energy of the body, the second strand is gods of destruction energy, and the third strand is colorful energy, which is also transformed by the rules of time and space, which can be regarded as space-time energy. There was also a fourth strand, a black lightning, which Vegeta hadn't figured out yet. It has been free from the first three energies, has not touched anything, and has not affected Vegeta's body in the slightest. So, don't worry about it for the time being, let's solve the three entangled energies first. Think of them as the three powerhouses fighting each other, and the surplus power that spreads out alone is enough to wipe out the newly stimulated energy of 100,000 combat power. Vegeta naturally couldn't let it join the battlefield, so he chose to compress it while quietly absorbing the remaining power of the three powerhouses, and then it was enough to grow slowly. This is what he had thought of before drinking the super god water. Perhaps by this method, he can cultivate a divine energy that contains both the power of destruction and time and space at the same time. Whether he can succeed or not, just wait for him to absorb all the three energies to know. Although the speed is a bit slow and requires water-milling effort, as long as he succeeds, he will be super god. Far beyond the gods of destruction, Beerus. After all, this is just an energy basis. When he becomes a god in the future, his starting point will be higher than Beerus. The energy of 100,000 combat power was quickly compressed to the extreme, and the intensity this time was as high as 20 times. I don't know if the upper limit has been raised, or if I have had one experience, the result after being proficient. But after reaching 20 times, it can no longer be compressed. But after he sensed the energy of gods of destruction, he was still a little depressed, and the intensity was still not as strong as the energy of gods of destruction. By comparison, he found that the intensity of gods of destruction energy is about 50 times stronger than ordinary chi. In other words, the energy of gods of destruction is equal to 50 times the compression plus the destruction rule. Really hammered. Although the gap is still a bit big, Vegeta is overjoyed after he understands this, because he already knows how to work hard in the future. God, give me some super divine water. Seeing hope, Vegeta couldn't wait to digest the 3 energy immediately and become a god directly. Maybe super divine water can speed up this process. Did those have no effect just now? The celestial god just came back to his senses. He was shocked by the momentum just now. But the breath only exploded for a short while, and soon Vegeta converged it into his body and compressed it. It's just that Vegeta didn't show pain after drinking the super god water. And the gods thought that Vegeta just broke out of his original strength. No, it worked well, so I want to try again. Vegeta drank another glass of super magical water. The only thing that made him depressed was that the second cup had no effect. The god said, if there is an effect just now, it will be useless to drink it again, because the super god water can only be drunk once. That's it, it's okay. Vegeta sighed, it seemed that he thought things too well. By the way, you didn't seem to have been affected by the poison just now. Tian Shen didn't know if there were some secrets that couldn't be told, but he couldn't help being curious. Yes. Beiji said with a special head, maybe my physique is relatively special, and I have a relatively strong immunity to poison. Just kidding, he is the perfect fighter, how could he be stumped by toxins? He had already thought of this just now. His new body is not afraid of poison at all. That's it. The god satisfied his curiosity, so he didn't ask carefully. The two of them went outside the temple together, Son Goku, and they fought with Raditz again. Vegeta took a look and understood. It must be that Son Goku couldn't help but challenged Raditz again, and then the others joined in. This battle lacked a lot of gunpowder, and focused on fighting. Raditz singled out a group of earth fighters. Yamcha and Tien Shinyan are already here, and with Son Goku, together with Piccolo, they are still easily beaten by Raditz. After all, the difference in strength lies there, and it cannot be won by the number of people. However, Son Goku's combat effectiveness has surpassed everyone by a lot, although it is still not better than Raditz, but it is already a lot stronger than Piccolo. After Sion is healed from his injury, has his strength risen? Vegeta murmured secretly. Before coming to the temple, Son Goku had just been beaten to a half by Raditz. After eating the fairy beans, it is normal for his strength to improve. But Piccolo didn't know the reason. Seeing that Son Goku suddenly became so much stronger, he was unwilling to reconcile and turned all into the driving force of the battle. He chased Raditz fiercely and fought extremely fiercely. Why don't you go together? Vegeta walked to the side of Son Gohan, who was worried about being an audience. I can't. Son Gohan was immediately nervous when he heard it. He has been instilled by Shishi with the idea of being a scholar when he grows up since he was a child. He has never practiced. How dare he get involved in this kind of battle? Thanks for the reward of 1 St place Zyapa Street. ************* Chapter 20. Chapter 20. Chapter 020 Son Gohan's explosive potential. Humph, a bunch of small miscellaneous hairs, do you think that joining forces is my opponent? So naive. Raditz was too uncomfortable to be suppressed by Vegeta before, and now he finally recovered his sense of superiority from these earth warriors. Faced with a group of goods with a combat power of only 1 or 200, even 100 more would not be his opponent. Only after Son Goku's strength has risen can cause him a little trouble, but it is only trouble. When Raditz said so, everyone was very angry, but unfortunately there was too much difference in strength, even if it was too weak to refute. Is it an opponent? Only after you have fought it will you know it, look at the move. Son Goku didn't care so much, he screamed and rushed up, but it was a pity that he was kicked out by Raditz within a few rounds. Goku! Klin exclaimed. But instead of chasing Son Goku, he put his hands on his waist and placed them in a calyx shape, and then condensed a blue ball of light and hit Raditz. Kamehameha Wave. The blue ball of light swept across the air with a beam of light, avoiding the other Dragon Ball fighters, and hit Raditz from the side. Humph! Raditz didn't even turn his head, and hit the Kamehameha back with a flick of his hand. Not good. Klin's expression changed, and Ki Blast was flying towards the kicked Son Goku. Fortunately, at this time, Son Goku had regained his footing, and he was able to take it down with both hands. Hey, it's risky. Son Goku looked scared. In fact, with Klin's strength, as long as it is not in the case of a sneak attack, it will not hurt him at all. What? This is, at this moment, Raditz's body suddenly stiffened and became uncontrollable. This is the superpower of dumplings controlling objects, which can have the effect of holding the body on human beings. It's a pity that there is a huge gap between the strengths of the two sides. Raditz just stiffened for a short while, and he recovered immediately. But just like this, the situation has changed. Good chance. The nearest Tien Shinyan, Yamcha, and Piccolo launched the offensive almost simultaneously. With the three of them working together, the offensive was dizzying, even if Raditz was a little hurried for a while. Of course, even if these attacks were allowed to fall on him, he would not get hurt, at most it would be a little bit painful. But being attacked by a group of small miscellaneous hairs in his eyes is a great shame for him. How can they make Tien Shinyan what they want? Get out of here! Raditz yelled, and a powerful breath burst out of his body. To bear the brunt of this, Tien Shinyan, Yamcha and Dumplings were immediately swept away by this momentum. Piccolo clenched his teeth and persevered, then suddenly burst out with all his strength and fought Raditz together with Son Goku, who had caught up again. Annoying fly! Raditz's face went dark. Had it not been for the energy that Vegeta had left in his body, he would have killed this group of people a long time ago, and how could he be beaten like he is now? In fact, he didn't want to play at the beginning. What's so fun about this kind of game that can't be played hard? It's a pity that Son Goku did it directly, and also attracted a large number of people. What can he do? He is also desperate. When Vegeta came out of the temple, he saw such a chaotic scene. But he just smiled and did not interfere. Raditz's existence was originally redundant, and now it can be used as a sparring partner for these Earth warriors. Gohan, come here. Vegeta beckoned to Son Gohan. What's the matter, Uncle Vegeta? Son Gohan walked over obediently. After Kailan Ta woke up after eating the fairy beans, he listened to Klin's introduction and knew that Vegeta saved him and Son Goku, so he was grateful to Vegeta. I'll check it for you. Vegeta reached out and put his hand on Son Gohan's head, and energy poured into the opponent's body following his hand and heart. Does Uncle B get still no medicine? But my body is fine. Son Gohan obviously misunderstood, but he still obediently did not move. Of course, Vegeta does not know how to heal, nor does he treat him, he is just curious about Son Gohan. From the very beginning, everyone felt that his potential in his body was amazing. If he develops it well, his strength will surpass Son Goku. The fact is true. Whenever he is emotional, his strength will explode. In the Majin Buu chapter, after he was exploited by the old Supreme Kai, he exploded directly and opened the legendary Mysterious Mode, once surpassing Son Goku's Super Saiyan 3. Also the descendant of Super Saiyan, Son Goten and Trunks are indeed not weak, but they are far behind Son Gohan. Besides, when Son Gohan was born, Son Goku was not a Super Saiyan, and his combat power was only more than 300. Can you give birth to a child with explosive potential in this way? So, Son Gohan's abnormal situation is definitely a special case, and it may be different from ordinary people. Sure enough, after Vegeta's inspection, some differences were found. There was a thoughtful expression on his face, and then the energy in his hand surged gently. Boom! A powerful breath broke out in Son Gohan's body, and its intensity even surpassed Raditz. Son Goku, Raditz, and others in the original melee were all stagnant. They turned their heads subconsciously and found that the person who broke out was Gohan, all showing shocked expressions. Even if Raditz can't perceive chi, the aura and coercion brought by the strong are still very obvious, how could he not notice it? How can this be? Everyone was afraid to breathe, including the gods who paid attention to Vegeta's movements all the way. Asterisk. Chapter 21. Chapter 21. Chapter 021 Experimental Mouse Klin. Son Gohan's burst of chi has reached the height of nearly 2000 combat effectiveness, completely surpassing Raditz. Of course, this breath is nothing to Vegeta, but it is incredibly strong to Son Goku and others. It's a pity that before everyone was shocked, Son Gohan's anger quickly faded like ice and snow melted. Then he rolled his eyes and entered a weak state. Hawkswind did not faint directly. What's going on? How did Gohan suddenly become so strong just now? What did you do, Vegeta? Son Goku jumped over. Just looking at the expression on his face, he was more curious than worried about Son Gohan's situation. After all, Son Gohan is just letting go. As long as his physical strength recovers, there is no danger. Yet, the anger just now was so terrifying, it's far stronger than all of us combined. Klin also leaned over. In fact, everyone else looked curious. Vegeta smiled slightly, it was clear in his heart, but there were still some uncertainties. I'll talk about this later, Goku, let me see your situation. Vegeta beckoned to Son Goku. Okay. Son Goku's eyes lit up, and he asked eagerly, can I be like Gohan, too? They could all tell that because Son Gohan had never practiced before, no matter how strong the chi burst out, he couldn't keep it. They could only let it burst out. But it's different when it's replaced by someone else. As long as the air is locked in the body, the combat effectiveness is increased several times. How could they not expect this kind of thing? I don't know yet, I want to see it. Vegeta did not give an accurate answer. But soon, he frowned. Can't it? Son Goku's face was inevitably disappointed. Vegeta said, your body is not the same as Gohan, Klin, let me take a look at yours. Hey? Can I? Klin was a little surprised. Even Son Goku can't meet the requirements, he doesn't have this confidence. Vegeta didn't explain, he pulled Klin to check, his face showed a thoughtful expression again. No? Can Klin do it? Son Goku felt unbalanced when he saw Vegeta's expression. Perhaps because of the blood of the people on Earth. Vegeta guessed, and then said to Klin with a slight seriousness, I want to do an experiment, the process will be a bit dangerous, but if it succeeds, you can just like Gohan just like that. The sun exploded with great power. What about failure? Klin shrank his head and said nervously, will you die? I'm not sure about this. Vegeta jokingly said, if you die, I will let them ask Shenron to help you resurrect. Klin staggered, and his heart began to retreat. Or it's me, I'm also an Earthling. Yamcha stepped up and said, Klin has already died once, Shenron can't help him resurrect him a second time, it doesn't matter if it's me. Vegeta glanced at him somewhat unexpectedly, but he didn't expect this man to be quite courageous at the critical moment. In fact, few people who watch Dragon Ball like Yamcha. It's not because he took away the goddess from everyone's childhood, but Bulma said that Yamcha is very carefree and often goes to spend time and drink. When everyone was cultivating hard, he was the only one who couldn't keep up with his strength. In the end he even left the big team. The first and only person who said he would quit. In addition, there are black spots in his personal resume. Let's not talk about being a desert bandit at the beginning. After the Bu chapter, he ran to work in the cowboy's shop in order to find someone easy to get along with, but was fired because he was too nervous. To sum up, this person may be considered justice, but his character is really not good. Anyway, Vegeta doesn't have a good impression of him, so he can develop his potential? It's better to find Tian Xinyan. Cough. Kling gave a dry cough and plucked up the courage to say, I'll do it myself, I believe in Vegeta. Beget smiled and said, don't worry, although it is dangerous, it will not kill you. If there is an accident, a fairy bean will be enough to solve it. Klin just breathed a sigh of relief. This is the temple, and Kailan Ta is underneath. I want the fairy beans to be available at any time. In this regard, Yamsha is naturally not good at saying anything. Are you ready? I'm about to start. Klin swallowed and nodded, and a cloud of energy suddenly surged from Veget's hand, which instantly slapped Klin's abdomen. What? Klin's body convulsed, and he let out a scream. Cling! The faces of the others changed drastically, and Son Goku was about to pass immediately, but was stopped by Vegeta. Don't come here! Klin gritted his teeth and said to everyone. He clenched his teeth, his fists were tightly clenched, and there were blue veins beating on his bald head. Body cramps, big beads of sweat slipping off his forehead. It can be seen that he is enduring the pain with great perseverance. Beget, Clint, Son Goku scratched his head anxiously. Everyone present felt that he had the deepest feelings for Klin. After all, he grew up and practiced together. Veget waved his hand and made a silent gesture. This is a process that must be experienced. The only thing he is not sure about is that he does not know how far the final effect will be. Boom! At this moment, a powerful breath burst out of Klin's body, and a white flame rose up. It's done. The effect seems to be good. Veget's eyes lit up. Okay, so strong. Son Goku and others who were still worried about Klin were dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. Asterisk. Chapter 22. Chapter 22. Chapter 022, The Legendary Super Earthman. Klin's outburst is now stronger than Son Gohan just now. Veget made a simple judgment, and based on Raditz' combat effectiveness, he was 1500, Son Gohan had about 2000 just now, and Klin now has 2500. So strong. I feel a steady flow of power coming out of my body. Klin carefully controlled the chi that burst out of his body, and the originally huge white flames quickly fixed around his body. Although he hadn't practiced in the Celestial Temple, he was not very proficient in the control of chi. But after all, after many years of cultivation, it is still possible to just lock the breath and prevent the loss of energy. How on earth is this done? There is such a powerful force hidden in the blood of our people on earth. The people around were already dumbfounded, and the Earthlings Yamsha and Tien Shinyan were even more excited. Son Goku's face was depressed. From what Vegeta said just now, he could hear that this is a power that only the people of the earth can inspire. He had been a human being on earth for more than 20 years, but only then did he learn that he was Scion. You should understand, Klin. Veget put his hands on his chest, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He is really happy. It wasn't because of Klin's state, but because he had sensed in his own body by the way, it could also stimulate this power. Yes. Klin replied, with a look of excitement, you seem to help me get through the 2 meridians in my body, and then all my potential burst out. But soon, he calmed down again and analyzed, although this state is very strong, but the physical strength and energy consumption are also much greater, it should not be able to persist for too long. The best you can think like this. Beget smiled, the 2 meridians I helped you get through are called Rondu 2nd Meridian. Once these 2 meridians are connected, all the potential will burst out. Let's put this kind of the state is called the potential state. In the state of potential, you will gain more than 10 times the strength in a short period of time. This multiple should be increased with future practice. However, this kind of strength cannot be used frequently, and overloading can cause permanent damage to the body. Think. You must adapt to the greatest possible extent and exert this power, and work hard to increase your physical strength. With Vegeta's explanation, everyone basically understood what was going on. To put it simply, opening up the two channels of Ren and Du is equivalent to stimulating all the potential. When it is not used in normal times, closing the passageway has no effect on itself. Once the passage opening is opened, the power that is usually hidden in the body will not be used, it will burst out at one time, until the physical strength and energy are exhausted. The passage opening can also be actively closed. Of course, if this force is used too much, cell activity will be sharply reduced, greatly depleting vitality. Hey? So, only Earth people have these two meridians. Son Goku looked disappointed, and then asked strangely, then what's the situation with Gohan? Vegeta explained, although Gohan is your son, he also has half of the Earth's blood, so he has the second line of Ren and Du, and by coincidence, his second line of Ren and Du is in a congenital state. If it is an ordinary Earth person, of course it is fine. But he has half of the Scion bloodline, and his physique is inherently stronger than that of the Earth person. This causes his potential to burst out if he gets emotional and loses control of his strength. So I suggest that it is best to let him as soon as possible. He learned to control his anger. That's it. Son Goku seemed to understand. But he finally understood one thing: Son Gohan seems to be better than the purebred Scion and the purebred Earthlings. He is of course happy for his son as a father. It's just that when he thought that he didn't have those two meridians, he was so depressed. Son Goku looked at Vegeta with a look of expectation, and put his hands together and said, Vegeta, since the people of the earth have the second line of governing, then Scion should also have another line? Why don't you look for it again? Raditz was also unhappy next to him and said, Hey, Scion is a fighting nation. There is no reason why it is worse than this kind of miscellaneous hair on the earth. You must have not seen it clearly. Raditz, how about letting my miscellaneous hair loosen your bones? Klin, who was still in a state of potential, smiled weirdly, clenching his fists. He can still remember that when Raditz just came to the door, he drew him away with a tail. Raditz's breath stagnated, pretending not to hear, and turning his head away. Just kidding, he's not a fool, the ghost is fighting this bald head at this moment. Even if he can't perceive chi, it doesn't mean he can't distinguish people whose strength is far better than him. Otherwise, he would have been beaten to death in the years he had been fighting in the universe. Scion has ways to improve his strength, of course. Vegeta said at this time. Hey? Really? Son Goku's eyes lit up and he was overjoyed. Come on, I'll do an experiment for you. Are you sure? Vegeta's expression became weird. Son Goku felt something wrong, but he gritted his teeth and nodded in response to the desire for strength. Okay. Okay. Beiji pointed his head and said to Klin, Klin, you can go to Kalinta to get some fairy beans. Do you need fairy beans? Okay. Klin said to Vegeta at this time as a sacred decree, and directly shot towards Kalinta below in a state of potential. Also, do you want fairy beans? Son Goku grunted and swallowed. Is it because Scion opens up the meridians, the process is much more dangerous than the humans on Earth? How did he know that Scion does not need any meridians? As long as he is resurrected from the dead, the effect is definitely much better than opening the meridians, because this is a permanent improvement of the body's strength. Asterisk. Chapter 23. Chapter 23. Chapter 023 Son Goku becomes the weakest. Boom. As soon as Klin left, a powerful breath broke out from the heavens. It's just that this chi didn't burst out all at once, but was divided into 3 stages, and 1 stage of improvement. Simply put, it is. Boom. The breath suddenly increased by a large amount, surpassing Son Goku. Boom. The breath has improved a lot again, surpassing Raditz. Boom. For the 3rd time, Klin's breath has improved a lot, completely surpassing his potential state. What? Everyone subconsciously looked towards the place where the breath burst, and it was Piccolo. Even Vegeta was a little surprised. Isn't Piccolo from Namek? Do Namek people also have 2 lines of Ren and Du? Piccolo? Have you also opened up the 2 channels of Ren and Du? Son Goku swished over, what was called an imbalance in his heart. Everyone has surpassed him one after another. When Tian Xinyan and Yamcha both get through the 2 lines of Ren Du, won't he be the weakest? The gods were also very surprised, because when Vegeta explained the 2 channels of Ren Du, he actually looked for it in his own body, but he didn't find it. But why, Piccolo, who shares his life, can get through by himself? No. Piccolo's expression was a little weird. I can't find the position of Ren Du my. Vegeta knew this, and it was true that only the earthly man had the 2nd line of Ren and Du. But here comes the question. Since it is not through the 2 channels of Ren and Du, what is the current state of Piccolo? He could see that Piccolo also exploded in potential. Then Son Goku scratched his head for unknown reasons. Piccolo took a look at Vegeta and explained, after listening to Vegeta just now, I also tried to find the Rondu meridian by myself, but failed to find it, but found a blocked acupuncture path in the head. And from the top going down, there are a total of 8 such acupuncture points, and I will try to get through the acupuncture points. As a result, I only opened up 3 blocked acupuncture points, and my breath increased 3 times. The next 5 couldn't be opened anyway. It should be the reason why my body strength is not enough. In this state, as described by Klin just now. The same, it should be the so-called state of potential, right? Piccolo usually doesn't have so many words, but this accident opened his potential state, and he was excited and said so much in one breath. At the same time, he also wanted to describe it in as much detail as possible and let Vegeta observe if there would be any side effects. 8-Gate Dungia. The term came up in Vegeta's mind for the first time, and suddenly there was a feeling that the Dragon Ball world was broken. However, he went forward to help Piccolo to check it, and the result was indeed no problem, similar to the situation in which the people of the earth opened up the Rondu meridian. These 8 blocked acupoints are really similar to the 8-door Dungia in Hokage. Every time a blocked acupuncture point is opened, the breath can increase by a large amount. But once the last one is opened, it is also the end of death after the explosion, because there is the last culprit. This is interesting. The corners of Vegeta's mouth rose slightly. First it was a Super Earth Man, now there is a Super Namek Man, plus the future Super Saiyan. What kind of danger will appear on the Earth in the future? Everyone will be angry. And scared the villains to pee? Well, that's just thinking about it. In fact, no matter whether it is a Super Earthman or a Super Namek, it is still inferior to Super Saiyan in terms of potential. This is just to improve the overall level of the Earth Warrior. Vegeta briefly explained the matter and reminded Piccolo to pay attention to the last blockade. Of course, he did not say that it must not be opened. Anyway, there is a Dragon Ball in this world. It doesn't matter if you die after exploding, it mainly depends on whether the opponent is worth his exploding. I just sensed the breath of Piccolo, have you also stimulated the state of potential? Klin returned with the fairy beans. Because Vegeta didn't say how much he wanted, he took all the inventory of Immortal Kalin, exactly, 3. Alright. In this timeline, Fairy Bean had been defeated by the Fat Man Yakilobe. In the original work, Son Goku returned from the practice of the Realm King, only to get 2 fairy beans, and finally had to go to the hospital after playing Vegeta. Regardless of Yamcha's explanation of Piccolo's situation for Klin, Vegeta got the fairy beans and threw one to Son Goku. Gohan, this one is for you. There are not many celestial beans, but this one is not bad. Just look back and let Kalin Immortal have more varieties. If you have any technical problems, it's a big deal to ask Shenron for help. Goku, are you ready? Vegeta turned to look at Son Goku. I'm already ready, what do I need to do? Son Goku couldn't help it for a long time, and started a warm-up exercise. You don't need to do anything, just, a wicked smile appeared at the corner of Vegeta's mouth, and then he held out a finger. Baiu! A ki blast pierced Son Goku's chest directly, just a line from the heart. What are you doing? Goku! All the people present changed their colors. If it hadn't been for what Vegeta had done before that had convinced them, I was afraid that they would have to do it directly. But even so, if there is no reason to persuade them, they will never forgive Vegeta. Fortunately, they soon saw Vegeta send the fairy beans into Son Goku's mouth. But in a moment, Son Goku's injury recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. What the hell is this? However, before they could ask questions, there was a loud noise. After the others, Son Goku also burst into an extremely powerful aura. It completely surpassed everyone before. Compared to Piccolo, it is a lot more than that. Most importantly, the power of Son Goku is not the state of potential, but the actual hard power. Asterisk. Chapter 24. Chapter 24. Chapter 024. You can be stronger without cultivation. Has it reached its limit? The combat power should be around 5,000. Vegeta carefully observes the situation of Son Goku, which is also very helpful for him to study his Saiyan physique. According to Vegeta in the original book, Saiyan will be greatly strengthened after he recovers from his injuries after a fierce battle. The stronger the opponent in the battle, the heavier the injury he suffered, and the greater the increase in strength after recovery. But for Vegeta, there are two more important points. One is that he has seen people whose strength is far beyond him, and the other is that he has a strong desire to become stronger. Just like the previous Vegeta, the opponent he encountered was not much stronger than him at the beginning, and his mentality was relatively stable, so every time he recovers from injury, his combat power only increases by tens of thousands. Until he met Kinu and Frieza, who was crushing him by strength, his mentality almost collapsed several times. The unwillingness and anger in the heart all exploded in an instant, and then the strength began to increase explosively, at least a few 100,000 at a time. Most importantly, in the face of Frieza's third form, where Frieza has more than 2 million combat power, he doesn't even have the ability to fight. In the end, he was seriously injured by Klin, and after his resurrection, he increased from several 100,000 to 2 million. It can be seen from this that the main thing is the vision plus the mentality, and it does not have to be played against a strong opponent. Son Goku was also severely injured by Kinu and was unable to intervene in the battle during the treatment period. He was worried about the safety of Son Gohan and Klin, and he sensed the strong breath erupting from Piccolo and Frieza one after another, and his fighting power began to increase explosively. But here, after he played with Raditz, Vegeta just appeared. Although he also wanted to become stronger in his mind, the situation was not urgent at the time, so he only increased his combat effectiveness from more than 400 to about 600. But after being surpassed by Gohan, Klin, and Piccolo one after another, and knowing that people on Earth can stimulate the state of potential, Son Goku couldn't sit still. This resurrection from the dead directly increased his combat power to more than 5,000, shocking everyone except Vegeta. This, what kind of aura has Kakarot rise to? Raditz's face was full of amazement. He was the only one in the court who couldn't perceive the intensity of chi, but he knew very well that these people who had improved successively had the ability to sling him. Who on earth said that the Earth is just a backward planet, and it is full of uncivilized and weak indigenous people? Raditz is a little autistic, and he feels that the future is dark. If you want to escape the control of the people on Earth, the hope is even slimmer. So scary. What the hell is going on? Why did Goku get so badly injured and so much strength after healed? After Klin and others were shocked, they looked strange again. Son Goku's current strength is not the same as theirs. This is not a temporary burst of potential state, but a real hard power that can be used for a long time. Yes, why is this? After Son Goku was overjoyed, he was also very strange. Beget. You must know the reason, right? Ah. Vegeta replied and explained, Sion is a natural warrior. He fights against powerful opponents. He will fight stronger and stronger. And every time he is injured and resurrected, his strength will increase. Vegeta briefly explained the situation, and everyone understood. Just now it was Son Goku who admired the people on Earth, but now it is these people who admire Son Goku. However, everyone has their own chances, and Vegeta helped them dig out the 2 lines of Ren and Du, and now everyone is satisfied. At the request of everyone, Vegeta also helped Tien Shinyan, Dumplings and Yamcha to connect the 2 lines of Ren Du. Although he really doesn't like Yamcha, everyone has helped. It is not too obvious to treat it differently. This is not Vegeta's style of behavior. As a result, the square outside the Tien Shen temple broke out in a wave of energy far beyond the past, and soon they were fighting together again. In order to adapt to this state, but also in order to adapt to this sudden increase in strength, Raditz still couldn't escape, but this time, his strength was better than Dumplings in the state of potential, and he couldn't match the rest of them. Fortunately, because of the strength being left behind, everyone no longer attacked him together, fighting against each other. Raditz finally survived. Vegeta took a look, ignored them, and went to the corner to sit down. Having studied the physiques of the Earthlings and Sion, next he will analyze his situation in detail. His body was originally a combination of Son Goku and Vegeta, so it can only be considered Sion in perfect condition. Later, both the soul and the body were in perfect control, and his own earthly human attributes became dominant instead. Therefore, whether it is Sion's transformation or the potential state of the Earthlings, he can use it. Of course, he also tried to find the 8-door Dungia, but unfortunately that was indeed unique to the Namek people, and he did not have these 8 shackles in his body. Otherwise, when the time comes, the second line of Rondu and the 8 gates of Dungia, plus the Super Game transformation, nothing else, the transformation of the Super 3 will be Super God. But there was one thing that surprised Vegeta. The power raised by drinking Super God water would automatically become stronger without him practicing. It seems that because of inertia, it has been in a state of actively absorbing those 3 mixed energies. Is this a reasonable excuse for me to be a salted fish? Beget suddenly couldn't laugh or cry. You can become stronger without practicing, and he really is God's own son. It can only be said that it is worthy of being a traveler, an absolute protagonist of heaven and earth. Asterisk. Chapter 25. Chapter 25. Chapter 025 Combat Power, Come KO Come KO. 2 days later, Bulma sent the newly completed detector. Surprisingly, she actually made contact lenses. You people are often fighting, making contact lenses, which are not easy to damage. Bulma murmured casually, but his eyes were looking around. After all, she was also the first time to come to the Temple of Heaven. But although the scenery in this place is good, it is a pity that the air is too thin to attract her. Awesome! Vegeta had to admire, as expected, Bulma is indeed a genius. I can think of such an idea. That is. Bulma was praised, her eyes suddenly narrowed into moon buds with a smile. It's just, how do you use this thing? Vegeta tried to take one and put it on. Blinking, there is no effect, as if it doesn't exist. This is voice activated. Bulma explained, as long as you call out the word detection alone, you will be able to detect where your eyes are focused. And according to your requirements, there is no upper limit for the detected value. Explore! Vegeta yelled, then looked at Son Goku who was doing basic training not far away. Diddy! Combat power, 5,500. Yes, after the resurrection from the dead, Son Goku's combat effectiveness has indeed only increased to about 5,000. However, after 2 days of adaptation and training, the combat effectiveness has improved slightly and has stabilized to 5005. Piccolo, combat power 602. Klin, combat power 385. Tian Xinyan, fighting power 412. Yamsha, 320 combat power. Dumplings, fighting power 238. This is their current strength. After breaking out of their potential state, because they have felt a stronger power and part of their potential has been retained, all of them have improved in just 2 days. The potential state of other people is basically around 8 to 10 times. Including Piccolo's third shackle, everyone can easily sling Raditz 1500 after breaking out. However, the only exception is Dumplings. Perhaps the strength of his body is not enough, he can only increase his potential state by 5 times. Therefore, it is still not as good as Raditz. As for Sun Gohan, he has been sent back to Bayezishan. He said that he would go home first, soothe Shishi, and wait for Shishi to persuade him, and then come to practice with everyone. For this, Vegeta would naturally not care. Yes, great. Vegeta gave Bulma a thumbs up. Although it has not tested its upper limit, since Bulma said it is unlimited, it should be fine. Perhaps, by detecting his own strength, he can also detect it, and he is also quite curious about his current combat effectiveness. Bulma, what should you do if you want to detect yourself? Can't you ask others for help? Bulma rolled his eyes and said, you said I'm amazing, why didn't I take this into consideration? You just need to close your eyes and call detection. I see. Vegeta couldn't wait to do so, and the result kun. What the hell? Vegeta was dumbfounded. Seeing his expression like this, Bulma couldn't help asking, what's the matter? Garbage. Vegeta was speechless. There are such types of garbled in this world? Impossible, could it be that what went wrong? Bulma put on a set herself, she made a total of 10 sets, including Son Goku and others. Detection! Bulma exclaimed, it's amazing. Although Klin and the others are also very strong, Goku is actually 5500. And it really deserves to be Goku. After speaking, she turned her head to look at Vegeta and said probing. The result Kanjinkiao Kanjinkiao. How could this be? Bulma frowned and whispered to herself, no, maybe the formula is wrong? But Goku and the others can clearly detect it. At this time, Son Goku and others discovered the movement here, and they all came together. After I understood the situation, I couldn't help but marvel at the convenience of this detector, and at the same time, I was curious about the mysterious combat effectiveness of Vegeta. Hey, where is there any limit? It's really whimsical. After listening, Raditz snorted with disdain, I can't do it even on a planet with a very high degree of scientific civilization in the universe. Isn't it natural that problems will go wrong? In Raditz's view, Vegeta's combat effectiveness must have exceeded the upper limit of the detector. This Earthwoman just turned the explosive table into a garbled code, essentially a detector of his type, purely fooling people who don't understand. What are you talking about? Suffering doubts in his own field, Bulma suddenly exploded and cursed, I don't even understand the formula, and only use the original data to input one by one. This can also be called a very high degree of scientific civilization? If in the universe at this level, that lady can be called the first scientist of the universe. Raditz naturally sneered, but he didn't answer his lips, and he turned off the flames after being looked at by Vegeta. Perhaps I know the reason. Vegeta groaned, and whispered in Bulma's ear. Hey? It turned out to be the reason. Bulma's eyes lit up and said, then I know how to improve. But, Vegeta, you are really good. You can do it like this. Goku, are they stupid? Vegeta couldn't help laughing, Bulma's mouth was really merciless. Asterisk. Chapter 26. Chapter 26. Chapter 026 Sending Son Goku to Borderland. Bulma knew the reason for the emergence of Kunjing Ko, and immediately had a new idea, so she took all the detectors back, and she wanted to go back and make a new version. Beget, what did you tell Bulma just now? Why did she call me a stupid? Son Goku asked with a shy face. Regardless of his honesty on the surface, he is actually careful. This is obviously because I heard something in Bulma's words, and deliberately inquired. Vegeta smiled and said with a smile, you still don't want to know. For you now, knowing these is not good, it will only delay your practice. If you want to slow down your strength in the future, you will be far away from Piccolo. Then it's okay if I tell you. Never mind then. Son Goku was taken aback, and immediately waved away. But soon, he put on another fighting posture. Beget, let's fight. Don't do it. Vegeta curled his lips, lay down on a recliner that Bulma had brought him before, turned over and acted like a salted fish. Just kidding, who likes to fight with this fighting frenzy, and has no tendency to be abused? What are you doing? Everyone is working hard to cultivate, is it really good for you? Son Goku didn't understand Vegeta's behavior. He rolled his eyes and punched him without saying a word. As a result, what made him startled was that Vegeta didn't even get up, just lazily raised a finger, and easily pressed the fist. Isn't it? Son Goku's eyes were staring out of surprise. The place where Vegeta's finger was pressed was already red, and a fingerprint was printed. You're too exaggerated, right? I thought my strength had improved so much, even if it wasn't your opponent, it wouldn't be much worse. He was already quite sure that his current strength was not too far from the strength that Vegeta had shown when he subdued Raditz. Kakarot, are you funny? Raditz jumped out to be a Tuko player again. Your strength is improving, and Vegeta's strength is also recovering. Is it because you improve quickly or he recovers quickly? This isn't it obvious and opinionated? He is almost at the bottom of his strength now, and he can only show off his sense of presence verbally. Otherwise, he was really afraid that everyone would gradually ignore him, and then he would be thrown in the corner for the rest of his life. Yes. Son Goku remembered that Vegeta was still recovering from his injury. Thinking of this, he was not surprised at Vegeta's behavior, but felt embarrassed for his sneak attack just now. Sorry, Vegeta, I forgot just now. Son Goku finished apologizing, and before Vegeta could speak, he did not repent and entangled, otherwise you will hurt me again. I think it's almost reaching the limit now, and it's too slow to improve simply by practicing. Vegeta was quite speechless, and Son Goku was too troublesome when he was idle. Forget it, let's send him to frontier, or else I can't calm down and cultivate, Xian, practice, you. God. Vegeta yelled in the direction of the temple, and the figure of the god appeared soon. Take him to the Realm King, there is more suitable for him. Vegeta pointed to Son Goku, who jumped up and down. The god was stunned for a moment. He had thought of this before, but it was finally dispelled by the appearance of Vegeta. Unexpectedly, Vegeta would mention the king of the world. How did he know? Who is the world king? Is it amazing? Son Goku's eyes lit up. Ah, super awesome! Beget casually said in a perfunctory sentence, as long as you come back from practicing there, your strength will increase several times at least. Really? Son Goku couldn't hold back anymore, even his wife and children had forgotten, and he directly pulled Tenjin and said, Tenjin, you take me there. Okay. Before the gods had time to think, he was forced to drive the ducks onto the shelves. But he still warned carefully, you have to remember, don't talk nonsense when you get to the place, listen to my instructions for a while, and be polite. I see, I won't talk nonsense. Son Goku promised with a pat on his chest. As a result, the gods left with Son Goku, and the two of them disappeared into the temple suddenly, very similar to instant transmission. However, Vegeta can see that this is not instant transmission, but a shuttle between two different worlds. It seems that the gods first made a request to the underworld, and then shot them over there to pick them up. Vegeta remembered that feeling a little bit, and if he needed to go to the underworld in the future, he should be able to find his way on his own. But you don't need to take this matter to heart. Even if there is such a time, there is always a way to go. Feeling the situation in the body, the situation is very good. The strength of the newborn has grown several times. Even if you lie still, if this continues, it will not take a few years to absorb and digest all the three mixed energies. Unfortunately, Son Goku's strength is still too bad. If there is a fierce battle with a well-matched opponent, the absorption speed will be much faster. Vegeta sighed slightly. He had discovered before that fighting can increase the efficiency of energy absorption, but unfortunately there is no opponent here. So, he set his goal on Frieza 1 year later. As for starting now, take the initiative to find the door? I'm sorry, excluding the 10 times compression energy that is temporarily unusable, he is not yet Frieza's opponent. Therefore, he usually seems to lie here salted fish, but in fact he is using his thoughts to accelerate the absorption of energy, so that he can speed up a little bit, and by the way, it is also the accumulation of precipitation. After a year, he will definitely fight Frieza and even surpass his strength. At that time, I will borrow the hands of Frieza to complete the complete transformation of energy. Thanks for the reward of Super Saiyan Super 10. Asterisk. Chapter 27. Chapter 27. Chapter 027, O Bulma a favor. Son Goku was sent to the King of the Realm, and Vegeta's days were suddenly much easier. Without the buzzing sound in my ears, I feel a lot more happy, and I even have a leisurely guide to Piccolo and others to practice. Piccolo and the others knew that Son Goku had gone to other places to practice, and his strength would at least increase several times when he returned. He became more hard-working in his practice, and his strength was steadily improving. What I have to say is that Raditz is also getting into this circle little by little and has begun to practice hard. Moreover, he also learned the perception and use of Chi from Bobo, and his talents were stronger than all the people on Earth. Of course, the cause of this incident was a conversation between him and Vegeta. Now these people on Earth are stronger than me, and I can't destroy the Earth casually. Can you eliminate the energy in my body? Raditz found an opportunity and initiated a request to Vegeta. The energy was in his body, like an untimely bomb. Maybe one day when Vegeta was in a bad mood, he would let it explode. Vegeta just smiled faintly when he heard the words, and replied, when to eliminate it depends on you. When you have a combat power of more than 100,000, you can easily resolve it yourself. Women's mouth. Various MMPs in Raditz's mind. He figured it out, and Vegeta was just entertaining him. 100,000 combat power? Are you kidding me? In his heart, even if he worked hard for a lifetime, he wouldn't reach 100,000. But Vegeta doesn't matter what he thinks, it's not bad to keep Raditz alive. Within 2 days, Bulma came again and sent a new version of the ship's detector. This time it will definitely be possible, and there will never be any more unstable situation. Bulma said confidently. Vegeta smiled, and practice is the only measure of truth. But this time Bulma didn't disappoint him, and he really detected his strength. Combat power, 25,000. Strength, 500,000. How is it? Surprised? Seeing the surprised expression on Vegeta's face, Bulma smiled triumphantly, and then put on the detector herself and probed Vegeta's strength. Puff! Bulma sprayed instantly, his eyes widened, and he didn't recover for a long time. 500,000. Her voice was very loud, attracting Piccolo, Klin and others who were practicing. Klin said strangely, Bulma, what 500,000? What surprised you so much? Bulma pointed at Vegeta, her fingers trembling a little. His combat strength is 500,000. What? How is it possible? This is too exaggerated, right? The intensity of combat power? Is it different from ordinary combat power? Everyone had different expressions, but without exception, they were all shocked. Piccolo's eyes flickered, but he still remembered that Vegeta's injury hadn't healed yet. In other words, 500,000 is not the peak combat power. Vegeta smiled slightly and waved his hand. Okay, don't make a fuss. I'm just going further than you. You can reach this height in the future. This is the real master style. Vegeta silently clicked 32 likes for his performance. All right. In fact, he was amazed by the new version of the ship's detector. 500,000 is indeed the combat power he can exert now, that is, the energy that has been increased after drinking super divine water, which has been increased from 100,000 to 500,000. These days, in addition to analyzing and understanding the power of those rules, he is maintaining the compressed state of energy, which has now stabilized at a level of 20 times. After 500,000 compressed 20 times, 25,000 are left. In other words, the combat power shown above is actually the amount of chi, and strength is the real hard power. Just like the current Piccolo, the combat power is 625, and the strength is 625. This proves that Piccolo's gas is very ordinary and has not undergone any purification. Of course, with his current state, he really hasn't reached this point. But, why are your combat power and intensity different? We are all the same. Klin also used the new version of the detector to detect it, and then expressed doubts about Vegeta's strength. In fact, only Bulma knew why, otherwise she would not be able to make a new detector. But Vegeta told her not to speak out, so she didn't talk too much. Of course, Vegeta wouldn't say it, but just said, "You are not in the realm yet. Now you just need to work hard to improve your strength. You don't need to think about anything else, and you will gradually understand it later." Okay. Hearing this, Klin could only shrug his shoulders. They were all shocked by Vegeta's strength and began to practice frantically one by one. Now that they know that someone can reach this point, they believe that they will be able to cultivate one day. These warriors are the top-notch on Earth, none of them are fuel-efficient lamps. Bulma, I have to trouble you to make one more thing next. When they left, Vegeta said to Bulma again. Bulma wrinkled her nose. What, you really can call people? Come on, what are you going to do this time? Gravity device. Vegeta said, a device that can change the gravity around you. I believe it is not a problem for you. Hey! Bulma chuckled lightly. Of course she is happy to be recognized in her field. However, she did not directly agree, but said, never mind the previous detectors. With the gravity device, unless you promise to owe me a favor, I will help you. A fighter of 500,000 combat power, this is 100 times stronger than Son Goku, and he is handsome, how can he easily let it go? Asterisk. Chapter 28. Chapter 28. Chapter 028 Scion is coming. Vegeta didn't know Bulma's careful thoughts, but thought that this woman was really shrewd. After thinking for a while, he nodded in agreement. It is not his style to always get and not pay. Since it troubles others, he must always pay. Moreover, Bulma is just an ordinary person, even if he asks for any favors, he won't propose things that make Vegeta difficult to do. The rest of the day was calm, everyone was busy cultivating, and nothing strange happened. In the meantime, Son Gohan finally came, listening to what he meant, persuading Shishi to spend a lot of thought. Vegeta didn't interfere with Son Gohan's practice. He had already figured out Son Gohan's physical condition, so naturally he was no longer curious. Vegeta usually lays on the recliner very salty, but actually puts his mind on the power of the rules in his body. While using the mind to accelerate energy digestion, while comprehending those rules. Apart from cultivating, he would also walk to the lower realm alone and wander around. After all, he is a traverser, and he is very curious about the Dragon Ball world. And he can't keep working hard, he's not a cultivator, the current practice is purely for the purpose of being able to live better in the future. When his strength reaches a certain height, he will definitely enjoy life. 2 months later, Bulma sent the gravity device, which was completed with the help of her father, Dr. Bruv. An external device has an effective range of 100 meters and can cover the entire celestial realm. This is for Piccolo, Klin, and Tien Shinyan. There is also a portable bracelet that you can carry around, which Vegeta wants. In this way, he can take it on his body and practice gravity anytime and anywhere, just like a load-bearing clothing on his body. However, the gravity device is different from the load-bearing clothing after all. This change in gravity, together with the internal organs, flesh and blood, and bones, must be tolerated, unlike the load-bearing clothing that can only add weight to the body. Time passed by, and soon a year passed. On this day, the Earth Warrior, who was still practicing unremittingly, suddenly heard a voice in his heart. "Hi, I haven't seen you in 1 year, how are you doing?" Although this voice sounded from the bottom of my heart, everyone heard it, including Vegeta. "Goku? Is it Goku? Goku is back? Where is it?" Everyone turned their heads and looked around, not seeing Son Goku at all. Vegeta raised his brow slightly. Of course he knew that Son Goku was not here. Since the voice came, it was obviously through King Kai's ability. In this, he faintly caught the fluctuation of the power of rules. If he wants to, he can transmit the voice in the reverse direction, without using the Realm King's ability to receive it. Moreover, he can directly use the power of rules to instant transmission to King Kai Star. That's right, during this year, Vegeta's perception of the power of rules has risen to a high level, and he has even been able to use the power of rules to perform instant transmission, similar to that of Supreme Kai. You don't need to look for it anymore. I'm still in the World King Star, and now I am talking to everyone through the power of the World King. Son Goku's voice sounded in the hearts of everyone again. "Hey? Can you still do this? Lord Jiwang is really amazing!" Klin exclaimed. When the others heard this, they stopped looking for Son Goku. "Master Realm King is indeed very good. He taught me very good tricks. When I go back, I will definitely surprise you. And Vegeta, maybe I'm better than you, hehe. Son Goku is very good. It is proud." He didn't know about the fact that Vegeta had detected 500,000 combat power, and it was a year ago. Over the past year, Vegeta's breath has been converging, unable to detect specific strength, but it is clear that he has been improving. Klin and the others held back their smiles without exposing them. They were both suffocating each other, and they waited to see Son Goku challenge Vegeta when he came back, and smashed into a big somersault. "Don't talk nonsense." The savvy Piccolo let out a soft snort, and said proudly, "Son Goku, you are talking to us at this time, shouldn't you be idle and bored? Is it Sion coming?" When the others heard this, their faces changed one after another, and they were a little nervous for a while. According to Raditz, the strength of these Earth Warriors has indeed improved a lot, but if you don't count the potential status, they are still not opponents of his two companions. However, the potential state is, after all, a blasting skill, the kind that is empty after bursting, can only be used as a whole card. The combat power on the bright side can't be compared, it must be nervous. "Piccolo? I can't hide it from you." Son Goku exclaimed and said, "Yes, Lord Realm has already sensed it. Sion will arrive on Earth tomorrow, so I remind you to be prepared first." Tomorrow. Everyone clenched their fists one after another, and there was a strong gleam in their eyes. In addition to being nervous, they also want to show the results of this year's practice. At this time Vegeta interjected and asked, "Goku, how long did it take you to go?" "Haha, it didn't take long, it was only 3 months, hey." Son Goku was stunned, and then yelled, "It's broken, I forgot to count the time to go back, now I go back. I don't know if it's too late, you must wait for me. Idiot! Klin and others helplessly stroked their heads. The corner of Vegeta's mouth rose slightly, and he knew that Son Goku was habitually lazy. You know, in the original work, after Piccolo and others died, it only took more than 30 days to reach the Realm King. Among a few people, the fighting power of dumplings is only 610. When Son Goku ran Snake Road, although he only had 416 combat effectiveness, he also wore a load suit, but how could he not run too many in the first half of the year? And here is even more amazing, with 5,500 combat power, and in the end, it has been running for 3 months, a master in the lazy world. Asterisk. Chapter 29. Chapter 29. Chapter 029. Be a happy people who eat melons. Knowing that Sion is coming tomorrow, Klin and the others did not conduct high-intensity training anymore, but began to adjust their breath to restore themselves to their peak state. Raditz, although it is not very good to say that, since the 2 Sions are your former companions, you should know them well. Piccolo found Raditz and asked about the 2 Sions. Cut, who do you think I am? Am I the kind of person who will betray my companions? Raditz's face was full of disdain. Although he has slowly adapted to life on the earth now, and feels that his current life is much stronger than before, and it is precarious, but in his heart he still regards himself as Sion, and does not think that he is in the same group as the people on earth. Should you decide for yourself? Anyway, with our current strength, even if the combat power is weaker than them, everyone will burst into a state of potential together. I believe they will not be opponents, right? The corner of Piccolo's mouth rose slightly and said, I just want to learn more, maybe I can find a slightly more peaceful solution, otherwise, if Vegeta wants you to join me, how do you choose? The energy in Raditz's body has not been eliminated yet, and his life is still in the hands of Vegeta. Klin was surprised. Piccolo, I didn't expect you to join forces against the enemy. Still want a peaceful settlement? Sure enough, Goku is right. After rebirth, Piccolo is completely different from the previous devil. Stop talking nonsense! Piccolo instantly exploded and roared, this is only temporary. When the 2 Sions are resolved, I will still be the devil who wants to conquer the world, and I will destroy you by then. It's a pity that Klin is not at all shocked. Even Tien Shinyan, Yamcha, and others are smiling. Because Vegeta asked Bulma to make a gravity device, they hadn't left this year and had been cultivating in the heavens. Of course, Piccolo was also together. I spent a year together day and night, who doesn't know who? Son Gohan, who has already honed his character a lot, also murmured, Uncle Piccolo is really not honest. Who is not there? Although Son Gohan's voice was low, everyone heard it clearly, and all of a sudden burst into laughter. Humph, you guys can smile now, and when Vegeta and the others come, you won't be able to laugh when you want to laugh. Raditz curled his lips and was very upset with the joyous atmosphere on the scene. Since you want to know their details, I'll just reveal a little bit. If Vegeta doesn't make a move, you alone will not be Vegeta's opponents. Even in a state of explosive potential. The 2 Sions who came were called Vegeta and Nappa, Raditz had said before, so they all knew who Raditz was talking about. But they didn't expect that Vegeta, whose name was very similar to Vegeta, had such a strong ability. Isn't even the potential state really an opponent? Klin's expression became serious. You must know that his potential state has been able to steadily erupt, and under the unscrupulous full fight, he can hold 10 times the fighting power for 10 minutes. Just like that, still not that Sion's opponent? When other people heard Raditz's words, their hearts were heavy, as expected. Do they still have to rely on the power of Son Goku or Vegeta? It's just that they didn't know. Without noticing, a trace of triumph and joking flashed in Raditz's eyes, and only Vegeta not far away saw it. If you count the transformation of the Great Ape, Vegeta is indeed better than all of them combined. Vegeta also felt funny in his heart. Klin and others are indeed much better than the original, but obviously it is impossible to reach the height of Vegeta within a year. They can burst into a state of potential, and Vegeta can also transform into a great ape. Although Vegeta's great ape has weaknesses, its combat power can be maintained for a long time, not as short as its potential state. Of course, the state of potential will explode, but the great ape needs to make a moon first. In this respect, the state of potential is even better. Regarding the mood of Klin and others at this time, Vegeta just took the attitude of watching the excitement and did not expose Raditz. He didn't want to intervene in the battle tomorrow, even if someone died because of it, he could be resurrected through Dragon Ball. After all, part of his body comes from Vegeta, even if he wants to pay back the favor, he doesn't want to do anything with Vegeta. At that time, he will be a happy crowd eating melons, and treat the battle as a good vegetable farm on the scene. With different moods, everyone soon ushered in Sion's arrival. At 6 o'clock the next morning, the morning light just appeared, and 2 round spheres fell into the city of the eastern capital, causing a small amount of panic. Before Piccolo and the others rushed over, the 2 Scions who were sensed by their breath, one of them suddenly shot and razed the city to the ground. Damn, what are they doing? Sensing that a large amount of chi disappeared in an instant, Klin and the others gritted their teeth, burst out with all their strength, and flew to the positions of Vegeta and Nappa at the fastest speed. Vegeta just hung slowly behind, well, sitting in the plane Bulma was driving. Why are you not in a hurry? Didn't you say that you also grew up on the earth? Bulma really couldn't understand Vegeta's thoughts. It seems that since realizing that now, he has always been a careless look. Asterisk. Chapter 30. Chapter 30. Chapter 030 Raditz wants to watch from the sidelines. Ha ha ha. Isn't my greeting not enthusiastic enough? Nappa, a bald head who ruined a city, floated in the air and laughed. Vegeta next to her folded her arms and said with an unhappy expression, "It's almost all right, Nappa. If this planet is damaged too badly, it won't be able to sell for a high price." That's right. Nappa said with enthusiasm. Vegeta, what are we doing now? Shall we go to that Vegeta first? Yes, find the guy with the strongest combat power first. It should be him. Vegeta pressed the probe. Beep beep. Vegeta, something is wrong. Nappa also pressed the detector, and was obviously nervous after seeing the situation. On this planet, there are more than 1 or 2 people with a combat power of more than 1000, and they seem to have discovered us and are rushing over. Why? Vegeta has a combat power of 18,000 after all, and said calmly, it's just a few trash fish, with a combat power of 2 to 3,000. Could it still threaten us? Okay, you just emptied the field and we are here. Wait, it should be Vegeta and Kakarot. That's right. Nappa followed Vegeta down from the air, and then jumped on the ground a few times, laughing, haha, the gravity on the earth is so small, it's really easy to move. Vegeta, let's say it. If you see Vegeta later, don't snatch me. If you shoot, there will be no suspense, then it will be boring. Vegeta gave a wicked smile, whatever you do, don't kill you anyway, you need their power to attack the next planet. If Raditz is still alive, plus Kakarot and Vegeta, the 5 of us will be able to easily kill the planet. Come down. I'm a little excited to say that the planet to be attacked this time can be sold for a very high price, even if it is divided by 2 people, it is much more than before. Nappa laughed. The corner of Vegeta's mouth grinned, Senior brings a newcomer, and it's fine if you don't charge tuition. The newcomer still wants to divide the money. The 2 looked at each other and laughed at the same time. Come. Suddenly, Vegeta raised his brows and looked towards the horizon. Sure enough, there were several figures flying from the sky at high speed, among them the familiar Raditz. That waste of Raditz, isn't it here to deal with us? Nappa couldn't believe it. Vegeta put his arms around his chest and snorted coldly, he is not so stupid. He knows the gap between us, and he voluntarily ran to die. But according to him, living on the earth has been very nourishing this year. I will find opportunities later. Give him a lesson. Just what I want. Nappa smirked with her fists. Ha. At this time, the warriors of the earth fell in front of Vegeta one after another, including Raditz, a total of 7 people. Vegeta, Nappa. Raditz looked at the opposite person, his eyes flashed, but he didn't speak. But Piccolo has a faint leadership style. He stood in the front, clenched his fists, staring at the 2 Vegeta and said, just to be cautious, let me ask first. Why are you here? This voice, you and Kakarot almost killed Raditz, right? Vegeta didn't answer Piccolo's words. Instead, he asked, I'm curious, why didn't you kill Raditz later? You didn't want to die together at the beginning? Did he die? Sure enough, you know exactly what happened back then, through that detector, right? Piccolo looked at Vegeta and Nappa's detectors. The invisible detector made by Bulma can also communicate, but due to technical limitations, the signal transmission is limited to the Earth. Piccolo looked back at Raditz and saw that the latter didn't mean to speak. He replied by himself, it's no longer necessary, and the same is true for you. If it's just a guest, we can welcome it. Guest? Ha, Vegeta, isn't this guy from Namek? It's as naive as the rumors. Nappa laughed. Vegeta also smiled wickedly, it is possible that the combat power is 3,500, which is indeed the height that the Namek people can reach. Nappa laughed and said, to tell you the truth, we are here to destroy the people on Earth, and take away Sion who is living outside. So, you should just wait to die. Although you are from Namek, it is a pity that there is only one. Not our opponent. Namek. Piccolo was taken aback. He had long suspected that he was not a human being on Earth, because he did not have the second line of supervision. Vegeta seemed to know, but did not explain. Klin was surprised, Piccolo, it turns out that you are also from Universe, no wonder. The Namek people not only have extraordinary combat effectiveness, but also seem to have some incredible abilities, such as magic. Vegeta proudly displayed his knowledge reserve, but unfortunately, their most fatal flaw is their naivety, and they like to hang peace. So you are often bullied by evil forces in the universe. That's it. Piccolo gestured behind him, and then put on a fighting posture, thank you for telling me who my ancestors are. However, now that my territory is on the Earth, you are not allowed to destroy it. As for whether it is an opponent, I have to fight before I know it. As Piccolo's voice fell, Klin, Tien Shinyan and others, including Son Gohan, all assumed a fighting posture. Only Raditz was in an embarrassing situation, so he quietly stepped away, intending to watch from the sidelines. Asterisk. Chapter 31. Chapter 31. 031 Piccolo Snappa. On a hill near the battlefield, Bulma had already parked the plane and put it into the capsule. She and Vegeta watched the battle from a distance, but the latter relied solely on the perception of eyesight and spirit, while Bulma could only use a telescope. Are you really not going to make a move? If it were you, you would be able to defeat them easily, right? Bulma wanted to use the detector, but the distance was too far, so she didn't know the specific strength of the 2 Vegeta. Don't worry, Piccolo and the others can handle it. Don't forget, they have worked hard for a year under gravity. Vegeta looked relaxed. Although Vegeta and the others arrived a few hours earlier than the original, but with Son Goku's strength far surpassing the original, they will definitely be able to arrive early. In addition, Piccolo is several times stronger than the original, and there are new types of detectors. They know the basics of Vegeta, so there is no need to worry. Now this battle can only be regarded as a family for Vegeta, and it is just a witness to the original plot. He is even more looking forward to the chain effect triggered after this battle, and the big boss Frisia behind. Okay. Bulma said helplessly, since you have said so, I can only cheer them on. I hope there will be no accidents. Vegeta smiled slightly and said nothing. What surprised him is that Bulma and Yamcha are not boyfriends and girlfriends, and Bulma is still single. Every time I meet, Bulma obviously prefers to be close to Vegeta, while Yamcha turns a blind eye. Isn't this the main world of Dragon Ball? Although Vegeta was strange, he didn't think deeply. It didn't matter to him anyway. At this time, the following battle has already begun. Vegeta and the others used the detector to detect that Piccolo and others are not weak, so they did not come up with such a thing as the vegetable man like the original book. Nappa directly stepped forward and challenged everyone. First, remind you that when I take action, the battle will end in an instant. You won't feel painful, please be happy, hum. Nappa clenched his fist triumphantly, then burst into anger. Boom! A powerful breath erupted from Nappa, and even the earth began to tremble. Facing this level of anger, although Klin and others were cautious, they were not surprised at all. Because as early as the beginning, they had already detected the combat power of Nappa and Vegeta through invisible detectors, and the two scions would not hide their breath at all. 7,000. This is Nappa's combat power value, and its strength is also 7,000. At least in the impression of Klin and others, except for Vegeta, everyone else's combat effectiveness and intensity are the same. He, tremble, humble earthlings, come and feel the powerful power of Master Nappa. Nappa thought that all the earth warriors were trembling with fright and couldn't even speak. He slapped his fist forward, and suddenly a strong wind blew up. Does any of you want to go? Piccolo put his hands on his chest, seemingly uninterested in Nappa. It is a pity that the faces of the group of people behind have cold sweat on their faces. Klin smiled bitterly, to be honest, unless everyone goes together, otherwise you can only explode the state of potential. A year ago, they were just a group of people with a combat power of 1 or 200. Even if their combat power exploded in a year, it would be good to be able to rise to several thousand heights, and they were all dozens of times higher. But compared to Nappa, it's still a bit worse after all. In addition to Piccolo, the strongest Tien Shinyan and Klin, one is 5,800 and the other is 5,600. Although the combat effectiveness is insufficient, skills and experience can be used to make up for it. But don't forget, Scion is a natural fighter, and I won't say that the stronger the Vietnam War, Nappa is also in the field all year round. In terms of fighting skills and experience, only Piccolo, Lin and the others are stronger. Hey! Piccolo murmured, stretched out his hand to lift off his cloak, and hummed softly. As a result, he couldn't deal with such a small character. Why are you here? Don't say that, Piccolo. Klin said with embarrassment, the scion at the back has a very high combat effectiveness. You will definitely have to join hands at that time, so I will work hard for you first and let everyone retain their strength. During the year of getting along, maybe because of inertia, Piccolo and Son Gohan have a very good relationship, just like a father and son. In addition, Klin is more active and often talks to Piccolo, so he is relatively familiar with Piccolo, while others are still half-baked to Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo, you have to be careful. Son Gohan had a nervous expression on his face. His normal combat effectiveness is only 1,500, which is slightly higher than the original. After all, he is too young to be physically and mentally mature. However, everyone did not underestimate him, because Son Gohan's potential is the most amazing. After the explosive potential state, it has been increased by a full 20 times, reaching an astonishing 30,000. It's a pity that he has just started to practice for less than a year. After his full burst, his strength is always poorly controlled, so everyone didn't have much hope for him. What? Do you want to fight me alone? Nappa grinned when Piccolo stepped forward. However, he was unambiguous in his actions. Before Piccolo responded, he rushed over with a roar and smashed his punch. You rushed straight ahead? How despised is it? Piccolo sneered, gathering strength in his fist, and greeted him with a punch. Asterisk. Chapter 32. Chapter 32. Chapter 032 Vegeta Glass Heart Broken. With your mere 3,500 combat power, you want to fight against each other? It's naive. Nappa laughed disdainfully. But at this time, the Vegeta at the back discovered that something was wrong. Because those earthlings are too calm. Not good. Vegeta suddenly remembered something, and immediately shouted, Nappa, be careful. These people will control the combat power, don't be confused by the number of the detector. What? Nappa's reaction was half a beat slow, but it turned out to be too late. Boom! When the two fists touched each other, the blue veins on Nappa's arm were raised and twisted into a ball instantly, and then he let out a scream in his mouth, and his body burst out. Piccolo obviously didn't have too strong aura, even the number detected by the detector remained at 3,500. But that's it, it's Nappa who suffers. Nappa flew out for several kilometers, and smashed to the ground. His breath was already weakened to the extreme, and his whole body was half dead. Even his arm was distorted so badly that it might be useless. Idiot! Raditz, who was not far away, frowned and cursed inwardly. Although he knew it was impossible, he still had a little hope for the two companions. Maybe Vegeta could help him get rid of Vegeta's control. But now, just looking at Nappa's performance, he has given up this idea. It's amazing. Klin and others were dumbfounded. Yamcha swallowed. Fortunately, he is with us now. If we were the same big devil back then, we would be miserable. Tien Shinyan thought, Piccolo's strength is obviously much stronger than Nappa. I don't know how much combat power he has now. I'm afraid it's over 10,000, right? Although everyone practiced together every day, the first thing Bobo and the gods taught them was to control the chi, so everyone's aura converged very well. If you don't go all out to fight, no one knows each other's details. Over there, Vegeta looked dumbfounded. What kind of plot development is this ghost animal? It's completely different from the script. In the end, he can only attribute everything to Nappa trash. Before both Kakarot and Vegeta met, he fell down first. What is this? Save. B. Vegeta. Nappa reached out to Vegeta. Snapped. Vegeta took Nappa's extended hand. Yes. I'm sorry. Vegeta. Don't say that. Vegeta gave a smirk, and suddenly took Nappa's hand and threw him into the air. Wow! What are you going to do? Vegeta. Nappa yelled in surprise. At this time, he yelled very sharply, full of anger, and didn't look like a seriously injured person at all. You no longer have the value of existence, go to hell. Vegeta burst into a powerful energy, turned into a shock wave, and hit Nappa directly in the air. What? So strong? It's cruel. It's not letting go with my companion. Piccolo, Klin, and others were taken aback. Boom! The shock wave erupted with blazing light, and there was also Nappa's hysterical roar. However, Vegeta frowned, and Piccolo, Klin and others were also a little surprised. Hey, isn't that person him? Klin said with some uncertainty, why would he save people? And, isn't he incapable of saying anything? Ask him yourself, how do I know what he thinks? Piccolo chuckled, feeling very upset. After all, he wounded Nappa. As a result, the opponent's companion went to kill him, but the people on his side went to save him. What a thing! At this time, a slightly depressed voice suddenly sounded in the sky, oh, it's still not better than you. I even used Kaioken, but it turned out to be a little slower than you. Goku. Klin and others raised their heads in surprise. There are three figures in the sky, one of them is wearing an orange robes, with the sign of a realm king painted on the back. Who is it if it's not Son Goku? And the other two figures, one is naturally dying Nappa, the other is Vegeta. At this time, Vegeta put one hand on Nappa's back, floating in the air. It was he who saved Nappa, and it was him that Piccolo and Klin said just now. But I didn't expect that Son Goku actually appeared at this time. Hearing what he meant, it seemed that he was also planning to save people, but Vegeta was one step ahead. Vegeta took a look at Son Goku up and down, but the detector could not detect the specific strength. There were only 12,000 on the bright side, but from the breath that broke out just now, Vegeta judged that he should have a combat power of about 50,000. What silly thing to say! Vegeta curled his lips and said, if I don't show up, you will use Kaioken? You can't keep up without Kaioken, okay? You obviously want to grab someone from me, so embarrassed. Say me. Son Goku obviously didn't intend to save people, but when he saw Vegeta appear, his hands were itchy and he wanted to try it. Sure enough, you know Kaioken. Son Goku scratched his head and smiled. He is an enemy after all. I am also hesitant to save it, so my reaction is a little slower. But then again, why do you want to save Vegeta? You are not such an enthusiastic person. The two of them had fallen from the air as they were talking. Vegeta threw Nappa to the ground with a wave of his hand, groaning in pain. Beget. Kakarot. Vegeta gritted his teeth at the two. The speed that the two of them showed just now scared him and broke his glass heart. Asterisk. Chapter 33. Chapter 33. Chapter 033 Son Goku's Vegeta. Didn't I save you? You said that to me. Excessive. Vegeta rolled his eyes. Son Goku laughed awkwardly, scratching his head and said, well, I was wrong, I just think you don't seem to care much about many things. Vegeta said in a faint voice, there are few scions left. It doesn't matter if you die outside. If you die in your own hands, I won't be able to see. That's it. Son Goku didn't quite understand, he just felt that the reason seemed very high. In fact, however, Vegeta was only on a whim, or a temporary evil taste. He would like to know, if Nappa can survive, what kind of image will it look like in the future as Super Saiyan? Golden eyebrows, golden beard, green eyes? The head is like a big golden light bulb? And what will happen to the Super 3? Suddenly growing hair? Or does the beard grow longer and thicker, turning into bunches? Just think about it. Vegeta is more like Scion's prince than you, ha ha ha. Nappa, who escaped by chance, laughed loudly. He really believed Vegeta's reason for nonsense. Cut, troublesome guy. Vegeta sneered. They'll die anyway, so no matter what you say, I don't care. All he cares about is his self-esteem. Killed his companion, but was stopped by the enemy? Does he, Prince Scion, do not want face? Vegeta now needs a battle to vent his anger. Goku, your chance to show is here. If you die, I will collect Dragon Balls to resurrect you. Seeing this, Vegeta slipped away and took Nappa away by the way. You underestimated me. Son Goku clenched his fists and smiled, although the opponent is really not easy, but I am now different from before. How could I die? However, Vegeta frowned, Dragon Ball. You don't know yet. Son Goku didn't think much about it, and smiled triumphantly, there is something called Dragon Ball on Earth. You can summon Shenron as long as you collect 7 of them. Shenron can realize any wish, including resurrection. There is such a thing. Vegeta glanced at Piccolo at the back, I heard that the Namek people have all kinds of magical abilities. You should do this Dragon Ball, right? Hey, that's it. After listening to their conversation, Vegeta threw Nappa next to Raditz, and left with confidence. Because he just remembered that Vegeta didn't know about Dragon Ball, they came to Earth purely because Raditz was defeated. Vegeta saves Nappa only incidentally, mainly because of a reasonable appearance. By the way, Dragon Ball will let Frieza on the other side of the communicator know the news, so that the latter will go to Namek. Although Son Goku and others knew that the probe could communicate, they were limited by knowledge blind spots and never thought that Vegeta had other accomplices, or that there were other big bosses behind them. Even if he later learned that Frieza learned about Dragon Ball through a detector, he thought that Vegeta was as unaware of them as they did. It's really embarrassing, Nappa. Raditz looked at Nappa, who was half alive at his feet, with a teasing expression on his face. Are you qualified to say such things? Raditz. Nappa said with a fierce face, this incident is all because of you. I haven't asked you to settle the account. Humph, when I recover from my injury, I must learn a lesson. You. Hey, aren't you afraid that I will kill you now? Raditz folded his arms and looked at him condescendingly. After a year of hard training, his strength has also improved. Although he is not an opponent of Nappa for the time being, he already has the capital for equal dialogue, and he no longer needs to be conscientious as before. Do you dare? Although Nappa has thick lines, he is not a fool. With your arrogant character, today is surprisingly quiet. It must be controlled by Vegeta? He just saved me. Do you dare to kill me? To be honest, Raditz really dare not. Vegeta threw Nappa to him, the meaning was already obvious, just let him watch, don't let Nappa die. But if you lose, Raditz sneered, you should remember? A year ago, it was the Namek guy who joined forces with Kakarot, and finally bet on his life, and almost died with me, only to be stopped by Vegeta. What do you want to say? Nappa frowned. Raditz proudly said, have you not figured it out yet? You can't even stand a punch from Piccolo. And me? But better than the two of them. You want to teach me too? It's 100 years earlier. Nappa's pupils shrank instantly. Could it be that within this year, Raditz's strength exploded? Yes, when Raditz first came to Earth, the highest combat power among the people on Earth was Kakarot's 400. Now there are 2,000 or 3,000 each, and he can still destroy his 3,500 in one punch. What about Raditz? How much has been improved? What secret is hidden on this Earth? Nappa was silent. He felt that he should be honest with him in his current situation. Perhaps with the opportunity of Vegeta saving his life, it was a serious matter to hug his thigh tightly. Not to mention how Nappa and Raditz are, Son Goku and Vegeta have formally started fighting over there after a simple conversation. Because of the appearance of Son Goku, the pressure on Klin and the others was greatly reduced, and they all chose to watch the game with ease. Piccolo also wanted to see Son Goku's growth over the past year, so he didn't intervene. Chapter 34. Chapter 34. Chapter 034 Great Ape Vegeta's Earth Warrior. In the ruins of the eastern capital, the two figures fought at a very fast speed, and the muffled sound became one piece. The figures flickered from time to time, and they would appear in another place in the next moment. So strong. Can't keep up with their speed at all. Goku is indeed a lot more powerful. The current combat power is only about 15,000, and it can even beat that Vegeta. Klin and others watched Son Goku fighting fiercely from a distance, and they couldn't help but exclaimed. They are indeed far inferior to this kind of strength, and even their breath perception is reduced to the lowest level. Son Gohan, the weakest, can no longer sense it at all. Hey, this level, Piccolo clenched his fists slightly. His combat effectiveness is only in his early 10,000 years, which is incomparable to those of the two. Most importantly, he could see that Son Goku hadn't done his best yet. This is also the style of Son Goku. No matter who you play with, you will never use your full strength at the beginning. Soon, the two people in the fierce battle separated instantly. Vegeta sneered, "Hey, Kakarot, I admit that you are really strong, much better than Raditz's crap. But with your strength, you can't be my opponent." He said so, but in fact he was very heavy in his heart, and even panicked a lot. Kakarot is so difficult, if you add those people on Earth, especially the Namek people, together, it won't be so easy for him to win. The most important thing is that Vegeta didn't make a shot. Sure enough, he still had to find a chance to transform into a great ape. Vegeta secretly planned. Son Goku didn't think so much, he hadn't experienced such a hardy battle for a long time, and the blood in his body had already boiled. Hey hey! Son Goku touched his nose and said, "You haven't beaten me yet. It's a bit early to say this now." Is that really the case? A weird smile appeared on Vegeta's face. Not good. Seeing a white light condensed in Vegeta's hands in the distance, Raditz couldn't help but yelled, "Hurry up and stop him, Kakarot!" What? Son Goku didn't react, because he didn't feel threatened by the white light in Vegeta's hands. Idiot! That's an artificial moon, he's going to transform into a giant ape. Raditz knows Vegeta quite well, and can guess it with just one action. Unfortunately, his reminder was still too late. In the horrified gaze of Son Goku and a group of Earth warriors, Vegeta fluttered to the sky with the white ball of light in his hand. Ah ha ha ha, I really like your panicked expressions. Vegeta laughed proudly, although I hate being that ugly, I still want to become a great ape in order to save my strength. Hey! Let you see the super destructive power of me becoming a great ape. It's a pity, Kakarot, you blame yourself for being stupid and getting your tail off. Otherwise you can use that power to fight me, although the result is still the same. Only he, Scion's Prince Vegeta, the super genius among Scion, can remain sober after becoming a great ape, and control that power perfectly. Even if other people turned into giant apes, their destructive power increased, and it was useless if their minds were not sober. Roar! The expression on Vegeta's face suddenly turned hideous, 2 sharp fangs appeared at the corners of her mouth, her appearance gradually changed, and her body quickly became huge. This is a big deal. Raditz mentioned Nappa almost immediately and ran away. His strength is not as good as Nappa, how can he fight the great ape Vegeta? It's still important to save your life. The battle should be handed over to Kakarot. Anyway, Vegeta is still in the line. It's really bad, it's terrifying. There was cold sweat on Piccolo's face, and even if he burst into a state of potential, he was far from the opponent of the great ape Vegeta. At this time he finally understood what Raditz said, all of them together are not Vegeta's opponents. What does this mean? Let's go together, I'm afraid Goku can't stand it anymore. Klin's face was also full of cold sweat, but he still mustered up the courage, burst into a state of potential with a boom, and rushed directly to the giant ape Vegeta. Boom 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 boom. Aura burst out one after another. Piccolo, Tien Shinyan, Dumpling, Yamcha were not ambiguous, they also broke out the potential state, and joined the battle together. The great ape Vegeta's strength is too terrifying, and it puts a lot of pressure on them, and they can't fight together. Only Son Gohan was half a beat slower. His potential state was not yet proficient. After the explosion, he only had one blow, and even at this level, it was far inferior to the great ape Vegeta. In the end, he gritted his teeth and rushed over as usual. Okay, awesome! Son Goku was already shocked by the breath of the great ape Vegeta. Vegeta has a normal combat power of 18,000. The creation of an artificial moon consumes a lot of energy, and the combat power has dropped slightly, leaving about 16,000. But the great ape's change has increased tenfold, reaching a terrifying 160,000. Son Goku is no longer an opponent at all. However, when he sensed the breath of Piccolo and others who were bursting into a state of potential behind him, Son Goku was full of amazement. They have actually reached this point. Come on! Son Goku reduced his mind, and became full of energy again. Although he still has Kaioken, he has only practiced on the World King Star with 10 times the gravity. With the current physical strength, he can only adapt to twice. It was almost the level of Piccolo in the state of potential, and it was far from the great ape Vegeta. This is a huge challenge for him. But it was precisely this that made his blood boil even more. Asterisk. Chapter 35. Chapter 35. Chapter 035 Fierce Battle. Completely downwind. Ha 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 ha. A bunch of chopsticks, even if you join hands, what can you do? The great ape Vegeta looked at the earth warrior rushing up with a disdainful face, and slapped it directly. Boom! The strong wind swept in all directions, and all the earth soldiers dodged one after another. A young figure was too late to react, and was directly slapped by the giant ape and shot out in an instant. Dumplings! Tien Shinyan shouted. The strength of dumplings has been increased to 1,800, slightly higher than Son Gohan, but the potential state is only 6 times, and the total is only over 10,000. Even the great ape Vegeta can't stand a single face. Damn it! Tien Shinyan didn't have the time to check the situation of the dumplings, and broke out with all his strength, launching a fierce attack from the side. Piccolo is the strongest. After opening the 3 chains, his strength soared to 90,000. Although it is still far inferior to the great ape Vegeta, it is the best in the field, so he directly restrains it from the front. Tien Shinyan with 58,000 fighting power, Klin with 56,000 fighting power, and Yamcha with 50,000 fighting power, the 3 took advantage of Piccolo's containment of the great ape Vegeta one after another, punching and kicking. However, what shocked them was that they had almost exploded with all their strength, but they did not even shake a single hair of the great ape Vegeta. The great ape Vegeta did not evade, let their attacks fall on him, then grinned, and suddenly his tail swept past, and all the earth warriors, including Piccolo, all flew out. Son Gohan, who was one step behind, happened to encounter such a scene, and in an instant, he was alone in the venue. Okay, it's scary. Son Gohan was almost scared, shivering, and taking 2 steps back, unable to pluck up the courage to face the great ape Vegeta. Kakarot's son. The great ape Vegeta tilted his head, staring at Son Gohan, disdainfully said, "Are you Saiyan? You really shame us, Saiyan, go to hell." He slapped Son Gohan on the head. Gohan! Piccolo, Klin, and others yelled anxiously. It's just that they have just been beaten into the air, the blood is surging in their bodies, their breath is unstable, and they have no ability to save people. At this time, a red light flashed by. Boom! Great ape Vegeta's palm was slapped on the ground again, and a huge palm print was directly shot. Hey! The great ape Vegeta found that he hadn't photographed anyone, and couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. He just saw a red light flying by his palm. Soon, the red light took Son Gohan and stopped not far away, the light condensed, revealing a stern expression of Son Goku. Kakarot! The giant ape Vegeta's face showed a surprised look, you still have something to hide. In fact, Vegeta's jealousy was burning at this time. These damn earthlings, 1 or 2, didn't know what tricks they used, and they all burst their livers. Although he can't pose a threat to him in the great ape state, but fortunately he has become a great ape, otherwise, if he was not careful just now, wouldn't it be cold? Such a situation makes it difficult for Vegeta to accept. In his eyes, people on Earth are just uncivilized primitive people. And the Prince of Sion, the dignified fighting nation, almost capsized in the gutter here on Earth, how could anyone accept it? Now even Kakarot, the original Sion junior fighter, has jumped out, and he can still save people from his men. This is even more unacceptable. No matter how much power you hide, you will definitely die in my Vegeta hands today. The great ape Vegeta let out a roar, his mouth opened wide, and an energy bomb was rapidly condensing, spraying in the direction of Son Goku in an instant. Not good. Son Goku just calmed Son Gohan's emotions, causing his movements to be half a beat slow, and it was too late to avoid him. Fight! Triple Kaioken! Son Goku gritted his teeth and pulled Son Gohan behind him. A fierce red flame burst into his body, and then he used both hands to meet the energy bomb of the great ape Vegeta. It's just that his whole body muscles are agitated and his veins are beating, which is obviously overloaded. Boom! The energy bomb exploded as soon as it was touched by Son Goku. This is not Kamehameha after all. It has no sustaining power. It is just a single-use bomb, so it explodes as soon as it is touched. The energy swept through, the light spread, and the two figures on the spot were swallowed by the blazing light, and there was no way to see what was going on. Goku! Gohan! Klin, Piccolo, and others screamed. They had just stabilized their bodies and were more or less injured. Damn, this guy is too powerful to get close at all. It's easy to be avoided with energy bombs from a distance. You must find a way to contain him. Piccolo gritted his teeth. Klin said with a solemn face, perhaps we can find an opportunity to cut off his tail. As long as he can cut off his tail, he will be restored to his original shape. By the way, there is a tail. Piccolo also thought of it. A few people made eye contact for a moment, and soon came up with a preliminary plan. The battlefield situation is changing rapidly, but there is no time for them to discuss it slowly, and they can only decide a simple direction. In the end, they will have to experiment before knowing the result. At this time, the light disappeared in the place that was bombed by the energy bomb, and the smoke was slowly dissipating, and the two figures inside were quickly exposed. It turned out to be intact. However, Son Goku was panting heavily, and it was obviously quite exhausting. Asterisk. Chapter 36. Chapter 36. Chapter 036 Crisis. Piccolo Sacrifice. Vegeta. Son Goku yelled and rushed towards the great ape Vegeta. His speed is very fast, which makes Klin and other people who want to discuss tactics with him completely unresponsive. Kakarot. The great ape Vegeta also yelled, and slapped Son Goku with his huge arm. Vegeta was going crazy, his full blow after the great ape transformed, he didn't even hurt Kakarot. This is simply impossible. So he wants to break this illusion and let everyone know that his Vegeta is the strongest and Kakarot is just a low-level fighter. Son Goku didn't have that much thought. He just couldn't bear the 3 times the load brought by Kaioken. He hoped to solve the battle as soon as possible. One man and one ape fought fiercely, and the whole surrounding land instantly became ruins and turned into pieces of scorched earth. Bang bang bang! The collision of fists and palms erupted with astonishing power every time, and the powerful waves of air continued to spread, making the earth warriors in the distance unable to even approach them. Under 3 times Kaioken, Son Goku's strength is infinitely close to that of the great ape Vegeta. Isn't this too powerful? Goku still hides such a powerful force, he can defeat that scion alone. Klin and the others were stunned, the tactics they had just thought of had already been forgotten. Piccolo said solemnly, no. Son Goku's situation is not right, he seems to be enduring severe pain, and his breath is starting to be messy. No, my stamina is almost exhausted. Yamcha interrupted, you shouldn't be able to hold it for too long, right? Don't you find a chance to do it now? After a few people exploded into their potential state, they were beaten up in just a few rounds, and then Son Goku's home court. The chi should have been reduced back, but the situation changed too quickly, and when they thought about this problem, their potential was almost exhausted. Coincidentally, at this time, after Son Goku fisted against the great ape Vegeta, the red light all over his body suddenly flickered and then disappeared, and then he was beaten into the air. Superior. Piccolo directly took the lead and rushed over, and an energy bomb hit the great ape Vegeta. Hey, annoying fly! The great ape Vegeta was about to take advantage of the victory to pursue Son Goku, but was stopped by Piccolo and others. When I was in a bad mood, I couldn't even avoid it, using my physical body to block Piccolo's energy bomb. Unscathed. Then, an energy bomb condensed from the mouth of the great ape Vegeta, which happened to be facing a group of Earth warriors. The energy contained in it is even more terrifying than the power of playing Son Goku and Son Gohan before. This time, the great ape Vegeta was indeed impatient. Scatter! However, it was in the arms of Piccolo and others, who dispersed at the fastest speed, completely avoiding the front. The energy of the great ape Vegeta has been shot out, and it is impossible to control it anymore. Solve 1. Vegeta the great ape grinned. If Piccolo and the others don't disperse, it's okay. The power of gathering everyone should be able to barely stop it, but then everyone will be completely abandoned, and there will be no fighting power. It doesn't matter if you avoid it. Because of the direction in which this energy bomb hits, a small figure in panic appeared behind him, Son Gohan. Not good. Piccolo and the others just stepped away, they sensed Son Gohan behind. The closest was Piccolo, so he gritted his teeth and rushed back. No, it's too late. Piccolo's complexion changed, and suddenly he made up his mind, his breath surged. Drive me! The next moment, boom! The flames on Piccolo suddenly doubled, and his combat power soared directly from 90,000 to 180,000. He opened the fourth shackle in his body, and his combat power instantly doubled. From 8 times the original third yoke to 16 times now. Piccolo's body almost disappeared in a flash, pushing him away just before the energy bomb hit Son Gohan. However, because of forcibly breaking through the shackles, his breath was not stable, and his physical strength had been exhausted before this broke out, and the fire suddenly went dumb at the critical moment. Boom! The energy bomb exploded on Piccolo, swallowing him instantly. Uncle Piccolo! Son Gohan clearly saw that at the last moment Piccolo fell into weakness, and then was beaten to death by the energy bomb. Boom! Son Gohan ran away. The breath rose steadily, surpassing Klin and others in an instant. Go to hell! Son Gohan kept throwing energy bombs out of his hand, exploding on the giant ape Vegeta one after another. But no matter how violent he goes, the basic combat effectiveness is still weak. The chi that rose in an instant didn't even reach the strength of 100,000 in the end. Although he screamed at the great ape Vegeta, his injuries were not very serious, but rather embarrassing. But, this is enough. Solar Flare! Tien Shinyan showed off his skill. The great ape Vegeta let out a scream, covering his eyes with both hands. Klin throwing his hand is a Destructo disc, almost cutting off the tail of the great ape Vegeta. Really, it's a little bit short of it. It's not that he missed, but... Nu Lanja Feng Feng Quan. Yamcha took the opportunity to rush up and hit the giant ape for a short while, and then the giant ape was staggered, just avoiding the Destructo disc. It's over. Yamcha was dumbfounded. He withdrew from the state of potential, the great ape Vegeta just recovered, and then he stepped on it. Chapter 37. Chapter 37. Chapter 037 End. The Last Spirit Bomb. Without any suspense, Yamcha was cold, and died worse than Piccolo, directly turned into a puddle of mud. Yamcha! Kellen and Tien Shinyan's eyes were cracked. Bulma in the distance also yelled in surprise, and with a clatter, the telescope in his hand fell to the ground. She didn't feel much when Piccolo died, because of the previous Big Devil, and because she had no contact with Piccolo. Moreover, the battle situation changed so quickly that she couldn't react to it with naked eyes. But now, Yamcha is dead, but he can see clearly. Although in this world, Yamcha is not her boyfriend, but she is also a good friend who has known each other a long time ago and has a very good relationship. Beget, why don't you take action? Everyone is dying. Bulma was so anxious that tears fell. Vegeta touched his nose with some embarrassment. In fact, he is strong, but in terms of consciousness, he is so. After all, he has traveled from the 21st century and grew up in the era of great peace. Can you expect him to have a fighting instinct in his body like Son Goku, who beats and kills all day long? Non-existent. So, when Piccolo died, his brain circuit was like this. Piccolo is dying, the distance is too far, no matter how fast I am, it will take time, I can't save it. Piccolo is cold, damn, I can instant transmission. So that's it. As for Yamcha, well, he admitted that he didn't want to save it. He had no affection for Yamcha, but Yamcha not only killed himself, but also assisted Vegeta. Who would die if he didn't die? Anyway, Piccolo will be resurrected at that time. One resurrection is a resurrection, and two resurrection are also resurrection. Let him die for a while, and then go to the Realm King to practice. Don't worry, although there was an accident, the scale of victory has already tilted toward us. After the battle is over, we can find a way to revive them. Vegeta could only comfort Bulma in this way. Bulma wiped her tears and said, "You said so easily, are you really going to win? Why can't I tell?" Obviously such a good opportunity was taken away by that damn Yamcha. If you think so, Yamcha deserves to die. But now only Klin and Tien Shinyan, who are running out of energy and stamina, can hold on for a little while, everyone else is gone. How can they win? Son Goku overcharged Kaioken 3 times, and failed to beat Vegeta, so he fell first. The dumpling was beaten into the air at the beginning of the game, but it hasn't appeared. It may be dizzy in which corner to lie. There was also Son Gohan, who became empty again after he exploded and couldn't help at all. As for Raditz and Nappa, can you look forward to those two? Vegeta smiled slightly and pointed in one direction, look over there for yourself. What? Hey? That's Son Jun. Bulma's eyes lit up suddenly. Son Goku did fall, and then he absorbed the vitality of the surrounding plants and forcibly supported it, and now he has condensed a spirit bomb that is not weak in energy. Vegeta judged it a little bit. At this level, he can only severely damage the great ape Vegeta. If he wants to completely defeat it, it will take a while. It's a pity that it's too late, but Vegeta has noticed it. Originally, Tien Shinyan and Klin's potential state had almost exploded. Because of Yamcha's death, it became a high explosion. After a few rounds, they withdrew from their potential state empty. When Vegeta was about to solve them, he was stunned by the spirit bomb on the horizon, and then he found out. Kakarot, you bastard! The great ape Vegeta's complexion changed drastically, and he dropped Klin and Tien Shinyan directly, and ran towards Son Goku in strides. At the same time, as he stepped, he continuously fired energy bombs from his mouth, all hitting Son Goku, hitting the latter back and forth, and the spirit bomb almost couldn't sustain it. No, that's all. Son Goku didn't expect to be spotted, but it was almost there. Although the great ape Vegeta cannot be eliminated in one go, as long as it can be hit, the crisis will naturally be lifted. Spirit bomb. Before Vegeta arrived, Son Goku pushed the spirit bomb out. Damn bastard, I must tear you up. The giant ape Vegeta sensed the threat and couldn't avoid it. Boom! The spirit bomb exploded, and a cloud of mushrooms rose on the spot. The waves of air rolled and rolled the already weak Son Goku far away, completely exhausting the last physical strength. Tisk tusk, it's really tragic, I didn't expect it to be like this in the end. Vegeta praised. This is a good blockbuster, much more exciting than the 3D, 4D, and 5D Hakeiwa blockbusters. And he also learned a lot of fighting skills from it, and blended it with the memory in his head. Now let him go back to the time he just crossed, and face Beerus again, he will definitely not be as embarrassed as before. But the final result surprised him. Son Goku and others are so much stronger than the original, and in the end they still lose. I can only say that you really can't float. In the original story, they had no strength. Faced with great apes Vegeta, they could only flee everywhere and reverse the situation through wits. But here, because of the strength, the mentality has drifted, and he has anal with the great ape Vegeta? What kind of strength do you have, don't you know how to count it? One by one, they deserve it if they die. Asterisk. Chapter 38. Chapter 38. 038 I'm here to show off. The end result is as unsuspecting as Yamcha's death. Vegeta was completely planted, hitting the spirit bomb, a highly concentrated essence of Son Goku, and directly exiting the great ape state. The body is also riddled with holes, and it takes a lot of effort to stand up, let alone beat. He is lying in the ruins now. It is hard to say that he has more air intake and less air, but he is also a mermaid. Don't forget, this is the home ground of the people on Earth. Even if Son Goku and them are all gone, some people will clean up Vegeta. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Vegeta roared in a low voice. He never thought that he would die in a ghost place like the Earth. Dignified Prince Saiyan, this is too frustrated. Not reconciled. Suddenly, two figures appeared beside him. Vegeta looked up, his face changed slightly. Raditz, Nappa, you two traitors. Nappa has been resting for a long time, the injury is still there, but the strength has recovered a bit. As for Raditz, he has never fought from start to finish, and of course he is in a complete state. He was now holding his arms, condescending, looking at Vegeta with a sneer. You have the right to say that to me. Nappa's face suddenly became grim. Vegeta was going to kill him just now. A faint gloom flashed under Vegeta's eyes. Indeed, if there was no convulsion in his head just now, maybe Nappa could block him at a critical time, but that would not be the case. Of course, even if he regrets it in his heart, Vegeta is the proud Prince Saiyan and will never bow his head. Raditz also sneered, if you didn't force me to come to the Earth to find Kakarot, do you think I would be like this? But I want to thank you, Vegeta, your good days are over, and I, just started. Good day. Vegeta sneered, don't laugh at me, Raditz, even if you survive, you are just prisoners. Hey, let me tell you one more thing. Raditz smiled happily. You should be thankful that Vegeta didn't make a move today, otherwise your body would have been cold. His strength is far from what you can imagine. Do you know what was going on here before I came to Earth? Kakarot, the most powerful fighter, was only more than 400, but now. The pupils in Vegeta's eyes shrank slightly, as if thinking of something. Nappa was surprised and asked, could it be Vegeta? That's right. Raditz nodded. Under his guidance, in 1 year, the combat power of those Earthlings has risen from 1 or 200 to 5 or 6,000, and Kakarot has increased from more than 400 to 50,000. My Raditz is poor. It's a little bit, but it's also increased from 1,500 to 6,000. At the end, Raditz grinned, showing his big white teeth, looking very proud. What? Vegeta and Nappa looked shocked, and at the same time they understood why Raditz had the confidence to speak to them in this tone. Very surprised, right? Even more surprised at the back. Raditz smiled mysteriously and said, a year ago, a scientist on Earth used my detector to transform and made a new type of detector that is more concealed, more stable, and can detect unlimited detection. He took out the invisible detector in his eyes, which was a reward given by Bulma for his contribution to the detector. That's it. Vegeta finally understood. No wonder he always felt that those people on Earth seemed to be able to see his strength, and he thought it was Raditz who betrayed his information. Hey! This is not what I want to say. Raditz said, what I want to say is that with this new unlimited detector, a year ago, we detected that Vegeta's combat power was 500,000. Vegeta and Nappa trembled all over, their eyes widened suddenly. Then Raditz gave another heavy hammer, moreover, he is injured himself, and his strength is greatly limited. 500,000 is only a small part. Over the past year, he has recovered a lot. It's just that the people on Earth will hide. With the ability of breath, I couldn't detect the specific value of Vegeta. But I suspect that he is the legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta and Nappa don't know what to say anymore, their expressions are sluggish. This is the result of excessive shock, numbness. After a while, Vegeta recovered, and suddenly clenched his fists, his teeth crunching. Joke, Super Saiyan, it's just nonsense. Even if there is Super Saiyan, it can only be my Vegeta. Vegeta's glass heart exploded again. Nappa didn't believe it either. If it's Super Saiyan, how could it be injured? It's impossible. I didn't want to convince you. Raditz grinned, and said, I was just, to show off. Vegeta suddenly wanted to beat this stuff, but it was a pity that he couldn't move a bit now. Hey, they're here, just let me witness what will happen to you, Prince Saiyan. Raditz took his arms and walked to the side, posing for the excitement. By the time Raditz came to talk to Vegeta, Klin and Tien Shinyan had recovered a bit of energy, found Son Goku, Son Gohan, and Dumplings, and walked over together. Asterisk. Chapter 39. Chapter 39. Chapter 039 Master the cultivation method of fairy beans. Vegeta originally thought that he could see a different good show, and even rescued Vegeta at the critical moment, which was regarded as returning the favor of the flesh. As a result, Son Goku was as innocent as the original, and after persuading Klin, Tien Shinyan, and others, he let Vegeta go. Nappa did not go with Vegeta, but chose to stay on Earth with Raditz. He wanted to verify whether Super Saiyan's affairs were true or not. As for the death of Piccolo and Yamcha, Klin still thought of Namek's Dragon Ball, and then Son Goku got the specific location of Namek from King Kai. The universe spaceship is not a problem. Raditz was pulled by Bulma to do research a long time ago. Just imitate that one and make a bigger spaceship, just like the spaceship that Son Goku took in the original. Of course, it takes time to build a spaceship. Finally, it was the question that Vegeta did not make a move. Although everyone briefly discussed it, no one dared to blame Vegeta. They all know that Vegeta is an outsider and he has been recovering from his injuries. He has given them so many pointers this year, which has made everyone's strength a great improvement. It can be said that the biggest credit for being able to fight this battle today is Vegeta. Why do they blame Vegeta? What's more, Son Goku had arrived before Vegeta took the shot. According to Son Goku's character, even if Vegeta wanted to make a move at the time, I'm afraid Son Goku would not agree. That's it. Everyone rests while waiting for Bulma to build the spacecraft. Then they will head to the hometown of Piccolo and the gods Namek. At the same time, the Emperor of the Universe Frieza, after getting information about Vegeta on Earth from his men, also learned about Dragon Ball, so he rushed to Namek with his men first. Super Saiyan? The one called Vegeta. Frieza was sitting in the BB car, shaking slightly with a glass of red juice in her hand, her eyes cold. If Super Saiyan only has a combat power of several 100,000, it would be really disappointing. In that case, I would regret destroying planet Vegeta in the first place. Frieza sneered and said, after all, those wild monkeys are indeed good tools, just like Vegeta. Although sometimes they are disobedient, but as long as you teach them a little bit and let them know the gap between them and me, they will honestly. Yes, King Frieza. Sabo next to him said respectfully and earnestly, hundreds of thousands of fighting power is nothing to King Frieza, but this has far exceeded Saiyan's limit, and it is also called Super Saiyan. It's very suitable, but it's a little different from what we imagined. That's right, Mr. Sabo, you know what I think best. Frieza smiled, drank the drink in one sip, and then said, it's also possible that the fellow Rads was deliberately talking nonsense, that Vegeta. It's not Super Saiyan. Sabo froze for a moment, and said in deep thought, it is indeed possible. Anyway, this Vegeta must be eliminated. I don't allow forces beyond my control to appear in the universe. Frisia stared coldly into the depths of the universe. Sabo bowed and said, "Do you need to call the Kainui team? Come on, let them go directly to Namek and wait." Frisia thought for a while, and said, "Although they should not be Vegeta's opponents, but let them see a stronger power, just to reduce the pride. An arrogant character. After I have collected the Dragon Ball and obtained the immortal body, I will go to the earth myself. I want to see what this wild monkey can do." Super Saiyan. Of the conversation between Frisia and Sabo, Vegeta was naturally unclear, and even if he knew it, he wouldn't care. At this time, it has been half a month since Vegeta left the earth. Because there are so many people going to Namek this time, Son Goku, Son Gohan, Klin, Tien Shinyan, Dumplings, Raditz, Nappa. Counting Bulma and Vegeta, there are 9 people in total. Therefore, Bulma must transform a universe ship with a larger space. Moreover, during the period Bobo came to the door and contributed the universe ship of the celestial god. Although the speed of Namek's universe ship is not as fast as that of Saiyan, it has many functions and is more convenient. Finally, Bulma combined the 2 universe ships into one, transforming a completely different new universe ship. Because of this, with the help of Dr. Bruv, it can be made in half a month. As for Vegeta, he stayed in Kalintat all these hours and helped Kalin to grow fairy beans together. In half a month, he just got 100. It is worth mentioning that these fairy beans were grown with super god water. The seeds are readily available. Karan-sama didn't explain the origin. Anyway, you can plant as many as you want. The soil is not particular about it. After planting, it is irrigated with super god water and then spawned through magic, which is the power of rules. Karan-sama grows 10 at a time, and it usually grows in about a month. It's just that the success rate is not high. Under normal circumstances, only 3 or 4 can be harvested at a time, and the rest are all dead. Moreover, after a season of planting, he had to rest for 3 to 5 months to make up for his energy consumption. Knowing this method, Vegeta began to study the way the power of rules gave birth, and then, under Karan-sama's shocked and speechless gaze, he managed to get 100 of them all at once. "Well, I have been researching for the first 10 days, and 100 will be born in the next 5 days. The success rate is 100%. And looking at the relaxed look of Vegeta's face, it seems that there is no loss at all, and there is no need to wait for the CD to unfreeze like Karan-sama. Asterisk. Chapter 40. Chapter 40. Chapter 040 The Terrified Raditz and Nappa. 6 days later. Wow, is this Namek? The environment is really good. The hometown of Tenjin and Piccolo? Very primitive. It is said that Namek people love the environment, so it must be different from the Earth. Not long after the spacecraft landed, a group of Earth fighters rushed out, looking at the outside environment and yelling. Immediately behind them were Raditz and Nappa, both of them holding their arms and watching the hillbilly enter the city. "Oh, it's finally here, it's so boring." Vegeta stretched out and walked out. "I knew I would not take the universe spacecraft a long time ago, and I came here with instant transmission. Staying in a space for a long time with this group of weird characters can drive people crazy. Especially the guy Son Goku, like the monkey in Journey to the West, can't stay idle, always jumping up and down. Son Goku, who is free, is a bear child suffering from ADHD, and is restless for a moment." Bulma nodded in sympathy, and uttered an unhappy face, "Sure enough, only the 2 of us are normal people here. I can't understand their thinking at all. Just say that now, I haven't detected the oxygen content and gravity, so they rushed out rashly. What if the environment of Namek is too different from that of the Earth, and the Earth people can't adapt?" Vegeta laughed and shook his head, and he couldn't say that Bulma was thinking about it incorrectly. "It's just that the martial arts school has breath protection, there is no need to think about it so much, they simply ignore the feelings of ordinary people like Bulma. Forget it, it really doesn't make sense with these guys, let me check the Dragon Ball situation first. Bulma took out a radar and clicked. Did he? Look. There is a reaction, there really is a Dragon Ball here. Bulma shouted in surprise, attracting everyone's attention. Is there really a Dragon Ball? Aha, great, great! A few people on Earth hugged together with joy. In this way, both Piccolo and the gods can be resurrected, and the Dragon Ball of the Earth will be resurrected. Vegeta glanced at the radar and reminded, don't be happy so early. It seems that someone is collecting Dragon Balls. If someone else gets on the ground first, don't blame me for not reminding you. The radar showed that the 4 Dragon Balls gathered together and were rushing to the position of the 5th Dragon Ball. Without even thinking about it, Vegeta knew it must be Frieza's group. Really? Son Goku looked serious, and I can sense that there seems to be a lot of evil auras gathered together, and one of them is very, very powerful. To be honest, I am not an opponent at all. What? Let me see. Klin was taken aback, and quickly looked at the direction Son Goku was sensing, and at the same time used the invisible detector. No wonder Klin was so nervous. After Son Goku returned from the Realm King, his combat power increased to 50,000. After playing Vegeta, it was raised to 80,000 after recovery. After this period of practice, and after challenging the limit twice, he was resurrected from the dead. Now he has a full combat power of 150,000. With such a high combat effectiveness, he still said he was not an opponent at all? How scary is the other party? Did it die? Combat power, 20,000. Strength, 20,000. Combat power, 22,000. Strength, 22,000. Combat power, 530,000. Strength, unknown. Hiss. Klin took a breath, his pupils shrinking sharply. It was the first time that he saw a person with such a high combat effectiveness. Of course, Vegeta doesn't count, because Vegeta's combat effectiveness is always hidden, and no one knows the specific value. Moreover, the energy intensity of the opponent is unknown, which means that it is likely to far exceed the value of 530,000. It was written before that Bulma didn't know the combat power of Vegeta, because it was far away and could not be detected. Well, it is indeed wrong, the detector can sense the position, and of course it can also detect from a distance. But this is just a short paragraph, it doesn't affect the plot, just treat it as a small bug, don't change it. How come? Are the Namek people so scary? After Tien Shinyan probed, all 3 of his eyes were widened, and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. The dumplings trembled all over, and almost got into Tien Shinyan's arms. Vegeta said leisurely, didn't the king of the world say that the Namek people are gentle and peaceful, how could their breath be evil? So there should be alien creatures invading, and they want to forcibly snatch the Dragon Ball. This is likely to bring a huge disaster to the Namek people, so, what are you going to do? No, I'm going to take a look. Son Goku exploded and flew away. Let's go too. Klin, Tien Shinyan, and Dumplings also flew away. Son Gohan hesitated for a moment, bowed slightly to Vegeta and Bulma, left a sentence of I'm going to, and flew away as well. Hey! Are they stupid? Nappa shivered with cold sweat on his forehead, those guys are obviously, but, why are they here? Raditz also thought of the other person's identity, and his face was also nervous. You ask me, who do I ask? Kakarot, and they are just looking for death. Hey, what do you mean? Bulma looked at the 2 of them and asked, do you know who the other person is? You better don't know. Raditz clenched his fists and said, the most correct thing to do now is to call Kakarot and the others back. We will leave Namek by spacecraft immediately, as far away as possible. Asterisk. Chapter 41. Chapter 41. Chapter 041 I found you, Vegeta. You guys go together too, take a good look at how Son Goku they deal with it. Vegeta grabbed Nappa and Raditz by the nape of their necks, one with each hand, and flew both of them away. The throwing direction is exactly the direction where Son Goku and others are leaving. What are you doing? Bulma frowned. Intuition tells her that Namek has a big problem now, and it will even endanger her life. Hey, nothing will happen. Vegeta said indifferently, let Goku and the others explore the way first, and clean up the trash fish by the way, and finally I will come out and finish it. After all, the hero is always at the last moment. Come on. For those Chuyi, Dodoria, Sabo, Kainuite, etc., Vegeta is not interested at all, so let Son Goku and the others deal with it. As for the final Frieza, they couldn't beat Son Goku anyway. In the end, Vegeta must be the one to shoot. And the purpose of his trip is Frieza. Of course, if Son Goku still becomes Super Saiyan like the original, it would be even better. It doesn't matter whether Frieza is dead or not, Vegeta can also use the Super Son Goku to practice. Perfect. If you say that, then I'm relieved. Bulma glanced at Vegeta and relaxed. She thought that Vegeta was still unwilling to make a move like that time, so she must be worried about her safety. But now that she knew that Vegeta would not stand by, she could put her heart back in her stomach. Speaking of which, Namek's environment is really good. Vegeta looked around and couldn't help but exclaimed. So it was a matter of course that the two of them started taking a walk to see the scenery, pointing to the surrounding environment, and they had a good time. On the other side, Son Goku sensed the anger of Vegeta and Chuyi midway, and left the group directly and flew in the direction of Vegeta. But Klin and the others, like the original book, rescued Dende and led Dodoria away. The difference from the original is that after getting a distance from Frieza, he can easily sling the 20,000 strength Dodoria by himself. As a result, Son Goku and Vegeta reached a temporary cooperation agreement and rushed over together. Dodoria tells the truth about Saiyon's destruction, and is blasted into scum by Vegeta's anger and ki blast. After that, they went to the Great Elder together. Son Gohan, Kellen, Tien Shinyan, and Dumplings have all developed their potential and their strength has increased greatly. Son Goku's strength exceeds the Great Elder, and the Great Elder cannot help. As for the three Saiyans, Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz, because the aura is evil, the Elder refuses to help them develop their potential. Although it has changed a lot and the number of people is different, the direction is still the same. Vegeta's face was thoughtful. Although he couldn't see what Son Goku and the others did, he could roughly tell what happened through his breath sensing. As for himself, he had a great time traveling with Bulma. Bulma was also completely let go, like a happy magpie, chirping and laughing endlessly, forgetting Son Goku and others. When Vegeta looked far away, she would look at Vegeta in a trance from time to time, and the screams of emotion in her eyes. Obsessed? All right. In fact, with Vegeta's strength, how could it not be noticed? I found out a long time ago. It's just that he was thinking about a very serious question. With his appearance and charm, if this matter is broken, will Bulma throw him in his arms every minute, and by the way, will he be rectified on the spot? Nowadays, Namek is full of the smell of war and smoking. It's too much for them to travel here to see the scenery, okay? If we fight another wild, cough cough. Thinking of this, Vegeta could only stare without squinting, as if he hadn't noticed. Surprisingly, something went wrong when Vegeta's thoughts went wrong. I found you, Vegeta. A figure suddenly appeared behind them. The two looked back, and it was Son Goku. It's just that his shape is a bit strange. He even wore the kind of detector that Saiyan wore when he first came to Earth. Sun Jun, didn't you say that you are not used to the detector? Why do you still wear this outdated one now? Bulma was puzzled, always feeling something strange. A weird look rose on Vegeta's face. What is the situation, Kinu? I sensed the breath carefully, and it seemed to be true. After Son Goku and his party left the Grand Elder, they seemed to have encountered Sabo and Kai Nuit. Son Goku was obviously careless again, and Jinnu had his body exchanged. Now Klin and the others are fighting chaotically with other members of the special team, and they are far away from each other. And Son Goku, whose body was changed, dragged the crippled body of Kenu, hanging far behind, and was coming here. In other words, Kenu led Son Goku out of the battlefield, completed the body exchange without everyone noticing, and then directly found Vegeta here. I'm curious, why did you know me? And what is the purpose of looking for me? Vegeta asked Bulma, who was about to move forward, raising his eyebrows at Kinho. He's not. The clever Bulma soon realized that something was wrong, and quickly shut up, and drew back quietly. Hey hey! Kinney suddenly laughed strangely. The person who can be treated specially by King Frieza is really different, so alert. I originally planned to use this body to confuse you, while you were not prepared to launch a sneak attack. I didn't expect it to be seen through by you at a glance. Asterisk. Chapter 42. Chapter 42. 042 Feel the power of 300,000 combat power. Special treatment by Frieza. Vegeta raised his brow. But he soon understood that he probably learned of his existence through Vegeta's detector, knowing that his strength is far better than Son Goku and the others, so he thought about it differently. But, in that case, why did Jinnu dare to come to him? Don't you believe that he has that kind of strength? Sure enough, I heard Kinney say very soon, the King Frieza said that our Kainu team is not your opponent, and wants to use your power to destroy our spirit, but I think that with your thin body, it can be shredded with just one hand. Vegeta couldn't help but laugh, and the ignorant was meaningless. Then, I really want to know, how do you tear me apart with one hand, or do you use the turf next to it? Vegeta's expression on his face made Bulma chuckle and laugh. How to tear one hand? Is this guy here to be funny? Asshole, dare to tease Master Kinho. Kinho was so angry that he wanted to do it when he became angry. At this time, Son Goku, who was dragging Kanu's crippled body, arrived. Vegeta, Bulma, don't believe him, I'm Son Goku, and that guy changed my body. Son Goku yelled before he got closer, fearing that Vegeta would be fooled by them. Bulma rolled his eyes and said, Son Jun, do you think anyone is as stupid as you? Of course we can see it. With Vegeta by his side, Bulma was so courageous that he didn't regard Kinho as a threat at all. That's it, then I don't worry, Vegeta is really good. Son Goku breathed a sigh of relief, not at all angry at Bulma's words. It just so happens that since you are here, then I will serve you all in one pot, and then Lord Frieza will definitely look at me with admiration. Jinnu clenched his fist and smiled, let you see the power of this body, this is a powerful body with 300,000 combat power. In the previous battle with Kinu, Son Goku exploded Kaioken twice in order to brush up on his superiority. So in the impression of Kinho, Son Goku's body is a powerful existence with 300,000 combat power. Did it die? Bulma used an invisible detector to probe the Kinu of Son Goku's body, and the result showed that his combat power was 45,000. This is what you call 300,000 combat power. Bulma had a weird expression, she wanted to laugh but was embarrassed to laugh. Not to mention only 45,000, even if it is 300,000, facing Vegeta, he can only sing and conquer. So Bulma didn't worry at all, but felt that the funny scene before him was so funny how he looked at it. Kinu, don't bother in vain. Just like I can't adapt to your body, you can't use my body's power at all. Son Goku persuaded me with all his heart, only I can use my tricks, so I'm still using my body. Change it back, it's good for us. Less long-winded. Jinnu also found that the situation seemed different from what he thought, so his face was a bit ugly. But he wasn't particularly worried. It was not the first time he used the ability to exchange bodies. The body exchanged with Son Goku was also exchanged from someone else. Just give him time and let him adjust to this body slowly, and he will be able to exert his strength. Of course, tricks such as Kamehameha and Kaioken are impossible. But the power of the body can. It's just that I didn't adapt to the strength first, and hurried over to find Vegeta, which was a bit miscalculated. I'm sorry, Vegeta, I'm afraid I need your help this time. I don't have any strength at all now. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Kinu, Son Goku could only ask Vegeta for help. Kinho is too cruel. Before exchanging his body, he destroyed his physical body to half his life. Son Goku can run here even if it is powerful. Vegeta stretched out a hand and turned his palm to Kinu, or I will kill him directly. Then you will ask Shenron to resurrect the body and then change it back. Son Goku looked embarrassed, and AI said, is this too troublesome? Or think of a way to get Jinnu to change it back by himself. I think the method you said is more troublesome. Vegeta was serious. Killing Jinnu was only a momentary matter. It took him to take the initiative to replace his body, but it had to go through countless calculations. It was easier to kill him directly. Son Goku choked speechlessly. He found that asking for Vegeta's help seemed to be wrong. Asshole, don't underestimate me. Ah! Kinho was furious and fired a huge energy bomb in the direction of Vegeta, also including Bulma. Bulma was so frightened that Hwoarang turned pale, and quickly hid behind Vegeta. Fortunately, Vegeta did not panic at all and gave her a sense of security, otherwise she would be paralyzed by scare. Vegeta just stretched out his hand slightly, grabbed the energy bomb in his hand, and then gently squeezed it. With a poof, the energy bomb dissipated invisible with a muffled sound. How is it possible? Kinney's eyes widened in an instant, and his face was full of horror. At this time he remembered what Frieza had said to him again, and finally believed that it was all true. There is an insurmountable gap between the two. Run! Without a word, Kinho burst into a cloud of white flames, rushing to the distance at the fastest speed. He already understands it, not to mention that he hasn't completely adapted to this new body yet. Even if he adapts, he might not be Vegeta's opponent. Wipe, disconnected, open the hotspot update of the mobile phone, my traffic is refreshing, this month has just started, so distressed. Please give me some tips and comfort. Asterisk. Chapter 43. Chapter 43. Chapter 043 I have never killed people again. Can you run? Vegeta's figure flashed, and he stopped in front of Kinho. This terrifying speed is far beyond the understanding of ordinary people, and it is no different from instant transmission. However, unexpectedly, Jinnu didn't panic at all, but smiled triumphantly. You are fooled. Exchange. He opened his arms and opened his mouth wide, and a white light came out of his mouth, shooting at Vegeta at a very fast speed. The two were already close, and the white light hit Vegeta before he could even react. No, be careful. Son Goku's face changed drastically in an instant, because he had been swapped in this way before. But because of his current physical condition, and the fact that Kinu and Vegeta have rushed out for a certain distance, he wants to rush over like the original book, and take the opportunity to change back to his body cannot do it. However, Vegeta is not Son Goku, how could he be unprepared? When the white light jetted out from Kinho's mouth, an energy shield appeared on Vegeta. This is something that even the destruction of Beerus' full energy form can be slightly contended. Exchange? Joke. The white light hit the energy shield without causing any fluctuations. Afterwards, Vegeta stretched out his hand and caught the white light directly in his hand. What? This is impossible. In the white light, Kinho's sharp roar and boundless panic were heard. This was the first time he encountered this situation. Even if Frisia couldn't exchange it, he would return without success at best, and would suffer a little bit of backlash. But now, his exchange ability has been completely cracked. Soul. Vegeta looked at the struggling white ball of light in his hand, but he didn't have much surprise. The so-called exchange is to use the power of rules to complete the transfer between souls. Simple and rude, without too many technical problems. Just a little bit of induction, Vegeta knew that he could use this ability completely, but it was very tasteless. This skill is only useful for people with weak souls. Either you can only choose to start with weak scum, or just like Dragon Ball Super's Tagma, it is weak scum, but has great potential. If Vegeta is crossing into an ordinary person, he can still use this ability to exchange for Scion. But now, who is he going to exchange? Who can compare with Vegeta? Trash. Vegeta made a very pertinent evaluation of this skill. Impossible, it is absolutely impossible. Jinnu, who has turned into a soul light group, has not accepted the reality until now, because even Frisia can't do that. Is it possible that this Vegeta is much better than King Frisia? Kinu certainly didn't believe that there would be such a thing, so he couldn't understand the current situation. Vegeta didn't care about him, grabbing Jinyu's soul, and lifting the body of Son Goku, who had become an empty shell, and came to Son Goku's side. Don't move. Vegeta held Son Goku and lined up the two bodies. Vegeta, who had figured out the exchange principle, easily helped Son Goku to exchange his body back. Hey? Really changed it back? Thank you so much, Vegeta, you are really much better than me. Son Goku's body was not injured, so after switching back, he happily jumped on the spot, and hit several sets of combos. As for Kinu, Goku, here's this thing for you. Vegeta sealed Kinho's soul with energy, and then gave it to Son Goku. What is this? Son Goku has not directly touched the soul source, nor has he noticed that Jinyu's body has become an empty shell. You use Ki Blast to see if you can break him up. Vegeta squinted at him. What do you want to test? Son Goku gritted his fists and did a few warm-up actions. Well, I'll try it. Tortoise Pi Qigong Wave. Boom. Jinyu's soul light group didn't hold on for a second, and was directly broken up. Of course, Jinyu would not be completely annihilated, but he was going to the underworld to report. What? It's very weak. I used less than half of the power and it's gone. Son Goku hasn't figured out the situation yet. Idiot. Bulma could understand. That must be the soul of Kinho, right? He is dead now. Hey? It's really true. Son Goku found out, and then curiously said, Vegeta, why don't you try to kill him and lie to me? Although it is not a big deal, Son Goku has never liked to lie since he was a child. I just asked you to break him up, what did you lie to? Vegeta rolled his eyes, and then said, keeping this guy is a big trouble, maybe he has to deal with it again, so I can only kill it. But I haven't killed anyone. If you don't do it, do you expect Bulma? I can't do such a thing. Bulma jumped up in shock and waved his hands again and again. However, no one expected her. Son Goku suddenly realized, he said in praise, you have such a strong strength, you have never killed anyone? Sure enough, my intuition is correct, you are indeed a good person. But you can say it clearly, is it necessary to hide it? Although he doesn't kill much, it doesn't mean that he never killed. For example, the Red Silk Army, Piccolo Daimao. It's just that, in a sane state, he is too naive. Even if he kills his companion, he can let it go, just like Vegeta, just like Frisia. Tell you. Vegeta rolled his eyes and said, tell you that you didn't just let him go. If he exchanges with Bulma, can you fight? Son Goku was speechless for a moment. Think about it, if his opponent is Bulma, wouldn't he be able to play well? Bulma was also speechless. You guys said, why use me as an example? Equals 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 equals. Say rewards and rewards. Thank you very much for Super Saiyan Super 10, or else I promise it. Do I need to blame it? Equals 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 asterisk. Chapter 44. Chapter 44. Chapter 044. Frieza finally moved. Son Goku recovered his body and quickly ran away because Klin and Son Gohan were still fighting. Really, I thought Jun would be very reliable. As a result, there will always be various situations. If you were not here for Vegeta today, the consequences would be really unthinkable. Seeing Son Goku leave, Bulma couldn't help but complain. In fact, after seeing Son Goku grow up, she was moved. In the original work, she also said that she had missed Son Goku when she was dating Yamcha and didn't choose Son Goku. But after all, she still didn't come together with Son Goku, just because Son Goku's character is really not the type she likes. But now Vegeta is naturally the most perfect ideal Prince Charming in her mind, so she will always stick to Vegeta. It's a pity that in her opinion, Saiyan is all elm-headed, and she has done it so obviously, and Vegeta still doesn't say it at all. Of course, Vegeta didn't want to show it, nor was it Lu Xiaowai. It's just that now he needs to concentrate on refining the energy in his body, it is best not to be distracted. As for the rest, we will see the situation later. After the trouble with Kinu just now, the two of them didn't have any thoughts about traveling, so Vegeta hugged Bulma and flew to the fighting place together. In fact, through the development of the potential of the Great Elder, Klin and the others have completely surpassed Vegeta in their normal combat power, and are infinitely close to Geth, Bart and others. If the state of potential erupts, just one person will sweep the other Special Forces members except Kainu. However, they still choose to fight in a normal state, and while tempering their normal combat power, they must also retain their physical strength to guard against possible changes in the future. Klin played Guise, Tien Shinyan played Bart, Son Gohan played Likum, and finally was a duel of superpowers and superpowers, Dumplings vs Gudu. In addition, the battle between Vegeta and Sab was also inextricably fought. Perhaps stimulated by the words Vegeta is Super Saiyan, after Vegeta left the Earth, he was seriously injured and his combat effectiveness increased much stronger than the original, reaching 26,000. Sabo has 27,000 combat power after transforming, and the difference between the two is not much. Vegeta is only slightly at a disadvantage. But when he noticed that the stray pieces in his eyes, Klin and others, are now much stronger than him, the unwillingness in his heart turned into anger, and his strength suddenly increased during the battle, which in turn pressed Sabo. Beat. Raditz and Nappa were once again the eater. In fact, their original intention was to leave Namek, and they had no intention of opposing Frieza. But there is no way, who made them board the thief ship, and now even Vegeta has publicly betrayed Frieza. If they dared to escape at this time, they would definitely be the two who died the worst. After Son Goku rushed back, everyone knew that he had dealt with the strongest captain of Kinu, so Klin and the others broke out with all their strength and quickly killed all the rest. Vegeta is the fastest. He has increased his strength to 32,000 in the battle. Although he is still not as good as Klin and the others, he is the most disparate from his opponent. After everyone discussed it, they decided to steal the Dragon Ball first. And made a wish to bring Piccolo and the gods back to life. When the time comes, there will be no worries, and then find a way to deal with Frieza. When Vegeta and Bulma rushed over, they happened to be going to steal the Dragon Ball, so they quietly followed to watch the good show. Frieza's right and left arms were hung up, although the detectors were destroyed by the Namek, he could not detect it. In the final analysis, Frieza is also a strong man, and his intuition makes him upset and irritated. Don't wait! Frieza threw the 6 Dragon Balls collected in the universe ship, set off alone, and flew towards the position of the Great Elder. No way, the place where the Elder lives is the sign of Namek, it is best to find it. And when he was wearing the detector before, he had already found that location. Frisia's BB car is very fast, almost fleeting in the blink of an eye. When Son Goku and the others came to Frisia's spacecraft, he was long gone. There are 6 Dragon Balls here. Klin took the Dragon Ball radar from Bulma, found the 6 Dragon Balls hidden in the spacecraft, and said, "The last one was hidden in a hidden cave by me. Inside, I'll get it now." The Dragon Ball was given to them by the Great Elder, and was hidden by Klin before encountering the Kainui team. No way, each of Namek's Dragon Balls is the size of a basketball, so it's not convenient to carry around. Vegeta and Bulma watched from a distance, not directly approaching, nor were they noticed. "Wow, the Dragon Ball here is so big, it's the first time I saw it," Bulma marveled. In fact, it was also the first time that Vegeta met. If you don't inherit the memory of Son Goku and Vegeta, he hasn't even seen the Earth Dragon Ball. But that's the case, just a few glass beads, and only when they get together and summon Shenron can they stimulate the eyeballs a little. So Vegeta's attention was not on Dragon Ball at all. He sensed Frisia's position and found that the plot seemed to be developing in the direction of the original. Frisia went to the Great Elder, and he would definitely be stopped by Niru. Dende took the opportunity to escape, came to find Son Gohan and others, and helped summon Shenron to make a wish. Then Frisia found out that Shenron appeared. After he rushed over, the war broke out. Chapter 45. Chapter 45. Chapter 045 Vegeta's humiliating tears. The result was exactly the same as Vegeta's prediction. After Frisia found that Palunga had been summoned, he dropped Niru, who was seriously injured and dying, and rushed back as quickly as possible. Piccolo was resurrected by Namek Shenron's wish, and a teleport was also included to send him to the vicinity of Niru. The two assimilated without a doubt, and Piccolo's combat power instantly exploded to more than 2 million. In the original book, he can sling Frisia in the second form, but here, after the influence of Vegeta, he is stronger and can completely sling Frisia in the third form. He has also become the strongest warrior on Earth, except Vegeta. But before Piccolo arrived, Son Goku and others were swept by Frisia. Even if Son Goku uses 10 times Kaioken for overload, it only has 1.5 million combat power, which is not the opponent of the third form of Frisia at all. "You won't do it yet? Didn't you say that you will do it after Frisia comes?" Bulma was so nervous that the back of her palms and hands were sweaty. The previous battle with Vegeta was already thrilling to see her. Unexpectedly, Frisia is even more terrifying. This force is simply destroying the world. Moreover, Frisia's successive transformations made her feel terrified, even afraid that Vegeta would not be an opponent. She must be suspicious in her heart, but she still tried to convince herself that Vegeta was stronger. Vegeta patted her head lightly. "It's not time to despair. Son Goku is pushing himself beyond the limit. I'm going to be blamed for interrupting him at this time. Don't worry, he has fairy beans on him. He hasn't eaten it yet, which means he has more energy. And, another soldier is coming. I can't steal his limelight at this time." Vegeta's calmness gave Bulma a lot of peace of mind. At the same time, she was a little weird. "Is there a warrior? Who is it?" Polanga didn't say that it brought Piccolo to Namek. So, when Piccolo appeared and took over the battle of Son Goku, everyone was amazed. Especially the power he showed, it shocked everyone. Frisia in the third form is not an opponent at all. At this time, he is being beaten by the newly born Piccolo in various fancy styles. Son Goku watched the blood surge. "Okay, just take this opportunity to hit the limit." He ate the fairy beans, and his fighting power soared, surpassing the third form of Frisia and Piccolo in an instant, reaching a height of 5 million. "What? That guy Kakarote?" Vegeta was most irritated. He was already seriously injured and lying on the ground with a slumped face, but he didn't expect to sense the horror of Son Goku's explosive growth. The warriors from the earth all had celestial beams. One by one, they were seriously injured after being swept by Frisia. It's just that I can't join the battle anymore, so I can only watch the battle from a distance. Even Raditz and Nappa, who had just plucked up the courage to join everyone, finally recovered from serious injuries and improved their strength to a certain extent. It's just that everyone selectively ignored Vegeta. Except for Son Goku, everyone sees him upset. How could it be possible to give him fairy beans? Vegeta, whose self-esteem was so strong, couldn't hold back his face and asked for help. So that's it. He can only lie on the ground and watch other people's shows. This is not the same as the original. The original Son Goku has been in the treatment room after being injured by Kinu. He was the main force before Piccolo appeared, and of course he had to take care of it. And now, Vegeta's strength is almost at the bottom. Because Raditz and Nappa have surpassed him, there is only one Forever Soy Sauce Party Dumplings, and Vegeta can be compared. Damn, damn! I am Prince Saiyan, I am the most talented warrior. These guys, one day I will tear them all up. There were tears of humiliation in Vegeta's eyes, his heart was full of unwillingness and anger, and there was no place to vent. Patter. A footstep fell beside him. Vegeta looked back, and it turned out to be Vegeta. Not reconciled? Want to become stronger, right? There was no expression on Vegeta's face, so he threw a fairy bean directly to him, then explode. Let Frisia see the true power of Saiyan. The expression on Vegeta's face was dumbfounded, and he didn't understand what Vegeta was thinking. But he was worried that Vegeta would go back, and immediately ate the fairy beans. So many people on the earth have eaten fairy beans, of course he discovered the function of this bean early. Sure enough, like everyone else, after eating the fairy beans, his injuries instantly recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the strength in his body continued to rise, far surpassing the previous, and also surpassing the third form Frisia and the newborn Piccolo. Vegeta felt it briefly. Vegeta recovered this time, and his combat power exploded from 32,000 to 3 million. Sure enough, vision and mentality are the main reasons that really make Saiyan stronger. However, it will also be limited by the strength of the physical body. After the explosion, it will not be able to continue to improve for a long time, and it is necessary to strengthen the cultivation. Otherwise, as long as it is Saiyan, he can use this method to gain unlimited combat power. Isn't the entire universe Saiyan's world? I won't thank you. The haughty Vegeta dropped these words and yelled directly to join the battle. At this time, Frisia had been forced out of the final form, and Piccolo was given to KO with the weakest force. The resurrection of Vegeta was almost the same time as Son Goku. So Son Goku and Vegeta joined forces to fight Frisia together. Asterisk. Chapter 46. Chapter 46. Chapter 046 The Insidious Frisia. It's a pity that even if the power soared to the height of 3 million, Vegeta still couldn't survive a few rounds, and was easily defeated by Frisia in full condition. Son Goku fully adapted to the load brought by Kaioken 10 times, with up to 50 million combat power, fought extremely fiercely with Frisia at 50% energy state, but still fell into a disadvantage. Because Frisia has a 50% energy state, the combat power is 60 million. In the end, Son Goku used Kaioken 20 times overload, while Frisia used 100% energy state. Son Goku, you are really good, unexpectedly strong, but you can only stop here. Frisia did not expect that the mere Saiyan Wild Monkey could push him to this point. Sure enough, eliminating Saiyan in advance was a wise decision. It's still early, I can continue fighting. Sun Wu obviously had reached his limit, but he still insisted on not surrendering because he had not been completely defeated. Enough. I don't want to continue this kind of meaningless battle. Frisia already knew the limits of Son Goku. Although it reached a height close to him, it was a lot worse after all. Even if he tried hard, he could not be his opponent. What's more, there was another Vegeta who was not able to make a shot, and Frieza was always on guard. After speaking, he directly probed his hand and grabbed Vegeta not far away. "Let's start with you, Vegeta. As punishment for publicly betraying me, I was the first to kill you, and you can just look down." "What?" Son Goku and others did not expect that Frieza would use this method, starting with someone who had no resistance. "Damn it! Frieza, I'm going to kill you." Vegeta struggled in Frieza's hands. It's a pity that he doesn't seem to be able to figure out the situation. Where is he now qualified to challenge Frieza? Don't worry, other people will be with you soon. Goodbye, Vegeta. Frieza had an evil smile on his face, and an energy bomb on his fingertips was rapidly condensing, just aimed at it. Vegeta's heart position. "Stop, Frieza." Son Goku almost didn't even think about it, and rushed forward to save someone. Son Goku is defeated. Vegeta knew at a glance that Frieza, the sinister and cunning guy, was calculating Son Goku. But he doesn't plan to make a move. It's okay to let Son Goku eat more of this loss, so he can be more careful in the future. Sure enough, Frieza had a tricky expression on his face. The energy bomb that was originally going to hit Vegeta instantly turned around and hit Son Goku's knee. Boom! Son Goku, who was halfway through, was unstable and fell to the ground in a moment. Damn it! Son Goku tried several times but didn't stand up. His kneecap had been broken. Ho 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 ho! Son Goku, you are so naive, do you think I really want to kill Vegeta? Frieza threw Vegeta aside, without even looking at it. To him, Vegeta is just an ant, you can kill it anytime, it just depends on your mood. Compared to killing Vegeta, your power makes me feel more troublesome. In order to avoid accidents, I'll get rid of you first. Frieza smiled cheerfully, full of joy. Get rid of Son Goku, and then Vegeta. Although he felt that the power of Son Goku might have surpassed Vegeta, he still put Vegeta in the first place, which was formed by preconceived notions. Kakarot, you really embarrassed us, Saiyan. You missed such a good opportunity just now. Vegeta's face was full of despair. Saiyan never talks about family or friendship. You even kept your hands for my enemy. Saiyan is ashamed. I don't know what Saiyan is like, but I am Son Goku who grew up on the earth. Although Son Goku was unwilling, he did not regret it, let alone change his original intention. Frieza is a ruthless character, no matter whether they have finished or not, they don't even say hello, and they send an energy bomb directly at Son Goku. Son Goku, who has lost his resistance, will definitely die under this energy bullet. Goku! Dad! Klin, Son Gohan, and others screamed, but their strengths are so different that they can't save people. Even if it is a freshman Piccolo, Frieza is still too far away from the 100% energy state. Puff! In the end, Vegeta appeared, gently grabbing the energy bomb that Frieza had hit, and squeezing it with his palm, which was directly annihilated. Son Goku, have you forgotten that you still have fairy beans? Vegeta was puzzled. He sent everyone some fairy beans as spares before setting off. Anyway, for fairy beans, knowing how to grow them is no longer a problem for Vegeta, he has as many as he wants. Ah! Oh! I forgot. Son Goku slapped his forehead, quickly took out a fairy bean from his body and ate it, and said in his mouth, but Frieza is really strong. I am not an opponent at all. I can only ask. You, Vegeta. Son Goku really has no other means. 20 times Kaioken is already overloaded. It is good to be able to maintain this state, and it is impossible to go further. Moreover, he had just resurrected from the dying to rise to 5 million, and his physical strength was also overloaded. Even if he ate the fairy beans this time, he did not increase his combat effectiveness. Forget it, I didn't pin my hopes on you. Vegeta waved his hand and told Son Goku to back away. If Frieza is defeated by Son Goku in this way, then why does Vegeta run to Namek? Is it really a tour of the mountains and rivers? Asterisk. Chapter 47. Chapter 47. Chapter 047 Vegeta vs Frieza. Oh? Did you change your shot this time? Vegeta. Frieza didn't care about Son Goku who retreated. He was now focused on Vegeta. Speaking of which, I am quite interested in your strength, don't let me down. Vegeta glanced at him, and said with a smile, I'm afraid it will be me who will be disappointed in the end. So confident? Ho ho ho, Frieza let out a weird smile, then let's get started. As soon as the voice fell, his figure flickered, and he instantly appeared next to Vegeta, and a whip kick hit him hard. This sinister and cunning guy, even if he doesn't believe that Vegeta has the power to rival him, he still wants to take the lead. Unfortunately, in the eyes of others, Frieza's speed is terrifying, but in Vegeta's view, it is nothing more than that, far incomparable with Beerus. Boom! Vegeta only lifted his arm slightly to block Frieza's full blow. The probing hand grabbed his tail and slammed it on the ground, followed by another kick, kicking it out. Boom 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 boom. It seems that this kick doesn't take much effort, but the effect is quite amazing. Frieza couldn't control his figure at all, and broke several mountain peaks one after another, and was finally buried in a pile of rubble. Okay, so awesome. This is Vegeta's power? It's terrifying. Sure enough, I didn't guess wrong, Vegeta is the strongest. Vegeta's light lifting move made the soldiers excited, and the pressure Frieza had put on them before was also wiped out. Son Goku's eyes were also bright, and his blood boiled. How strong is this Vegeta? I really want to fight him seriously. Boom! Frieza blew up the gravel and floated from the ground, anger erupting in her eyes. There are many scars on his body, and he looks quite embarrassed. Although it was because of his carelessness, he was beaten up after only one face-to-face meeting, which made his face a little unbearable. Vegeta, I'm going to kill you! Frieza roared and rushed again, his energy exploded, and a rich purple flame rose up. Vegeta's expression is also a little more serious. Frieza, who is at his full strength, is still somewhat worth seeing. At least in the case of not using his original power, Vegeta had to do his best. This is why he came to Frieza. If you can't give him enough pressure, this battle will be meaningless. Well, in that case. A powerful aura exploded on Vegeta, and the white flames rose up and rushed towards Frieza. Did it die? The detectors of Klin and others are beating frantically. Frieza's combat effectiveness has long been detected. 120 million. It is the strength of Frieza in a 100% energy state. And now, Vegeta's combat effectiveness, which was nearly zero, has also improved. Combat power, 5 million. Strength, 100 million. This is the same as when Son Goku used 20 times Kaioken, when Son Goku also had a combat power of 5 million and an intensity of 100 million. Does Vegeta also use a certain ability similar to Kaioken? Actually, the combat power is about the same as Goku. Klin was a little puzzled. Piccolo shook his head and said, no, this is Vegeta's normal combat effectiveness, and he must have some reservations. Piccolo's intuition is very accurate, especially after assimilating Niru, he actually has a certain sense of the power of rules. Hiss! Hearing Piccolo's words, everyone around took a breath. Normal combat power is 100 million in strength. And it is not the strongest. How terrifying is it to burst out with full force? Don't forget that the potential state of Klin and others was taught by Vegeta, and Son Goku was also suggested by him to be sent to the King of Stars to practice. So there is no doubt that Vegeta must have mastered such tricks as potential state or Kaioken. Of course, they didn't know that regardless of the potential state or Kaioken, Vegeta would actually do it. Boom! At this time, Vegeta and Frieza's fists met each other, exploding with shocking power. The two rays of light, one white and one purple, each occupy half of the sky, and the powerful aura swept all around, forcing everyone to retreat again and again. Son Goku had already given Vegeta a fairy bean, and Vegeta also retreated to watch the battle with everyone. It's just that he is different from other people's faces full of exclamation, but he is very unwilling to gritted his teeth. It turns out that you are only at this level. I was worried about it before. Frieza briefly touched Vegeta with a punch, and immediately noticed that Vegeta's power was not much different from that of Kaioken's son Goku. At most, one just explodes the liver and cannot last for a long time, while the other can reach this level by relying on the strength of the body and can last for a long time. But anyway, it's the same for Frieza, it's not his opponent anyway. Do you think so? Frieza. Vegeta grinned, his heart full of excitement. Sure enough, my guess is correct. If there are opponents of similar strength to fight, the speed of the mixed energy fusion in the body will be much faster. The accumulation of energy during the past year has raised his perception of the power of rules to an extremely deep level, but fusion's efficiency is not high. If he can completely fuse those energies, he can definitely reach the realm of gods immediately. Now that the new energy has increased to a strength of about 100 million, Frieza happens to be a powerful opponent, and it just happens to be used to accelerate fusion. Perhaps this battle can be fought a little longer, but it would be better if it can be dragged to full fusion. Asterisk. Chapter 48. Chapter 48. Chapter 048 Single Cell Goku grabs the head. Looking at you like this, do you, like Son Goku, have that red anger? Frieza's surface was calm, but his heart still thumped. The strength of Vegeta under normal conditions is very close to him. If he becomes that red again, wouldn't it be far beyond him? Who knows? Vegeta smiled, did not answer directly, just raised his fist and fought with Frieza again. The collision with the full punch just now made the energy in the body fusion a lot, and when they stopped, they returned to normal, so now Vegeta can't wait to fight a continuous and protracted battle. If Kaioken is directly exposed and Frieza is easily killed, wouldn't it be wasted if I went all the way to Namek? Frieza didn't know this. Seeing that Vegeta hadn't transformed, he felt relieved now. With a sneer in his heart, he immediately broke out to fight with Vegeta with all his strength. 120 million to 100 million, but the situation is completely different from when Son Goku was playing. Vegeta didn't see any weakness at all, but had a slight advantage. After all, Son Goku uses Kaioken, which is still overloaded, his energy is not stable, his body is still in severe pain, which greatly affects his strength. Unlike Vegeta, his power is real, and he still compresses energy, which is much stronger than ordinary chi. In this way, it is easy to understand that Vegeta has the upper hand. However, Vegeta constricted a little bit and didn't despair Frieza, otherwise the plan for a protracted battle would be frustrated. Bang bang bang! The muffled sound of fists and feet collided constantly in the air, each time it caused the air to explode, causing a strong hurricane to be rolled up on Namek, and even the climate was slowly changing. It's a fierce battle, I can't keep up with their speed. Klin's forehead was full of cold sweat. He was really far from this level, and he couldn't understand at all how such a realm was raised. The freshman Piccolo can barely keep up, but it's only a little bit. He observed for a while, and said in a deep voice, I don't know why, Vegeta hasn't shown his true strength, and seems to be teasing Frieza. If this continues, I'm afraid this battle will be endless. Son Goku also saw it. Does he have any other plans? But there is really no way to tell the winner in a short time, shall we just look at it? His original intention was actually to join the battle. Although he had already lost a moment ago, he couldn't help his whole body cells beating when he saw this kind of scene. Hey, Kakarot, I advise you not to think too much. Both of them are monsters. Even if you are already very strong, you can't get involved in this level of battle. Vegeta is still gritting his teeth. His glass heart had been broken many times, but he still couldn't get used to it. Every time he sees someone who is better than him, especially much better than him, he will have an unknown fire. Piccolo was about to say something, but Son Goku suddenly smiled. How can I know if I don't try it? After speaking, he actually rushed out like this. 20 times Kaioken. The red flames rose suddenly, and Son Goku's situation seemed to be better than last time. Although it was still somewhat reluctant, it was not as painful as before. Beget, I'm here too. Son Goku screamed and rushed forward and punched Frieza directly. But Frieza hit his face with a backhand and flew out again with a swish. But he was not a person who gave up easily, and soon regrouped and rushed forward again. Damn it, this damn cockroach! Vegeta actually wanted to rush out regardless, but he couldn't do it. He doesn't have Kaioken, and with only 3 million combat power, he can't stand the aftermath of the battle between the two sides, and he can't get close to the battlefield at all. Son Goku, don't get in the way. Vegeta kicked Son Goku away. He was really speechless to this guy. He was beaten and his blood boiled with enthusiasm. Come again if you have the ability to become Super Saiyan, then I will give you Frieza. Ah, what are you doing, Vegeta? Son Goku didn't guard Vegeta at all, and flew out again. But this time he flew out closer to Frieza, his eyes turned, and his body turned to Frieza. I'm sorry, Vegeta, grab your opponent. Son Goku smiled, and soon fought with Frieza. Vegeta almost couldn't help going over to Frieza 2v1 and jointly beat Son Goku. What is this guy's brain circuit like? Do you think he is playing around? But after all, he held it back, but stopped in place helplessly. Well, the energy fusion rate is 10%, so fast. After a little sensing of the situation in his body, Vegeta could not help being surprised. You know, the energy fusion degree was only 1% in the previous year. In other words, it takes a whole 100 years to wait for them to complete fusion on their own. The fight just now took less than 10 minutes to complete 9%. So, 1 minute of fierce battle is equivalent to 1 year of automatic energy fusion? In this way, he doesn't need to worry. Even if Frieza is robbed, he can wait for Son Goku to transform into Super Saiyan, and then he can practice against him. Just 1.5 hours is enough, so Son Goku will be very happy. In addition, as time goes by, the more energy fusion, the stronger Vegeta can play. Just now, I was suppressing my strength and fighting with Frieza. This is the main reason Vegeta acquiesced to Son Goku's grab. Thanks for the reward of A. ***************** Chapter 49. Chapter 49. Chapter 049, The Legendary Super Saiyan. As a result, Vegeta still overestimated Son Goku, but he persisted for a few rounds, and the load brought by 20 times Kaioken could no longer bear. Oops! The red light flashed on Son Goku's body, converged in an instant, and Frieza punched him in the face. With a loud noise, Son Goku hit the ground heavily, smashing a huge pit. Humph! I won't give you a third chance. Frieza was also fierce, and a huge energy bounce was not enough. After the explosion, he plunged down suddenly and continued to hit the huge pit that Son Goku had fallen. Even if Son Goku has been killed by the energy bomb, he will whip the corpse. Goku. Dead. The expressions of Klin, Son Gohan, and others changed drastically, but Piccolo shouted, Son Goku, eat fairy beans. It's too late. Frieza laughed weirdly. He had already seen Son Goku in the ruins. He was indeed still alive. He only had a sigh of relief, but he wanted to take out the fairy beans from his arms, which was very difficult to do with his current injuries. And Frieza arrived in a flash, and would never give Son Goku a chance. Frieza, die to me! Several energy bombs exploded on Frieza's body, but it was Vegeta who shot it. He, the arrogant Prince Saiyan, couldn't bear the feeling of being ignored, and was always looking for opportunities to shoot. It's a pity that the strengths are so different that Frisia didn't even look at it, letting the energy bounce on him without any damage. Damn it! Vegeta slammed a punch to the ground, his face full of unwillingness. Enough, Frisia, your opponent is me. Vegeta's figure flashed, he had reached Frisia's side, and kicked over. At the critical moment, it still depends on Vegeta. Boom! Frisia turned around for the first time, with his arms in front of him, but he was kicked out by Vegeta's kick. I've been guarding you a long time ago, do you think I will be unprepared? However, the corners of his mouth rose slightly at this moment. Not good. His goal is Goku. The bystanders cleared up Klin and others, and they saw Frisia's intentions all at once. Frisia deliberately took Vegeta's kick, but adjusted his position and rushed towards Son Goku at a faster speed. Why bother? Vegeta sighed. This Frisia is really no one. He obviously has the hard power, so he has to do things and do some tricks. In fact, at this time Vegeta could use instant transmission to rush to the front, but he did not do so, instead letting Frisia rush to Son Goku. Because he saw that Frisia was not trying to kill Son Goku. Sure enough, Frisia didn't shoot directly, but grabbed Son Goku by the neck, then looked at Vegeta and smiled triumphantly, ho ho ho, what should I do? I'm hostage again. The energy bullets condensed on his fingertips, aimed directly at Son Goku's heart. It's also a threatening drama. Leave me alone, Vegeta, kill him. Son Goku was also murdered at this time. People like Frisia cannot stay, otherwise they will be very dangerous in the future. How? Are you listening to him or giving up resistance? Frisia didn't care about Son Goku's attitude, just smiled and looked at Vegeta. Call out. The answer to him was a finger chi bomb, a Kikong bomb fired from Vegeta's fingertips. What? Frisia's complexion changed slightly, and although he fled away at the critical moment, there was still a scar on his face. Vegeta also smiled, shook his head and said, Frisia, you really disappointed me. I thought you were the Emperor of the universe, and you should have enough knowledge. Unfortunately, I misunderstood you. What do you mean? Frisia looked gloomy and seemed to be underestimated. I just want to say that you are at this level. It's boring to fight with you. Vegeta shook his head and said, besides, I don't care about Son Goku's life or death. Anyway, even if he is dead, I can still use Dragon in the future. Ball is resurrected. Because Frisia suddenly appeared, the great elder Namek was upset and died early, so Polanga only fulfilled his wish to resurrect Piccolo and then disappeared. However, Piccolo was resurrected and Shenron of the Earth was also resurrected, and Dragon Ball can still be used. Ha ha ha! Frisia, you miscalculated. Vegeta over there suddenly laughed. Vegeta standing in front of you is the legendary Super Saiyan, the most perfect warrior, how can it be a woman? Do you think it's the kind of fool like Kakarot? Frisia, you're done, in front of Super Saiyan, your end is here. After being unwilling to do so, Vegeta finally realized the reality. In his opinion, the strength is a mystery, and there is no way to see the details of Vegeta, it is definitely Super Saiyan. Call out. A finger bullet penetrated Vegeta's heart. Fr. Frisia. You, Vegeta's eyes widened, never thinking that he would end his life like this. Impatient. Frisia snorted coldly, flew Son Goku, and threw it directly beside Vegeta. I hate Super Saiyan who you said and shut up the most. Who do you think I am, Frisia? Even if there is Super Saiyan, it won't be my opponent. I was just playing with you just now. I didn't expect to be underestimated by you. Forget it, let you see the real horror of my universe, Emperor Frisia. He twisted his neck, his expression finally became serious. Asterisk. Chapter 50. Chapter 50. Episode 050. Unfortunately, Vegeta has lost interest in Frisia. because what he wants is a frontal anal punch to the flesh. Frieza can't do this at all. As long as it is a little troublesome, he will be confused. Vegeta, for the sake of Sion, do you still have any wishes that you haven't realized? Vegeta looked at Vegeta, and did not choose to save his life with fairy beans. Perhaps, after dying once, Vegeta will be able to understand the true meaning of life. Anyway, it won't take long for the Earth Dragon Ball to be wished by them to revive the people killed by Frieza's gang, including the current Vegeta, of course. In the original book, Vegeta also died once. After arriving on Earth, his personality slowly changed. Otherwise, with his original character, how could he value family affection? How could Bulma look at it? Vegeta's eyes were already distracted, and suddenly there was a little more focus. Are you, in the end, are you Super Saiyan? This question is definitely what he most urgently wants to know. Vegeta nodded slightly, then let you see clearly. Boom! A flash of electric light flashed, and Vegeta suddenly turned into a state of blonde and blue eyes. All his hair was upside down except Lu Wei, and his body was rising with golden flames. This sudden change, and the sudden explosion of breath, directly stunned everyone. The so-called Super Saiyan is actually just a state of transformation. As long as the strength reaches a certain level, after some stimulation, you can transform. In this state, the strength is 50 times the normal. Vegeta glanced at Vegeta and said calmly, on your terms, as long as you continue to cultivate, one day you will be able to reach this state. 50 times. All the people present took a breath of air, and at this time they could no longer estimate the specific strength of Vegeta. The potential state of the Earthlings was turned into a slag in front of Super Saiyan. Frieza's pupils shrank sharply, and his brain exploded. 100 million is 50 times, is it 5 billion? He has just gotten serious. Should he do this? How can he fight this? Do you use your head? Origin, come, so, Vegeta suddenly wanted to laugh out loud. The rumors all the time turned out to be true, and Super Saiyan really is the most powerful fighter, far beyond Frieza's existence. It is enough to know this. However, he is still very unwilling. Because Vegeta was right. After hearing the definition of Super Saiyan, he knew that his talent would one day achieve it, but unfortunately there was no chance. Vegeta was very unwilling, but no matter how unwilling, his heart was penetrated. It was a miracle to be able to hold on for so long. After all, Vegeta was dead. Except for Son Goku, no one will take the initiative to save him. Even Raditz and Nappa won't, because their strength is now far away. Save Vegeta and let the family ride on the head again? Saiyan is very realistic. As for Son Goku, he is hard to protect himself. How can he be able to save others? Vegeta ignored it, and his heart was full of surprise at this time. Transforming into Super Saiyan, can you speed up the energy fusion speed? Although this speed is not as fast as direct combat, it is several times faster than energy auto-fusion. Is it because the breath has exploded, and after the power has increased, is the control of the energy stronger? If it is like this. Vegeta laughed suddenly, just Super Saiyan, did you scare you all? Then if I said, what else is there? What? Almost everyone has a heart attack. Isn't this too exciting? Is a 50-fold turnaround just the first stage of the transformation? When Son Goku heard the news, his complexion instantly turned red, as if he had returned to light. Then he suddenly jumped up, hurriedly took out the fairy beans from his body and ate them. Emma, Klin and the others just remembered at this time, they even forgot Son Goku. Normal people have a little high blood pressure when they hear what Vegeta said, let alone Son Goku who is seriously injured? If it wasn't for the fairy beans, you just died suddenly, right? But Son Goku obviously didn't care about this. He looked at Vegeta with excitement and expectation, and shouted, "Vegeta, is everything you said is true? Is there a stronger state? Can we let us see it?" "Just kidding, is this a joke? It's absolutely impossible." Frisia's horror was already on his face from the inside out. "Then let you see it." Vegeta smiled slightly. He just wanted to know, if he continues to transform, the speed of energy fusion will not be faster. So, install a beep by the way, no problem. Boom! The golden arrogance on Vegeta's body expanded sharply, changing from a flame shape to a jet shape, and blue arcs flickered from time to time. There was only one bang left on the front of his forehead, and the rest were all upside down, and his eyes became sharper. "This is Super Saiyan 2, twice as strong as before. Next, it is Super Saiyan 3. What? More? What?" Vegeta clenched his fists, and the whole land vibrated violently in the roar. The hair that was originally erected quickly stretched out and spread to the waist. The golden eyebrows disappeared, the eyebrow bones were also lowered, and the whole face was full of fortitude, like a knife. In the single light green eyes, dark blue pupils appeared. The golden arrogance of the whole body turned into light and was fixed, and the blue arc that had flickered from time to time became denser. "How? This is Super Saiyan 3. The strength is 4 times that of Super Saiyan 2. That is to say, in this state, my strength is 400 times that of normal." Vegeta is somewhat proud, after all, he is the first. Show off in front of others once. Asterisk. Chapter 51. Chapter 51. 051 Namek is destroyed. Did it die? Combat power, 24 billion. Strength, 600 billion. The detectors in the eyes of Klin and others were beating frantically, and the numbers that were finally displayed shocked them one by one, their mouths opened and they couldn't close together. "Guru." Klin swallowed, and said in a daze, "How can it be 600 billion strength, shouldn't 400 times be 40 billion? He can remember that when Vegeta fought Frieza before, the combat power was only 5 million, and the intensity was 100 million. But now, what about 400 times as good? Moreover, 40 billion is already dreamlike, and now it has directly exploded to 600 billion, is it going to be against the sky? Do not. Piccolo also has an invisible detector, and his face is also full of horror, but his head is not knotted like Klin's. Maybe this is Vegeta's true strength? The previous 100 million strength was just playing around with Frieza. Now let alone the strength, even on the surface, Vegeta is far above everyone else. It's just that they don't know that the 600 billion combat power intensity is also just the surface strength of Vegeta. Tien Shinyan stared at Three Eyes, and calmly said, "I would like to know how his combat effectiveness and strength are so different?" Even if Vegeta said, "We are not in the realm yet, don't you know?" Good thing, but I still can't help being curious. Actually, me too. Klin scratched his head awkwardly. In fact, everyone has the same idea. This is because except for Son Goku's use of Kaioken, there will be a difference in combat effectiveness and strength. No one else has ever experienced this, even if the state of potential is the same. So, what kind of state is this? After understanding, can the strength be increased while ensuring combat effectiveness? Has the energy intensity increased again? At this time, Vegeta was feeling the situation in his body. When he drank Super Shen Shui a year ago, he simply completed 20-fold energy compression. But this year, no matter how he tried, he has been maintained at 20 times the state, unable to go any further. Unexpectedly, now that Super Saiyan 3 has exploded, the energy intensity has actually increased, directly climbing to 25 times. Today the energy intensity is 600 billion, that is to say, it has reached a height of 1.5 billion under normal conditions. Of course, it is still far from being compared with his peak period. But in just 1 year, the newly trained energy can reach this level, so it won't take long to surpass the original strength. In addition to the increase in strength, the energy fusion degree has also directly risen to 12%, and the fusion efficiency is dozens of times faster than before. If this situation continues, even if he does not actively seek out opponents for fierce battles, but waits for the energy to automatically fusion, he can complete all fusions in 2 or 3 years. Of course, the premise is to maintain the Super 3 form, but this is obviously impossible. In the Super 3 state, even if there is no battle, energy will be lost at an extremely fast rate, and it will not last for long. Therefore, in the original work, Son Goku rarely uses Super 3 to fight. Super Saiyan with golden arrogance. That's why it's no wonder that our ancestors left such last words. Frieza looked a little stunned. But soon, his expression became savage. However, even Super Saiyan. It is impossible to survive in the universe, right? Frieza. What are you going to do? Son Goku immediately felt that something was wrong, and immediately yelled at him. It's too late. Even Vegeta can't stop it. Frieza has a tricky look on his face, and he has returned to his previous posture of the Universe Emperor. Just now, you were immersed in the shock of Super Saiyan's transformation. I have quietly transported the energy underground, directly to the core of the planet. Destroyed. Now this planet will explode in 5 minutes at most, and you will all die by then. What? Everyone present had a heartbeat, and their expressions changed drastically. In 5 minutes, even if they take the Universe spacecraft, they can't escape far. At that time, the aftermath of the planet's explosion will also destroy the Universe spacecraft. It's over. We're done. Raditz shivered. Nappa gritted her teeth and said, "Stop talking nonsense, let's think of a solution quickly. What else can I do? Unless it can be transferred to another planet in an instant, there is only a dead end." Raditz had given up. However, his words made Klin's eyes light up next to him. By the way, instant transfer, we can let Shenron transfer us to the Earth. Son Gohan wondered, but Namex Palunga is no longer there. No, there is Earth Shenron. Piccolo said solemnly, I have conveyed the meaning to Lord Realm King, and he will help us to tell the other side of the Earth. Do you want to transfer us all back directly? Klin and others were overjoyed. Piccolo shook his head and said, No, it's resurrecting those killed by Frieza's gang. What? As long as this wish is fulfilled, the Grand Elder will be resurrected. At that time, we can also transfer through Palunga together with the Namek people. Piccolo explained. I see. Only then did Klin and others understand, and they were amazed at Piccolo's wise and calmness. It's just that this time is in a hurry, only 5 minutes. On the other side, Son Goku exploded 20 times Kaioken, and fought with Frieza. Vegeta was considering whether to make a move. He also didn't expect Frieza to be so insidious that he would use his transformation to quietly destroy the core of the planet. Who can think of this? At that time, because of his transformation, energy and breath were disordered, even Vegeta could not detect Frieza's small movements. Buddha department asks for flowers. I update them steadily every day. Is it okay for you to vote for flowers and vote stably every day? Asterisk. Chapter 52. Chapter 52. Chapter 052 Son Goku transformed into a super tournament. On the surface, he was afraid of panic, but in fact he was quietly braving the bad water. Sure enough, this guy Frieza is completely bad enough to break through the sky. 20 times Kaioken's Son Goku was in a desperate posture, and Frieza retreated steadily. For the third time he used Kaioken over 20 times with overload, his body slowly began to adapt. Even if the combat effectiveness did not improve, the power he could exert was much more stable. Damn wild monkey, even if you beat me, it's useless. I can survive in the universe, so my chances of surviving are much higher than you. Frieza has never been a positive person, even if his strength lies in Son Goku. Still falling behind. In fact, his 100% energy state can't be maintained for too long, which consumes too much physical strength. From the beginning to now, he has been in this state for a long time, and now he is a little tired, and he has to guard against Vegeta, so from the bottom of his heart, he doesn't want to be entangled with Son Goku. But Son Goku didn't care about him. While launching a fierce attack, he shouted at Vegeta, "Vegeta, what is the key to becoming Super Saiyan? You said before that as long as the strength is reached, it will go through some kind of transformation can be accomplished with stimulation. What does this stimulus refer to?" "Oh." Vegeta raised his brow slightly. "Son Goku, is this going to try Super Saiyan's transformation? Think about it, although Son Goku's savvy is not the best in the Dragon Ball world, it is also among the best. When he can't use Chi, and he can't perceive Chi, he can display it by just looking at Master Roshi's Kamehameha. In the Dragon Ball Super, I also learned how to be free even the gods can't control. Now if there is a certain feeling after watching Vegeta's transformation, he can transform into it with a little guidance, Vegeta can accept it completely. Moreover, he also wants to know whether Son Goku can really succeed in the case of immortality. So he did not hide it, and directly announced the answer, anger, extreme anger is the key. Angry. Son Goku kicked Frieza into the air, and then he floated high in the sky, quietly closing his eyes, and even Kaioken was taken back by him, and he returned to normal. At this moment, the sky suddenly dimmed, and Namek, who had never been at night, turned miraculously dark. In Vegeta's induction, breath after breath suddenly appeared, and it quickly reached nearly 100 people. Finally, not far from the horizon, a huge green fat lizard appeared. "Vegeta, Son Goku!" Piccolo below suddenly shouted, "Earth Shenron has resurrected Palunga. Next, we are going to make a wish to transfer everyone except Frieza to Earth. What do you think?" When they finished making their first wish, Frieza rushed over, and Palunga died on the spot. Now Palunga is resurrected, of course it is nearby. Piccolo can speak Namek, so you can make your wish without waiting for other Namek people to come over. Vegeta took a look at Son Goku, whose breath was rising, and a faint golden light flashed. It seems that as long as you give him some more time, he will be able to complete the transformation. You go back, I stay with Goku. Vegeta said, and Frieza is here, it must be solved. Piccolo also heard what Frieza said just now. Knowing that Frieza can survive in the universe, and the explosion of the planet should not have much effect on him. With Frieza's temperament, it really should be resolved, otherwise it will be a disaster for the Earth in the future. Then you take care of yourself. Piccolo's mouth raised slightly, if you die, I will let them use Dragon Ball to save you. Vegeta raised his brows, how did these words sound so familiar? Oh, by the way, when he was experimenting with potential state, he said the same thing to Klin. Unexpectedly, Piccolo would be joking now, it really changed after the freshman, there was progress. Let me Frieza gain eternal life. Suddenly, a loud roar drew everyone's attention. After seeing the situation clearly, everyone couldn't help but their complexion changed slightly. Frieza, the old Yin Beep, unexpectedly played tricks before anyone else was prepared. After recognizing Namek Shenron, he sneaked over to make a wish. Unfortunately, Palunga of Namek can only make wishes in Namek, and other languages will be ignored. So, when nothing happened after making a wish, and everyone looked at him coldly, Frieza was a bit Spartan. Piccolo didn't want to have many dreams at night, so he took the opportunity to grumble for a while. Oh, I understand. A red light flashed in Palunga's eyes and said, except for these 3 people, all the people moved to the earth. Hey, wait! The newly resurrected Vegeta finally figured out the situation. He pointed to Son Goku, who was faintly golden light on the sky, and shouted, "Beget, what's the matter with Kakarot? Hurry up! Tell me." There is a very bad intuition in his heart. Kakarot is going to become Super Saiyan? How can this be possible for a low-level fighter? What happened during the time he died? It's a pity that he didn't wait for Vegeta to answer, and even Vegeta didn't want to answer him. Under Polenga's ability, except Vegeta, Son Goku, and Frieza, everyone else disappeared, including Polenga himself. Asterisk. Chapter 53. Chapter 53. Chapter 053 End. Son Goku was left. Damn bastard! Frieza watched Piccolo and they disappeared before their eyes, and Polenga was gone, but he didn't get the immortality he wanted, and suddenly furious. Vegeta smiled and said, "Frieza, you should save the province, no one will cooperate with you to achieve your wish. Besides, Namex Dragon Ball has limited abilities. Even if you really get immortality through it, I will still can wipe you out." What? Frieza hadn't thought about this at all. There are limits to Dragon Ball's abilities? Of course there is a limit, otherwise the Namek people will be bullied by you. They just have to make a wish to make you disappear. Vegeta looked at him with a foolish expression. That's it. Frieza gritted his teeth, so even if I get immortal, at best I will stay young at best. As long as I am stronger than me, I can still kill me. You are smart, Frieza. Vegeta raised an eyebrow and smiled. Frieza always felt despised. Boom! At this moment, a thunder and lightning suddenly descended from the horizon, and a golden light rose suddenly in the blink of an electric light. What? Frieza was shocked. Son Goku, really turned into Super Saiyan? In just a few minutes? Yes, Son Goku did succeed. With the golden light rising, he instantly entered a Super 1 state, with blonde hair and blue eyes, and a rather cold expression. Is this Super Saiyan? Son Goku looked at his palm and felt the power surging from his body. He couldn't help but be amazed. It's really powerful. However, Son Goku, who was transformed for the first time, couldn't suppress the killing intent rising in his body. With boundless anger, but with a calm mind, this feeling is very contradictory and uncomfortable. He didn't know what he would do in this state, and he might even do something that would make him regret for life. Beget, how do I control the emotions after the transformation? Son Goku was a little bit square. Even if he became Super Saiyan, his strength was unprecedentedly strong. He still subconsciously regarded Vegeta as a guide for adult life. After all, Vegeta can change even Super Saiyan. However, Vegeta was also confused. What mood? Isn't it the same as usual? Oh yes, I remember. He slapped his forehead, and there will be no mood swings when he transforms, because he has super full power. But soon he found in his memory about Son Goku and Vegeta's first transformation, and the feeling quickly became clear. Don't deliberately control it, just be yourself. Vegeta said, in the state of Super Saiyan, your mind will be very clear and calm, so you won't do anything out of the ordinary. Don't worry about it at all. When you adapt to this state in the future, you won't feel contradictory. N.S. In the original book, Son Goku's first transformation is a big change in personality. He knew very well himself, and was worried that something bad would be done, so he drove Son Gohan away as soon as possible. Is that so? Then I can rest assured. Son Goku turned his head and looked at Frieza. Now he has transformed into Super Saiyan. His combat power has been directly increased by 50 times. Frieza has become very weak in his eyes. After all, the original book he is the normal state of 3 million combat power. But here, it is 5,250,000,000 after the transformation, and the combat power is directly twice that of Frieza. Haha. Frieza laughed awkwardly, but didn't panic too much. Because at this time, the time from the explosion of the planet is almost approaching. What if you kill me? If you can't survive in the universe, you are all dying. Frisia seemed to have accepted his fate, and seemed to be doing the last dying struggle. If you run away now, maybe there is still time, as long as the speed of the universe spacecraft is fast enough. I really want to continue the fight with you, but now it seems that you are no longer my opponent. Son Goku saw that Frisia had no intention of fighting, and he also relaxed. Beget, how are we going back? As a result, as soon as he turned around, Frisia's loud shout came from behind. Go to hell, damn wild monkey! An energy bomb was emitted from Frisia's hands, which condensed all his last strength. Frisia knew very well that he was incapable of hurting Vegeta. But Son Goku? Not to mention the injury, even if he is killed, it is possible. Frisia. However, he still underestimated Son Goku or Super Saiyan too much. Son Goku turned around immediately, hitting back with a ki blast, and instantly swallowed Frisia. You are still so naive. Vegeta shook his head and walked over. Hey! Son Goku returned to normal, scratching his head and smiling. Forget it, if you weren't for this character, you wouldn't be called Son Goku. Vegeta didn't want to change him. Everyone has their own cognition. Son Goku is not ignorant, but this is his attitude towards life. Relax, I will use instant transmission to take you back. Vegeta put his hand on Son Goku's shoulder, sensing the direction of the earth. The normal version of instant transmission is based on the perception of breath. The deified version of instant transmission is based on the perception of the opponent. As long as you know the coordinates, you can directly appear at that point. Hey! The instant transmission was successfully deployed, Vegeta disappeared, but Son Goku stayed in place with a beeping look, asterisk. Chapter 54. Chapter 54. Chapter 054 GT Time and Space, Vegeta Baby. What the hell? When instant transmission came over, Vegeta was shocked when he saw the surroundings. There is nothingness all around, it is still a vacuum zone, except for the strong sense of suffocation, it is also a strong sense of oppression. Also, where did Son Goku go? Didn't they teleport together? Universe space? Did I make a mistake in teleporting? Vegeta couldn't help thinking. As for hypoxia, it's really not a problem for Vegeta. Ordinary Saiyan really cannot survive in the universe, but even the original one can survive on the energy shield. As for now, once the power of the rules moves, everything feels gone. Vegeta has never used instant transmission. If it is a normal version of breath perception, with Son Goku's memory, it will definitely not go wrong. But he tried the deified version of direction perception for the first time. Didn't expect this to be a mistake? Not only teleport to an unknown universe, but also lost Son Goku. Namek should explode now, right? I don't know if Son Goku will have time to escape. Forget it. Anyway, it's the same, the big deal is going back to give him some compensation. But this place, Vegeta looked around, although it was nothing was dark and there were only some scattered stars in the distance. But he still noticed that it seemed to be the location of Namek. Namek? After the explosion, it turned into nothingness, which is understandable, but it doesn't look like it had just exploded. Could it be that I have traveled through time and space again, into the distant future? Vegeta's heart suddenly moved. His instant transmission uses the power of rules to shuttle, which he thinks is the same as Supreme Kai's. But thinking about it now, it seems that it might be different. Because Vegeta's rules imply the rules of time and space. If the space rules were stripped out separately, it might be the same as Supreme Kai, but now there are time rules in it. So, he actually teleported time and space directly? Alright. Vegeta's head is a little big, let's go back to Earth first. As long as you see Son Goku and the others, you should be able to see what time and space is here. To be honest, even though teleport made a mistake, Vegeta was still very happy. This allowed him to discover a new ability of his own, to travel through time and space. Active traversal and passive traversal are completely different things. As long as this ability is thoroughly studied, perhaps he can return to his time and space and seek revenge on Beerus. Vegeta put his 2 fingers on the center of his forehead, carefully sensing the Earth's position, and quickly caught a familiar breath. Hey! His figure disappeared in place, and the next time he appeared, he had already reached the Earth. This is... Seeing the situation here, Vegeta was a little dazed. Who are you? When Vegeta arrived, someone immediately became alert. It was Vegeta, who was speaking in a middle-aged state, but his appearance was a little strange. She has silver-white hair, red lines on her forehead and chin, and her pupils are also red. Next to Vegeta are Piccolo, the young Son Gohan, and Son Goten. Vegeta rubbed his chin and thought for a while, and finally he suddenly said, "GT time and space? Baby." So the current timeline is that Baby took advantage of Son Goku to go to the universe to collect Dragon Ball and has not returned yet, planting all the people on the Earth with living eggs, turning them into vassals of the ZVR people, and he himself is possessed by Vegeta. Interesting. Vegeta was suddenly interested. The level of fighters in this time and space is very high, even Piccolo's combat power is above the Fat Buu of Dragon Ball Z. Therefore, he can use this opportunity to merge all the power of the rules. At that time, the ability to teleport in time and space is left. As long as he can analyze it, he can go back. Although he disliked his own time and space at the beginning, people always have their own roots, and his base camp is in that time and space after all. Even if people are not there, they must have the ability to go back at any time. Who are you? Why do you suddenly appear here? Vegeta Baby became a little impatient when he saw Vegeta not speaking. Now all the people on Earth have been planted live eggs by him, but this one who appeared suddenly is an exception, so he must figure it out. And from the sense of breath, this person seems to be very difficult. But before Vegeta could answer, he waved his hand and said, "Forget it, when I plant you with live eggs, you will take the initiative to confess. Son Goten, try his strength." "Yes, baby." Son Goten smiled without saying hello, suddenly transformed into Super Saiyan, and punched Vegeta with a single flash. Did it die? Combat power, 50 billion. Strength, 80 billion. Because Son Goten moved too fast, Vegeta didn't have time to transform, so he just folded his arms in front of him, and Son Goten flew out with a punch. Boom! Vegeta crashed into a small mountain and was buried alive inside. Of course, such an attack did not affect him much, and soon he walked out of the ruins without any damage. Super 1 has a combat power of 50 billion, so the normal state is only 1 billion, which is really the weakest in GT time and space. However, the 30 billion more strength should be a bonus after being demonized by Baby. Vegeta made a simple judgment, and it happened that his normal combat strength was only 1.5 billion without using his original strength, but he could fight Son Goten well. Asterisk. Chapter 55. Chapter 55. Chapter 055, Defeating Goten, Fighting Piccolo. What? Are you okay? Son Goten was taken aback, and was about to rush up again. Piccolo yelled suddenly next to him, "Be careful, Goten, he's also Saiyan." What? Not only Son Goten was stunned, even Son Gohan and Vegeta Baby were also stunned. Piccolo pointed at Vegeta and said, "Look at him, there is also a tail behind him." Sure enough, as Vegeta walked back step by step, behind him was a monkey tail unique to Saiyan. Vegeta Baby's complexion instantly sank. There are still fish that slip through the net in Saiyan, aren't they the only ones on Earth? Son Gohan shook his head and said, "We haven't seen him, so I don't know." Forget it, it was meant to solve him. Whether he is Saiyan or not, the ending is the same. And it's even better. My hatred of Saiyan has one more object to vent. Vegeta baby looked grim. He shouted to Sun Goten again, "Sun Goten, quickly get rid of him. Seeing you scion monkeys, I can't help but get angry." "Yes, Lord Baby." Sun Goten didn't react at all to Baby's words of scolding Scion, and because there were live eggs in his body, he actually hated Scion very much. Boom! At this time, Vegeta also transformed into Super Scion. The combat strength of 1.5 billion instantly becomes 75 billion, which is only 5 billion worse than Sun Goten. Of course, because of the 25 times compression, his combat power on the surface is only 3 billion. Sure enough, you will also be transformed like this. But unfortunately, you are not my opponent. Sun Goten judged the strength of Vegeta's breath for the first time. It was only 3 billion, which was far worse than him. Therefore, Sun Goten only used half of his power, thinking that he could easily crush Vegeta. Of course others thought the same, no one worried about Sun Goten. Is it really? The corners of Vegeta's mouth rose slightly. If Sun Goten does his best, he has to suffer a bit first. Wait for part of the energy fusion, and the combat power can be improved before the counterattack can be carried out. But now, it seems that there is no need to consider these. Vegeta raised the intensity of his breath to the same level as Sun Goten, his figure flashed, and he took the initiative to attack. What? Sun Goten didn't expect Vegeta to possess such strength, and was caught off guard for a while. When he reacted, he was already under the wind, he was beaten back step by a series of fierce attacks, and he didn't have time to raise his breath. Damn it, you hide your power. Sun Goten thought he was being calculated, and was furious. Although you can't burst out all the breath at once, you can also increase your strength a little bit with the gap of Vegeta's attack. However, as his strength increased, Vegeta's strength continued to increase, and Sun Goten was always at a disadvantage. How can this be? He was shocked at once. At this time, he had gradually increased his strength to about 80%, and he was still lost to Vegeta. It's just that he didn't know, but Vegeta was very happy at this moment. Because it was transformed into Super 1, the speed of energy fusion was much faster than that of Frieza at the time. In such a short moment, the original 10% progress of the energy fusion has now reached 15%, and this is just the beginning. Boom! At this time, taking advantage of the moment when Vegeta sensed the situation in his body and distracted a little, Sun Goten completely broke out in a state of full energy. The powerful breath of 80 billion swept across the sky. What happened? On the other side, Vegeta baby's face sank slightly. After he possessed Vegeta, his strength was the strongest among the few people present. In the final analysis, he is a parasite, with almost zero combat experience. Others have seen things clearly, he didn't realize the clues until Sun Goten broke out. Master Baby, the scion in front of him is not weak. It may be that he has hidden his strength just now. The real combat effectiveness is about the same as Goten. It might not be that simple to rely on Goten to take him down. It was Piccolo who was speaking, and he was known for his calm and wise mind. Although it seems that Vegeta's breath is not as strong as Sun Goten, Piccolo still believes that Sun Goten alone cannot take Vegeta. By saying this, he is asking Baby for instructions and intends to join the battle. Oh? It's so powerful? Even Sun Goten is not an opponent. Baby was a little surprised. However, the stronger scion, the better. At that time, as long as he absorbs the scion energy of these people, he will become stronger. You too, don't rush to beat him, try his limit. Baby made a decision that made himself regret for a lifetime. Yes, Baby. Although Piccolo did not agree with this approach, he did not object. Those who have been planted with live eggs only need to follow orders and do not need their own thoughts. Boom! Vegeta and Sun Goten made a face-to-face punch, and the powerful energy spread to the surroundings, shattering countless rocks, and the ground sank several meters as if it had been plowed once. Although it was evenly divided, Vegeta's power faintly surpassed Sun Goten. Before Sun Goten continued to chase, Vegeta suddenly exploded with a more powerful aura, and then hit the second punch very quickly, which suddenly hit Sun Goten's stomach. Wow! Sun Goten spouted a mouthful of blood, and he couldn't help but shoot out. Rumble! A huge pit appeared on the ground in an instant. Did it die? Combat power, 200 billion. Strength, 250 billion. Sun Goten had just been beaten into the air, and there was a sudden energy warning behind Vegeta. Piccolo is coming. Regarding the heroine, many people have different opinions, so vote in the book review. The minority obeys the majority. Asterisk. Chapter 56. Chapter 56. Chapter 056, Defeating Piccolo, Gohan appears. Boom! Vegeta's strength has exploded, and his energy fusion is more than 15%, and he can increase it again. Under normal conditions, the strength of combat power was 1.5 billion, but it quickly climbed to 2 billion, and then continued to increase until it stopped at 2.5 billion. The normal combat strength of 2.5 billion is 1.25 billion in the Super 1 state. However, when he saw the numbers from the invisible detector, Vegeta did not hesitate to transform into Super Saiyan 2. Boom! The breath of 125 billion exploded again, reaching 250 billion. But because of 25 times compression, only 10 billion is shown. Of course, those present already knew that Vegeta's actual power was far greater than the aura he showed. Seeing him transform into Super Saiyan 2, in addition to being surprised, Piccolo's complexion has also become much more serious. I didn't expect you to be able to change even Super Saiyan 2. I really don't know where you came from. However, I am different from Sun Goten, the young master who only eats, drinks and plays all day. Piccolo said in his mouth. His hands were unambiguous, and he exploded with all his strength, launching a fierce attack on Vegeta. He does have the qualifications to say such things. If he only fights for normalcy, all the people on Earth and Saiyan combined are not as strong as Piccolo alone. Even Vegeta's current situation requires Super Second to face Piccolo. Boom 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 boom. This time, the battle was obviously more intense than the previous battle between Vegeta and Sun Goten. The two hit high from the ground, from high to the atmosphere. The energy after waves centered on the two of them, and they continued to spread outward. Invisible air waves swept all around, causing volcanic eruptions in many parts of the earth, and the sea also rolled up countless huge waves. It's amazing, I was fighting a monster of this level just now. Sun Goten, who was finally relieved, couldn't help being stunned as he watched the fierce battle in the sky, and at the same time couldn't help being afraid for a while. At that time, he was very stunned at the nameless man who suddenly appeared, and he didn't have any use to look at him. Although I was defeated in the end, I just thought I was careless. But now, when he sees that Vegeta and Piccolo are on the same level, he has a clear understanding of reality. This is not something he can handle. Don't worry, Uncle Piccolo hasn't shown his full strength yet. Saiyan won't be the opponent. Son Gohan walked over and patted Sun Goten on the shoulder as a relief. Although they were planted with live eggs by Baby, they were only determined to carry out Baby's orders, and there was more hatred of Saiyan. But in essence, they still maintain themselves, and everyone's relationship remains the same. The premise is that there is no conflict with the order issued by Baby, otherwise the brothers will directly stab the knife. Not far away, Vegeta Baby was still a little worried. He couldn't see who was strong and who was weak. Now that I heard Son Gohan's words, I felt a little relieved, and stood there watching the game with his arms folded. Son Gohan, Vegeta's memory seems to have a vague impression of this person, but it is not deep. Do you know his origin? When Vegeta Baby watched the game, he couldn't help but dig out the identity of Vegeta. The current Vegeta's breath and appearance are far from before. Vegeta's memory is a vague outline that can match the number, but he can't think of who is specific. As for Son Gohan, he had never seen Vegeta back then, how could he know? If my father were here, he would know a little bit. After all, he and Uncle Vegeta are pure Saiyan. And we all have half of the Earth's blood. We don't know much about Saiyan. Son Gohan has also been watching the high-altitude battle, and expressed doubts about the situation that still maintains a powerful enemy. He knows Piccolo's character, maybe because of Baby, he put some water in the early stage. But as long as you know that the opponent's strength is not easy to win, you will soon burst out with full strength. But no matter how you look at it now, it is no different from the beginning. Could it be that Saiyan's real strength is about the same as that of Uncle Piccolo? No. If this is the case, Uncle Piccolo may not have much chance of winning. Because Saiyan will become stronger as he fights, as long as he doesn't run into an opponent who is completely unsurpassed, Saiyan will definitely win in the end. Master Baby, I will help Uncle Piccolo. Although Son Gohan made a decision, he still had to wait for Baby to make a decision. Baby couldn't see the situation, but he didn't want the fight to be delayed for too long, so he nodded and said, "Go, it's okay to end the fight soon. Son Goku should be back soon, and I will give him a big surprise at that time." "Yes, Lord Baby." Son Gohan burst into anger and flew towards the center of the battlefield. At high altitudes, the fierce fighting continued, but Piccolo's face had become a little ugly. Because he has tried his best, not to mention defeating the opponent, he can't even suppress it. On the contrary, his own physical strength is constantly being consumed, and he is afraid that it will be defeated sooner or later. Energy fusion, 25%. Vegeta clenched his fist and was very happy. It's already a quarter, and the power of his body is slowly returning, and soon it will far surpass the previous realm. Piccolo, I really want to thank you very much. But it seems that you don't have much energy left. Do you want to retreat yourself, or should I give you a ride? Vegeta glanced at Son Gohan, who was not hiding his figure below, and shot straight up, and said to Piccolo. ==============================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================Regarding the heroine, many people have different opinions, so vote in the book review, the minority obeys the majority. == Chapter 57. Chapter 57. Chapter 057 Super 3 Vegeta vs Mystery Gohan. Piccolo is really unwilling. He has always thought that his strength is not much less than that of Saiyan. Except that Son Goku and Vegeta are special cases, their growth cannot be defined by normal human thinking. In addition, even if there are other Saiyans, he doesn't think he can beat him. However, now a Saiyan casually jumped out, the strength is so strong, it really hit Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo, leave it to me, you just lost to him in terms of physique. Son Gohan came to Piccolo and said. After more than 20 years of being together, Son Gohan can still see Piccolo's thoughts. But Piccolo shook his head and said, "You are wrong, his strength is far more than that, I can feel it. Therefore, you must use all your strength, otherwise it is not necessarily his opponent." Son Gohan was taken aback for a moment, then nodded and said, "Don't worry, Uncle Piccolo, I'll be careful. We'll fighting." When Vegeta saw Piccolo finished speaking, he returned to the ground, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. This is exactly what he hopes for. I don't know what Baby thought, but he was sent in from weak to strong, just giving him a chance to buffer and fusion energy. If Son Gohan is on the court from the beginning, I am afraid that Vegeta will have a headache. Son Gohan of GT time and space is not that simple. Although he has also become a scholar, he has not given up his practice since then because of the Buu incident. The strength is not as good as Son Goku, but compared to Vegeta, which can only be transformed into a Super 2, it is not much better. Of course, this refers to the mysterious state. If it's only better than normal, of course, it's far from the opponent who desperately saburo Vegeta, otherwise baby would not choose to be possessed by Vegeta. My name is Son Gohan, the child of Sion and the Earthlings. I don't know what identity you are. Son Gohan didn't do it directly, showing his good qualities as a scholar. Vegeta looked at Son Gohan with interest. The invisible detector had already figured out the other side's details. Combat power, 5 billion. Strength, 6 billion. This is the norm, although only 5 times stronger than Son Goten. However, unlike Son Goten, Son Gohan can not only transform into Super 2, but it also has a mysterious state, which is a special state that is more cheating than Super 3. But after Vegeta's energy fusion just now, his normality has now improved to combat power, 200 million. Strength, 5 billion. If you transform into a Super 3, you should be able to fight the mysterious Gohan. In a short period of time to reach this point, Vegeta was quite satisfied, so at this time he also had a leisurely answer to Son Gohan's question. My name is Vegeta, and as you can see, I am also Sion. Son Gohan was stunned slightly. Beget? This name seems a bit familiar. Ah, I think of it, after Dad and Uncle Vegeta are combined, they seem to be called by this name. But you? He obviously didn't think that the Vegeta in front of him was the one he knew, because it was impossible. The body of Vegeta in this time and space is below, and Son Goku, who has been turned into a child by Black Star Dragon Ball, can only go to the universe to retrieve Black Star Dragon Ball. Vegeta chuckled and said, the gossip ends here. If you can beat me, I can answer you any questions you want. Come on then. Son Gohan's expression became serious, and he took off the black-rimmed glasses on his face and threw it aside, and then said, but I'm sorry, for some reason, the battle might end soon. After speaking, he suddenly yelled, directly exploding into a mysterious state. Boom! A large amount of strong silver-white arrogance erupted from him. Although it is not as exaggerated as the Super Game transformation, Son Gohan's facial features have become more angular, and his hair is also upside down by the arrogance, leaving only a bunch of them. Sharp bangs. Did it die? Combat power, 2.5 trillion. Strength, 3 trillion. Although Vegeta had expected it a long time ago, he was surprised by this powerful breath. 500 times. The mysterious state has increased by a full 500 times, and it is much stronger than Super 3. This should not only be the limit of the potential state of the Earthling, but also the factor of Sion bloodline in his body. In other words, even if Klin and others develop the state of potential, they will not have the mysterious state of Son Gohan after reaching the limit. However, this is interesting. Vegeta smiled slightly, then made a fist and burst into air. What? In Vegeta's roar, the entire space was shaking violently. His hair, which had been erected up high, stretched out quickly and spread to his waist. The golden eyebrows disappeared, the eyebrow bones were also lowered, and the whole face was full of fortitude, like a knife. In the single light green eyes, dark blue pupils appeared. The golden arrogance of the whole body turned into golden light and was fixed, and the blue arc that had flickered from time to time became denser, crackling and bursting continuously. Son Gohan's pupil shrank. You can even change Super Saiyan 3? Uncle Piccolo's instincts are right. It seems that wanting to end the battle quickly is still somewhat unrealistic. The Super Second Vegeta can match Piccolo, and the Super Third is 4 times that of the Super Second. Even the mysterious state of Son Gohan feels a bit of a headache. Of course, Son Gohan didn't know at this time that Vegeta doubled his strength after the battle just now. Otherwise, it's not just a headache, but it's hard to judge who is strong and who is weak. Combat power, 80 billion. Strength, 2 trillion. The corner of Vegeta's mouth was hooked, 2 trillion to 3 trillion, which may be a bit difficult, but as long as it is held down, the energy fusion can explode again. I have to thank baby, otherwise I don't have such a chance. Asterisk. Chapter 58. Chapter 58. Chapter 058, The Power of GT God Fan. The difference in combat strength is a full 1 trillion, and it is almost ready to form a sling. Therefore, Vegeta did not dare to neglect, and immediately broke out with all his strength and attacked Son Gohan first. What? Son Gohan didn't expect that Vegeta would fight as soon as he said. His reaction was half a beat, and he became passive at the beginning. Although Son Gohan's practice hasn't fallen a lot, it can be said that the Earth has been peaceful for more than 10 years. His combat literacy has already fallen to the freezing point, and it is not so easy to enter the state. Vegeta also saw this, and he was invincible first, and then gradually increased his energy. An energy bomb blasted past, Son Gohan just avoided, and Vegeta kicked it up. Compared to Son Gohan, Vegeta's combat experience is significantly richer. Not only has it inherited the memories of Son Goku and Vegeta, it started just like Beerus. The level is far beyond the current one. How could it be comparable to Son Gohan? So with a simple dangling movement, Son Gohan was kicked, and then a more powerful energy bomb blasted past. Boom! This time Son Gohan had no time to dodge, and was blown up frontally. Although it is an energy bomb that hasn't been condensed in a hurry, it is not as good as Kamehameha's tricks, but after all, Vegeta's energy has been compressed 25 times, which can blow Son Gohan very hard. Although he was not injured, his image was awkward, and his physical strength was also consumed. Hateful! Son Gohan ripped off his damaged suit, exploded in an instant, and rushed towards Vegeta. His speed was surprisingly fast. Even if Vegeta was already defensive, he still received a frontal punch. But this kind of frontal attack, even if he can't avoid it, Vegeta can't do anything. Big Bang Attack! Vegeta condensed an energy bomb and detonated it instantly. With the impact of the explosion, he quickly retreated. Not good. Son Gohan's complexion changed slightly, and it was too late to condense the energy bombs, so he could only cross his arms in front of him and was directly blown out. Gohan! Elder brother! Piccolo and Son Goten, who were watching the game below, also changed their colors at the same time. They didn't expect that Son Gohan would be completely at a disadvantage when they just started. Vegeta baby's eyes narrowed and his expression was a little unhappy. What's the matter? Shouldn't Son Gohan's strength be so much stronger than the opponent? Why is this the result? There should be a limit even if you underestimate the enemy. Piccolo can only helplessly explain, Master Baby, there have been no strong opponents on the earth these years, and Gohan has not gone through any high-intensity battles. It is normal for his body to be slow. But as long as he enters the state, the situation will be reversed. NS. At this moment, Son Gohan was hit one after another, and he was completely angry. He burst out with all his strength and quickly rushed in front of Vegeta. A series of onslaught made Vegeta frantic. It's not that Vegeta can't keep up with the speed, but that his strength is much weaker than Son Gohan without using his original strength. With the same punch, he would be directly beaten back, and even his body would be painful, and he would naturally fall under the wind. What? Son Gohan looked at the gap where Vegeta was beaten back, and kicked out with a ferocious kick, and Vegeta was kicked into the air in an instant. Boom! Vegeta's body slammed into the ground heavily, and a huge pit appeared on the ground. Blaster flashes! Son Gohan propped his left hand with his right hand, and a high-strength energy bomb suddenly exploded from the palm of his left hand, chasing Vegeta's figure and exploded directly. If it were the original Son Gohan, he would never do this kind of thing, because it was launching energy bombs at the Earth, and if one failed, the Earth would be blown up. But just now Baby has already made a dissatisfaction voice, Son Gohan can't take care of this anymore, just want to beat Vegeta to the ground as soon as possible. For Vegeta, this is too exciting. Originally it was a bit reluctant to hit 3 trillion at 2 trillion, but now Son Gohan can enter the state so quickly, but it's a bit difficult. I was kicked by that kick just now, but he still noticed the flash of explosive demon that followed. It can't be blocked, it can't be avoided, and it can't be avoided, otherwise the earth will explode. Energy shield. In the end, Vegeta stabilized his figure and propped up the energy shield in the huge pit to protect himself. Rumble. The blasting demon flashes down, and a cloud of mushrooms rises on the spot. Because all the power is acting on Vegeta, only the aftermath plows the ground fiercely, and the impact on the entire earth is not very large. I'm going. I almost can't hold it anymore. After the energy dissipated, Vegeta, who had just revealed his figure, couldn't help but complain. But according to his appearance, it's just that his energy consumption is a bit high, and he didn't even hurt any hair at all. Isn't it? It didn't hurt him. Son Goten couldn't help exclaiming, "How strong is this guy?" Old Sun said that it takes a lot of energy to maintain Super Saiyan III's status, and he will definitely not hold on for long. Piccolo calmly voiced, he was also shocked by Vegeta's strength. Son Gohan looked at the unscathed Vegeta and couldn't help but snorted coldly, "Since it won't work once, then do it again. Look at me, the flash of the bursting demon. You are so excited." Vegeta's expression changed. Before Son Gohan's energy had fully condensed, he immediately rushed up, and a long chi sword slashed over. The flash of the explosive demon just consumed a lot of his energy. If there is another wave, he won't be able to fight back. Thanks for again for the reward. ************************* Chapter 59. Chapter 59. Chapter 059 Vegeta Baby's Sneak Attack. Vegeta's chi sword cut was absolutely unexpected. Even if Son Gohan sensed the danger, he immediately cut off the energy condensed and dodges to avoid it. There was still a scar on his face and a strand of hair cut off. What's the trick? Son Gohan frowned. He could actually condense the chi into the appearance of a sword. He had never seen such a trick before. Try it if you don't see it. The corner of Vegeta's mouth raised without an explanation, and he continued to attack Son Gohan with his air sword. Son Gohan's expression was a little dignified, and he watched Vegeta's movements with greater vigilance, avoiding the attacks of the chi sword one after another. No way, the sword formed by this aura was so strong that he didn't dare to pick it up with the palm of his flesh, otherwise it would be easily cut off. However, I have seen through you, and you can only stop here. After Son Gohan avoided the chi sword once again, he screamed fiercely, his body exploded, and his speed instantly increased. He was next to Vegeta in an instant, with swift power, punching punch after punch. This is because his fighting power is far stronger than Vegeta, and he is directly crushed by strength and speed. In the close combat, the energy sword in Vegeta's hand has no use for it, instead, it becomes more and more restrained. In desperation, he could only take the energy sword back. However, if he wanted to beat him only by speed and strength, Son Gohan would be too naive. Let you see, my growth over time. Vegeta simply sensed the energy fusion in his body, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. 40%. GT time and space's God Fan is indeed powerful. In such a short moment, his energy fusion has exploded from 25% to 40%. Of course, this is also related to his transformation into Super Saiyan 3. However, if there is no pressure from the divine meal, his energy fusion degree cannot rise so fast. Boom! Facing Son Gohan's swift and pressing attack, Vegeta once again exploded with an extremely powerful aura. The energy intensity started at 2 trillion, and it exploded. 3 trillion, 4 trillion, 5 trillion. What? Son Gohan was rushed back by the swelling breath of Vegeta, unable to control his figure at all. What's the situation? Son Gohan was full of amazement. The first reaction was that Vegeta had hidden his strength, but he soon realized that something was wrong. No. He must not have been so strong just now. Could it be that he is the legendary Super Saiyan, who is constantly growing in the battle? The stronger the opponent, the faster his strength improves. Son Gohan was obviously misunderstood. However, for him, only this explanation can make sense. Otherwise, he really couldn't understand why in such a short period of time, Vegeta's strength would go from being weaker than Son Goten to being stronger than him. However, at this time, the intensity of Vegeta's breath continued to increase, and finally steadily stopped at a height of 10 trillion. This is terrible. Son Gohan's expression turned quite ugly. On the bright side, Vegeta's breath is only more than 300 billion, but the actual combat power has been 4 or 5 times, obviously far beyond the mysterious state of Son Gohan. The last ultimate flash. At this moment, a blazing light burst into the sky, and the energy response was extremely intense. Did it die? Combat power 10 trillion. Strength 12 trillion. Vegeta, who had just stabilized the energy in his body, hadn't reacted yet, and the invisible detector suddenly sent a strong warning. At the same time, a huge shock wave came straight from below, giving Vegeta no time to react at all. Boom! Before Vegeta even had time to change his expression, he was hit by the huge shock wave. The intensity of 12 trillion is already stronger than the energy intensity he can use. It is foreseeable that if you change someone else and suffer such a sneak attack without any preparation, you will suffer severe damage even if you don't die. The violent energy exploded in an all-round way, and the earth-shaking explosion sounded. Son Gohan didn't react either, and was pushed far away by the shock wave of the energy explosion. The powerful air wave shocked his body. Seeing such a terrifying explosion of energy, it was as powerful as a god's rice and couldn't help but change in amazement. Did Master Baby take the shot? Son Gohan was clear in his heart. Babies, who are like parasites, are different from their scion. They don't pay attention to fighting alone. When Baby saw that the situation was not right, he had absorbed Son Goten's scion energy and burst out the most powerful attack, launching a sneak attack while Vegeta was unprepared. With his current conditions, this final ultimate flash is the maximum intensity he can achieve. The energy intensity of 12 trillion is 4 times higher than that of the mysterious Gohan, and the power that bursts out suddenly is absolutely enough to shock anyone. Son Gohan, come back to me, give me your super race energy, hurry! Vegeta Baby yelled urgently on the ground. He knew that this shock wave would definitely have an impact on Vegeta, but it was really uncertain what effect it would have in the end. The only certainty was that it would definitely not kill Vegeta. Therefore, Baby needs stronger power to ensure absolute advantage. Yes, Lord Baby. Son Gohan naturally wouldn't refuse, and returned to Baby as soon as he flashed around. Then, he directly transformed into Super Saiyan 2, and transferred his super power into Baby's body, and the aura of Vegeta Baby continued to rise at this moment. Asterisk. Chapter 60. Chapter 60. Chapter 060. Boom. After absorbing the energy of Son Gohan Super Saiyan 2, Vegeta Baby suddenly exploded with an unusually powerful aura. The hair that was not long originally grew greatly, and the muscles of the upper body were raised and become more developed. The facial lines are also more prominent, with a pair of golden shawls growing on the shoulders. The image belonging to Vegeta is slowly evolving towards Baby. Crackling. Crackling. The bounce of blue arcs means that Vegeta Baby has entered the state of Super Saiyan 2 at this time. Previously, he could only control the power of Super Saiyan 1, but his strength was already stronger than that of God Fan. Now he is entering the second stage of Super Saiyan, and his combat power has suddenly doubled. Humph, with this power, let alone the Saiyan monkey in front of me, even if Son Goku comes back, I am not afraid. Vegeta baby felt the powerful force surging out of his body and couldn't help but smile. Stand up! Master Baby is the most powerful warrior in the universe, the Saiyan Monkey, how could it be the opponent of Master Baby? Son Gohan, who had become quite weak, was flattering beside him. Hey! Useless waste! Baby didn't appreciate it at all and kicked Son Gohan away. I can't help being angry when I see you Saiyan monkeys. And you can't even beat an unknown Saiyan. In the end, I was asked to go out in person, it was just a waste. Son Gohan was so scolded that he didn't dare to talk back, and Son Goten and Piccolo next to him were also the only ones. However, the Saiyan named Vegeta, even if he is not dead, he should have only half his life left. I was so serious about boosting my energy, it was a bit of a fuss. Vegeta baby felt that his behavior was a bit embarrassing just now. In fact, he is not really a powerful warrior. He is just a parasite. He is just possessed by Vegeta, controlling and enhancing the power of Vegeta's physical body. But when it comes to actual combat capabilities, there is not much. Vegeta, who had played well with Son Gohan, suddenly improved so much. Although Baby believes that he is better than Gohan, and even stronger than Vegeta's improved strength, he is always not at ease in his heart. So he immediately summoned Son Gohan back, absorbed the opponent's super race energy, and allowed himself to further increase his energy, which would be more insurance. Baby! Suddenly, there was a loud shout from high above, which shook all the fields, causing the air to vibrate. It can be seen that its mighty momentum also changed the complexions of Baby, Son Gohan, and others. You miscellaneous dog, parasite, I must kill you! The aftermath of the energy after the explosion dissipated, gradually revealing Vegeta's figure. It didn't seem to be damaged at all, and the breath was not weak at all, even stronger than before. However, his face was very corrupt. It's impossible! Vegeta baby was shocked. Not only did Vegeta not be injured, but he was stronger? How can this be? Go to hell! The answer to him was a swift and powerful fist. Vegeta almost flashed his body, appeared in front of Vegeta baby from a high altitude, and blasted him out with a direct punch. Immediately afterwards, he was a flashback, and instantly caught up with the Vegeta baby who burst out. Boom boom boom! A series of fierce attacks fell on Baby like a violent storm, and every punch was heavy. Almost like a posture to beat Baby into meat sauce. So, the Super 2 Vegeta baby, who had just increased his energy and had not had time to show off his prestige, turned into a sandbag in an instant. Every time a punch fell, his body was almost deformed. Then, relying on his strong physique, he forcibly returned to his original shape, and the other position was distorted. If there are other audiences at this time, I am afraid they will all cry out for Baby. Master Baby! Son Gohan, Son Goten, and Piccolo are all in a hurry. But at this time, they almost have no energy, and the level of the battle between Vegeta and Baby is not something they can join in. They can only be anxious in the distance, there is no way. Baby, I want your life! Kamehameha wave! Vegeta kicked Baby up high in the air, placed his hands in a calyx-like shape on his waist, and quickly condensed an extra-large ki blast, and pushed it out towards Baby. What? Baby, Son Gohan, and others were shocked, this guy even knows Kamehameha. Baby was a little dazed by the series of fierce attacks, and suffered more or less trauma in his body. But Kamehameha wave needs to gather energy after all, and it also gave him some time to react. He didn't know why Vegeta suddenly seemed to run away, but in order to save his life, he didn't have time to think so much, so he tried to save his life in the first place. Listen to me, all the people on earth, let me release all your hatred of Saiyan. I need your power. Our revenge death bomb! Vegeta baby gathered his hands in front of him, and a black energy bullet condensed from negative energy quickly took shape. At the same time, all creatures on the earth that were planted with live eggs, even kittens and puppies, stopped what they were doing and turned their eyes to baby's location. All their faces showed hideous faces, and black mists rose up from their bodies, condensing towards baby at an extremely fast speed. This process is very long to speak, but it was actually completed the moment baby gave the order. When Vegeta's Kamehameha was launched, baby had already begun to gather some of the energy of the Earth's hatred towards Sion. By the time Kamehameha is present, the energy has exploded to a level that is not weak, and it can be used to block Kamehameha. Asterisk. Chapter 61. Chapter 61. Chapter 061 Demigod Realm Vegeta. The Revenge Death Bomb is based on negative energy. The more negative emotions, the stronger the energy gathered. With baby's hatred towards Sion and the blessing of the entire earth, Kamehameha, which Vegeta burst out with all his strength, was finally blocked. And the revenge death bullet condensed by baby did not disappear, but continued to increase. Did it die? Combat power, 5 trillion. Strength, 20 trillion. This is the energy intensity of baby's body now. Combat power is the strength of the body after Vegeta is added, and intensity is the power that baby can show. After the energy stabilized, the revenge death bomb turned out to be as high as 25 trillion. Even Vegeta's eyelids twitched slightly during the runaway. Damn it, this damn baby is even worse than Frieza. The sneak attack just now made Vegeta hit without any time to react. At the critical moment, he could only explode his body power in a hurry, otherwise he would be seriously injured. Of course, serious injuries can be treated by eating fairy beans. It's just that the situation at that time didn't allow him to think too much. When the body sensed a threat, the subconscious burst out the body's power. This is the same as someone poking in your eyes with a finger. Even if you know that he will stop at the last minute, you still can't help but close your eyes. After the energy burst, of course, baby's attack was blocked unscathed. The price is that Vegeta has been suppressing and not mobilizing, and the mixed energy used only for fusion dissipates, and even the original power is missing. Energy fusion is 49%. This is the final progress, and his combat power has also exploded from the original 10 trillion to 20 trillion. Normal combat power, 1.7 billion. Normal intensity, 50 billion. Super 3 combat power, 680 billion. Super 3 strength, 20 trillion. Then that's it. The energy he newly cultivated became stronger, but the power that originally belonged to him was gone. He can no longer continue to strengthen through energy fusion, he can only improve slowly by his own practice. And because the mixed energy dissipated, his understanding of the power of the rules was only half, to be precise, only 49%, not even half. This kind of strength is obviously much weaker than that of the previous battle against Beerus. This is the reason why Vegeta runs away suddenly and kills baby quickly. Is it 25 trillion energy intensity? Vegeta looked up at the huge revenge death bullet, his eyes full of resentment. Since energy fusion is no longer possible, there is no need to do this with him. Call. Vegeta let out a breath, and directly exited Super Saiyan III's state, returned to normal, slightly adjusted his breath, and calmed down his mood slowly. Ha 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 ha. The Vegeta baby in the high air had stabilized the situation and even recovered from the disadvantage. He was immediately proud and burst into laughter. Especially when he saw Vegeta's exit from Super 3, he laughed and said, "How? You know that my baby is great. You can't beat me. Now there is no energy to maintain the transformation, right? Then, you can bear the anger of my lord baby." Baby's hatred of Vegeta is also max. If he hadn't sent a signal to the people on the earth in time and absorbed the negative energy of everyone, I am afraid that the gutter would have capsized at that time. Therefore, even if he covets Vegeta's supermatch energy, he still does not intend to leave this formidable enemy behind. Otherwise, if anything happens and Vegeta is out of control, then he may be completely cold. Hey, are you stupid? Vegeta just snorted when he heard the words, and said coldly, I haven't fulfilled the promise just now, how can I give up? The reason for quitting Super Saiyan 3 is just to fight with you in a different form. Hehe, do you think I don't know anything? Super Saiyan 3 is already the strongest form, do you want to tell me that there is also Super Saiyan 4? Don't laugh so hard. Baby obviously doesn't believe that Vegeta still has a stronger state. There is indeed a Super 4, but I won't be here yet. Vegeta said coldly, but to deal with you, I don't need Super 4 yet, it's enough to have this state. Drink it. With a bang, Vegeta suddenly sprayed a strong silver-white flame, his hair stood up high, leaving only a pinch of bangs, and his facial features became more prominent. Did it die? Combat power, 850 billion. Strength, 25 trillion. Sure enough, it's the same as I guessed. Vegeta felt the explosive power in his body, couldn't help but clenched his fist, then suddenly raised his head to look at Baby, his eyes full of sharpness. This is a state of full potential. Son Gohan was dumbfounded in the distance. The so-called full potential state is the mysterious mode, and full potential is Son Gohan's own name. This suddenly appeared, Saiyan, named Vegeta, not only could transform into Super Saiyan 3, but he could even do it at full potential. Who is this? You, who are you? Baby also asked this question. It's a pity that Vegeta couldn't answer him, and said with a sneer, when you get to hell, you can ask Hades about this question again. If Hades could know his origin. The mysterious state, for Vegeta, is to open up the two channels of the governor and stimulate all potential. He has the blood of a human being from the earth and Saiyan factor in his body. The body of the most perfect warrior is optimized and directly connected to the two channels of Ren and Du as expected. A mysterious pattern has erupted. Baby, your end is here. Vegeta yelled and rushed towards Baby in the sky. Faintly, the power of rules surrounds him, and the silver flame gradually changes to a half-particle energy state. Demigod realm. I should have made up the story before writing this story. After all, the original has been read for a long time, I only remember the general direction, and many details have been forgotten. But now that the new year is approaching, there is really no time, and the update is relatively tight, so just write it. There may be a lot of details that are different from the original. When you read it, don't be too entangled with the original, so be it. == Chapter 62. Chapter 62. Chapter 062 Black Lightning revealed for the first time. Want to kill me? Do you have this ability? Revenge Death Bomb. Vegeta Baby felt Vegeta's strong killing intent, and felt awe-inspiring. With a loud shout, he pushed out the Revenge Death Bullet that had been condensed to the limit. Faced with the 25 trillion Revenge Death Bomb, Vegeta's expression became more solemn, but he did not choose to retreat, but directly greeted him. Dragon Fist broke out. A golden dragon faintly appeared behind Vegeta, roaring with majesty and awe-inspiring aura. The extremely powerful force was concentrated in the center of the fist, and suddenly penetrated into the black Revenge Death Bullet. The energies of the two sides rubbed violently, and layer by layer of air waves continued to spread, sweeping in all directions. On the surface, it seems a bit stalemate, and even the Revenge Death Bomb is still slightly at a disadvantage. Vegeta Baby couldn't help but gritted his teeth secretly, and urged the ultimate strength to continuously inject the Revenge Death Bomb. This limit of energy is really too huge, it may explode every minute, when one is not well controlled, let alone the Earth. I am afraid that the entire solar system will have to be destroyed. Son Gohan and others in the distance were startled and worried. However, just when everyone thought that energy would burst out at any time, they suddenly heard a loud roar from Vegeta, and then something happened. Energy purification. The black revenge death bullet quickly turned into white at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then bounced back towards Vegeta baby. No! It's impossible! Vegeta baby let out a panic scream. Such a huge limit energy, which was originally beyond his control, was now turned into an enemy's tricks, which in turn hit him. Vegeta baby's heart was full of horror, holding his hands in front, constantly catalyzing the power, intending to regain control of the revenge death bomb. Go to die for me, baby! It's so cheap for you to die like this! Vegeta roared, relying on the explosive power of the dragon fist to forcefully push the purified revenge death bullet to baby. What Vegeta can do, how could Vegeta fail to do it? It's just a mere purification of energy. With the power of rules, it is not difficult to do it. Of course, because Vegeta is not at the peak strength, the current extreme combat power is in the middle of baby. Therefore, the use of Dragon Fist Burst and energy purification also consumed a lot of his energy, and it was not as easy as it seemed on the surface. Rumble! Do not! The earth-shattering explosion sounded, the revenge death bullet and the power of the Dragon Fist exploded. After the explosion, the power shocked the world, and even Son Gohan and others in the distance were trembling with horror. Fortunately, although the purified revenge death bomb is powerful, it is similar to vitality and will not cause much damage to the earth. Call! Vegeta took a long breath, fell to the ground, took out a fairy bean from his arms and took it, and his physical strength immediately returned to its peak. This time, he moved the real fire, and directly exploded with all his strength. It's just that this battle is really a bit of a panic. Even if baby is eliminated, it will not be able to eliminate his hatred. It was originally just to hone the new energy. But in the end it did make the strength of this force explode. Unexpectedly, but lost his own power. It was like picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelon. What? Just as Vegeta was extremely upset, he suddenly realized that the black lightning that he had not figured out had changed in his body. It was originally just a black arc, and you can't see it without paying attention. Vegeta also tried to perceive it, but unfortunately it has not been able to capture its trajectory. But now, it suddenly grew in a circle, faintly mixed with golden light, and it was still felt by Vegeta. When Vegeta gathered his mind on the black lightning, he immediately sensed that it contained extremely terrifying energy, which was far greater than his power during his peak period. The most important thing is that the energy he thought he had lost, the power of his body and the power of mixed rules, were found in this black lightning. What's happening here? The loss of energy is definitely a happy event for Vegeta, but it is a bit puzzled in his mind. What's the origin of this black lightning? It actually saved his power. And it seems that its essence must be higher than the mixed energy level, otherwise it is impossible to include them all. It seems to be able to absorb fusion. After trying a little bit, Vegeta looked overjoyed. Although the energy is transferred to the black lightning, he can still be improved through energy fusion, and the improvement seems to be greater. This can be regarded as a misfortune. Is it a blessing? The original unhappy mood dissipated instantly, and he was overjoyed. Sometimes gains and losses are not as simple as they seem on the surface. Hey! Hey! The high-altitude energy dissipated, and the image was embarrassed, and the panting Vegeta baby reappeared. He actually survived. At this time, Vegeta baby looked very bad, his breath weakened a lot, and his face was full of hideous hatred. Not dead. Vegeta raised his brows, surprised. The energy burst just now, and the intensity was absolutely amazing, and Vegeta thought that baby could not hold it anymore. Sure enough, no one can become a super boss in the original book. If that's the case, then I'll give you one last ride. Vegeta's palm was condensed with an energy bomb, aiming directly at baby in the sky. He is in a good mood now, no anger at all, but for baby, he still holds the heart of killing. With more than 10,000 flowers, sprinkle flowers and sprinkle flowers. Thank you for your strong support. Taking advantage of this great day, let's break another day to celebrate. What? When will the mud medicine reach? Okay, I obediently get out of the code word, update as usual. == asterisk. Chapter 63. Chapter 63. Chapter 063 Son Goku is back. Master Baby. Son Gohan saw that Baby was in danger, and immediately supported his weak body, rushed over to attack Vegeta, and planned to surround Wei and save Zhao. It's a pity that they weren't Vegeta's opponents, let alone their current weak state. Vegeta only moved his body slightly, and easily avoided all attacks, and then kicked them out one by one. Baby, accept your fate. Looking at Baby, who looked ugly from high above and hadn't fully recovered for the time being, Vegeta threw the energy projectile out without hesitation. This may become his first soul after coming to the Dragon Ball world. However, what Vegeta did not expect was that an accident occurred. Did it die? Combat power, 20 trillion. Strength, 2 trillion. What the hell? There is even such a weird data? In Vegeta's stunned moment, a small golden figure passed by, kicking the energy bomb that was thrown away by him with a kick. Rumble. The energy bomb exploded in the distance, directly raising a mountain range to the ground. This energy bomb is not particularly strong, but it can wipe out the baby who is temporarily out of breath, so the movement caused is not too big. What surprised Vegeta was that the little golden figure that appeared suddenly was a little Goku in Super 3 states. Who are you? Super 3 Junior Goku looked at Vegeta on the ground, his face full of vigilance. It was also after seeing his true face that Vegeta finally understood why the data returned by the invisible detector was so weird. Son Goku was turned into a child state by the Black Star Dragon Ball, and his strength was greatly weakened. The original Super 3 state should have a power of 20 trillion, but now it can only play 2 trillion, only 10%. Because the energy is unstable, he can't even use instant transmission. In the original book, he was easily hanged and beaten against the Super 2 Vegeta baby, who also had a strength of 20 trillion. Reluctantly transformed into Super Saiyan 3, it couldn't last long, and he was beaten back to his original form soon. However, this guy is more savvy in battle, and his IQ is seriously offline at other times, otherwise he wouldn't be attacking Vegeta directly now. Vegeta pointed to Baby not far behind him, and said helplessly, Son Goku, before you figure out my identity, should you look at the situation first? You make me very embarrassed. Hey! Son Goku didn't expect to get such an answer, and he didn't feel hostility on Vegeta, so he was a little confused. At this time, Son Goku just returned to the earth not long. He first went to the Temple of Heaven and sent the Black Star Dragon Ball back. But I don't know that Dende and Bobo of the Celestial Temple have been controlled by Baby, and the Black Star Dragon Ball will be taken to Baby soon. In the original book, Baby uses the Black Star Dragon Ball to recreate a new planet and name it New Zifel. After Son Goku transformed into Super 4, and after a bitter struggle to wipe out Baby, the side effects of Black Star Dragon Ball could not be reversed, and the Earth exploded. Since the Black Star Dragon Ball was made before the old god and Piccolo separated, Piccolo thought he needed to be responsible, so he died with the Earth. Finally appeared on Super 17, Son Goku helped a lot when he was trapped in hell. Okay, get back to business. At this time, Son Goku had just separated from Trunks. After leaving the Temple of Heaven, he noticed the strange atmosphere of the Earth and sensed the violent energy fluctuations coming from here, so he immediately dropped Xiao Feng and rushed over by himself. And the first thing he saw was the scene where Vegeta kicked Son Gohan, Son Goten, and Piccolo, and fired energy bombs at Baby who looked like Vegeta at high altitude. Son Goku was worried about his relatives, and without careful observation, he immediately stepped forward to stop Vegeta's behavior. Hearing what Vegeta said at this time, he turned his head and glanced at Baby, and was stunned. Vegeta? How did you become such a ghost? Son Goku's head was even more confused, even a little knotted. He didn't know what happened in the short few months after he left the earth. How did he just come back? Everything was different from what he had imagined. Son Goku, I didn't expect you to come back so soon. As soon as Vegeta baby saw Son Goku, he couldn't help but breathe fire in his eyes. The hatred for Son Goku was greater than that of Vegeta, so he directly exposed his stuff. No, you are. Baby. Son Goku frowned, and after carefully sensing his breath, he faintly discovered the truth. And at this time, he also discovered that except for Vegeta, everyone else had the breath of baby, which had a trace of evil. This situation is the same as the original Trunks. They had already played against baby in the universe, and baby had been possessed by Trunks at that time. It's just that Son Goku didn't know that even though baby was driven away, Trunks was still planted with live eggs. The reason to stay awake is just because baby needs an internal response, which may play an unexpected role at critical times. Grandpa, be careful! A small figure flew from the sky. Son Gohan's daughter Xiao Fang came, and flew while shouting, "That person is not Vegeta, don't believe him." Jiru, it's dangerous and dangerous. Xiao Fang revealed a small robot in his arms, and Jiru said endlessly, "You really are baby." Son Goku was finally determined, his face dignified and swept around, and finally looked at Vegeta, and said strangely, "Who are you again? It feels a bit familiar. Have we met?" Asterisk. Chapter 64. Chapter 64. Chapter 064 The Innocent Little Girl. Vegeta helplessly touched his forehead. Is it time to discuss this issue? I didn't see baby already started to pull back. As long as he absorbs some of the hatred of the people on the earth towards Sion, he will soon be able to recover, and even go further. After all, the current baby hasn't reached the peak state of the original. But after Vegeta sensed the black lightning in his body, he didn't rush to kill baby. It doesn't matter if you raise one, baby can improve, and Vegeta can also improve, and it will improve faster. The most important point is that now Vegeta's hatred of baby has been reduced. Seeing the helplessness of Vegeta, Son Goku also seemed to realize that he was stupid. He smiled awkwardly and turned to face baby. "I told you to run before, but I didn't expect you to come to the earth. This time I'll let you go again." "Humph, you also need to have this ability." Facing Son Goku, baby didn't persuade him at all. So, there was no suspense in the next scene. Son Goku and baby fought, completely ignoring Vegeta. The weakened version of Son Goku versus the weakened version of Vegeta baby, the two really played well, and they couldn't tell the difference for a while. Looking at the high-altitude battle, Vegeta returned to normal at this time, and he didn't mean to intervene. He is very clear about baby's mind, that is, to use Son Goku to slowly regain strength, and even find opportunities to get out and take the opportunity to increase energy. Son Goku didn't think so much anymore. As a single cell, he had only one thought in the face of the enemy, so he rushed forward and did it directly, leaving the rest alone. Baby in full form should be stronger? But I seem to have reached a bottleneck. Even if he raises his energy and fights again, I am afraid it will not increase the energy fusion. Vegeta rubbed his chin and groaned. He has tried it just now. He can still absorb the mixed energy in the black lightning, but the progress of the energy fusion has stopped and has been stuck at 49%. Intuition tells him that he needs to improve his realm in order to continue the energy fusion. So the question is, there are two options in front of him, one is Super Saiyan transformation, and the other is Super Saiyan 4. Super 4. Vegeta clenched a fist fiercely. There is no need to think too much to get the answer. The Super Game God transforms, there is no need to think about it. Why? Because he is already a demigod, he will become a god directly after the energy fusion is completed, so why bother to become that kind of pseudo-god? Transformation after becoming a god should be like Zamasu, with god energy plus super red, which is equal to super red rose. So, what about god energy plus super blue? Super purple? The dark purple of Beerus? Well, these will be studied later. Now Vegeta's goal is to transform into Super Saiyan 4 first. After breaking through that level, the energy fusion will definitely explode again. I hope that in this time and space, the transformation can be completely completed. Vegeta whispered to himself. When I first crossed over, I had a fight with Beerus. Although the battle was suppressed throughout, Vegeta still yearned for it. Now if you want to start a fight of that level again, you must first resolve the mixed energy in your body. Ah? What are you doing? Dad, I'm Xiao Feng, don't you recognize me? Uncle Goten, don't come over. When Vegeta was meditating, there was a sudden scream not far away, awakening him. Turning around, it turned out that Son Gohan and Son Goten were bullying Xiao Feng together. They want to catch Xiao Feng, turn back to let baby plant live eggs, and contribute a super game power. However, the brothers have already transferred energy to baby just now, and they are still in a weak state, so Xiao Feng looks dangerous, but they won't be caught easily. Only when Vegeta looked over, Piccolo had quietly walked behind Xiao Feng, as if he was about to succeed. Jiriji Luyalu, Xiao Feng, dangerous, Xiao Feng, dangerous, the robot Gerudo shivered in the backpack hiding behind Xiao Feng. You guys are really lackluster, I can't see it. Vegeta's figure flashed, one hand held Xiao Feng up to his waist, and turned around. Bang bang bang! With 3 legs in succession, Son Gohan, Son Goten and Piccolo flew out one after another. Ah! Xiao Feng was taken aback, and when Vegeta put her down, she was still shocked. You? My name is Vegeta. Vegeta flicked her brow. Ah, what are you doing? Xiao Feng quietly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Vegeta and Son Gohan were different, they should be normal people. But who is this person? I don't seem to have seen it before. He is so handsome and has a tail. He is Saiyan too? Didn't know that she had turned so many thoughts in a short time, and said lightly, you know that they are not right, why are you still getting close to them? Are you still holding unrealistic ideas in your heart? She really is a naive little girl. He had the memory of Son Goku in his mind, and when he saw Xiao Feng, he couldn't help but use the tone of an elder to teach her. But to Xiao Feng, Vegeta was a stranger, even though she had just saved her life. What? Xiao Feng pursed her mouth, and finally didn't know what she thought, did not refute, but pulled his sleeves and said, before we came back, you were fighting them, right? She pointed to baby who was in a fierce battle with Son Goku, and pointed to the 3 of Son Gohan. Vegeta raised his brows. On the surface, this girl looked like she was only a decade old, but she was actually Hui's Hailangzin, much smarter than Son Goku. Thank you for your reward. In addition, the book will be on the shelves tomorrow, please let me know in advance, there are 3 chapters before it is on the shelves. ************** Chapter 65. Chapter 65. Chapter 065 Transformation Super Saiyan 4. So, you are actually very powerful, better than my grandfather. Xiao Feng opened her beautiful big eyes, her face full of excitement and curiosity. Because now Son Goku is still playing with baby, and has gradually fallen into a disadvantage. But judging from the situation at the scene, before they came, baby and others obviously suffered. From such a comparison, it can be seen that the handsome elder brother in front of him is probably much stronger than her grandfather. In Xiao Feng's heart, Son Goku is already the #1 strong player in the universe. He didn't expect to run out of a stronger one now, and he looks so handsome. All right. Vegeta didn't know her careful thoughts, but only responded softly without concealing it. Strong is strong, too modest is hypocritical. Then can you help to get my dad and them back to their original form? Xiao Fang immediately became excited, clutching Vegeta's sleeve tightly. Don't worry. Vegeta glanced at her and said, they are only temporarily controlled, and there is no life threatening. To save them, just knock baby down, or feed them a super sweet water. What is super divine water? Xiao Fang's eyes lit up immediately. Vegeta has a headache. He is not good at dealing with this kind of little girl. It's really embarrassing to ask and answer questions. Danger, danger. Girud. Girud relieved Vegeta at this time. Vegeta actually noticed it, and immediately pulled Xiao Fang aside 2 steps. Boom! A figure flashed past their original position, and fell heavily to the ground, exploding a deep pit. Oh, it hurts so much. Little Goku's voice came from the deep pit. It was obviously not a major problem. He was soon seen crawling out of the pit, and he had returned to normal. There was nothing wrong with him except for a little embarrassment. Vegeta took a look at the sky. Baby had already taken the opportunity to run, and even Son Gohan had slipped away. No way, Son Goku's strength is not good, but Vegeta is here, and baby's self-confidence has been lost. Baby is rushing back to find a way and improve his strength. For Vegeta, it doesn't matter, just take advantage of this time to study Super 4 transformation himself. Really, Grandpa, you almost hit us. Also, you couldn't beat that bastard named Baby, are you too shameful? Xiao Fang complained to Son Goku, but he still looked at his situation with concern, and he was relieved to see that Son Goku was indeed okay. Son Goku shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, I can't help it, Baby is now possessed by Vegeta, his strength is amazing, I am not an opponent at all. If it weren't for him to be injured before, I can't hold it long. Having said this, he suddenly looked at Vegeta and curiously said, by the way, you hurt Baby, right? I always wanted to ask, who are you? It seems that you are also Scion. I know this. Xiao Fang immediately raised his hand actively, his name is Vegeta, he is much stronger than Grandpa, and he defeated Baby and my dad alone. That's amazing, you are indeed much better than me, I really want to fight you. Son Goku was excited when he heard it, and suddenly he seemed to remember, hey, I remember that after I merged with Vegeta, it seemed that I was also called Bay. Jeet. Okay, let's stop here for the gossip. Vegeta interrupted them helplessly, and said. Now the entire earth is almost controlled by Baby. They have Baby's living eggs in their bodies, and only Super God Water can purify them. So, are you going to save people first, or defeat Baby first? Everyone. Son Goku felt a little heavy, and then suddenly remembered something. Broke in. Dragon Ball. Son Goku and Xiao Fang yelled almost at the same time. Since the entire earth is controlled, Baby has no reason to let go of Dende and Bobo in the heavens, so the Black Star Dragon Ball they sent back before. And Trunks, we have to tell him the news as soon as possible. Xiao Fang immediately became anxious. Jiraiya Loiru, Trunks, danger, Trunks, danger. Don't make a noise, Girud, we're talking about business. Xiao Fang directly stuffed Girud into his backpack. Son Goku said, it's too late to tell Trunks, I can only hope that he is okay. But Baby's strength is too strong, I am definitely not strong enough to deal with him. Grandpa, did you forget that we still have Vegeta? Xiao Fang looked very dissatisfied with what Son Goku had overlooked. Son Goku's eyes lit up, Beget? Would you like to help us deal with Baby? But before that, or you can fight with me first, let me see your strength first. Grandpa. Xiao Fang stomped his feet with anger, it's this time, do you still have your heart to think about this? The most important thing for us now is to defeat Baby, save Dad and them, and all the people on Earth. That's true. Son Goku scratched his head awkwardly. Vegeta felt helpless, and always felt that he was not on the same channel as the two of them. Forget it, let's solve your own business first. Son Goku, if you haven't made a decision yet, just watch it. Maybe what happens in a while will also inspire you. Vegeta decided to start transforming into a Super 4 now. For Son Goku and Xiao Fang, he didn't feel the need to conceal them. People who have the conditions to transform, even if they don't watch him transform, will be able to master them sooner or later, and those who don't have the conditions will be useless even if they watch it. What are you going to do? Son Goku blinked curiously, always feeling that something big would happen. Asterisk. Chapter 66. Chapter 66. Chapter 066 Super 4 Vegeta appears. Vegeta told Son Goku and Xiao Fang to retreat some distance and stand on top of a mountain by himself. The original description of Super Saiyan 4's transformation is very simple: transforming into a giant ape, regaining sanity, and controlling power. These 12 words completely summarize the process of Super 4's transformation. But whether it is that simple or not, it still needs to be tested by Vegeta himself. Of course, he is not worried about what will happen, the big deal is that the transformation fails. Anyway, he turned into a great ape without losing his mind like Son Goku. The artificial moon containing 17 million Hertz light waves quickly condensed Indiana the palm of Vegeta's palm, and then gently tossed by him, and quickly rose into the sky. Where did I see this thing? Son Goku looked at it from a distance and frowned secretly. The memory of the artificial moon is too long after all, even if Son Goku has seen it, it will not be remembered for a while. It's so dazzling, like a little sun. What does Vegeta want to do? Xiao Fang made a parasol with her palm, and narrowed her eyes slightly. But her words reminded Son Goku. Son Goku's eyes lit up and said, "By the way, the artificial moon, Vegeta intends to become a great ape." What great ape? Xiao Fang didn't know what was going on. But before Son Goku explained, the body of Vegeta's tail over there had already begun to react after absorbing the Boolean light emitted by the artificial moon. For Vegeta himself, this situation was a bit strange, as if something in his body was ignited, his body expanded rapidly, and his strength exploded. And at the same time as his transformation, his Super Saiyan energy was also ignited, and when he transformed into a great ape, he also turned on Super Saiyan's transformation state. As a result, when he finally became a tall giant ape, his brown hair was supposed to be golden now. So, this is why in GT, Great Apes Son Goku and Vegeta are the golden great apes. Vegeta had a clear understanding in his heart. Ordinary Saiyan turned into a great ape, all with brown hair. As for Saiyan, who has a super game transformation, after becoming a great ape, he will start the super game transformation at the same time, which is the golden great ape. Therefore, the strength of the golden great ape is 50 times that of the brown great ape, which is 500 times that of normal. It's amazing. Son Goku seemed to notice the gap, his eyes widened. He glanced at his ass subconsciously, and then began to think about a serious question. The power of the golden great ape seems to be stronger than that of Super 3. Should I find a way to make the tail grow again? Maybe this will defeat Baby. How did he become like this? Is this the great ape that Grandpa just said? Xiao Fang's mouth opened wide, and his face was full of shock. Ah! But it's a bit different from what I thought. Son Goku scratched his head, a little distressed. He remembered that he would lose his mind when he transformed into a giant ape. And Vegeta's appearance was obviously the same as Vegeta, and he did not lose his mind. No. Son Goku's expression suddenly changed. This is not only the transformation of a great ape. I don't know when, the whole ground began to turn red slightly, like an iron pan that was burned red. The surrounding air also seemed to have evaporated. And the temperature continued to rise. It's so hot, Grandpa, what is going on? Is it all because of Vegeta's transformation? Xiao Fang is used to asking Grandpa if he has any questions. As long as it is a matter of cultivation, Son Goku has always been omniscient in her heart. But this time, Son Goku couldn't figure it out, and naturally couldn't answer Xiao Fang's question. Boom! At this moment, the great ape that Vegeta incarnate suddenly exploded with a breath of incomparable horror, and the golden light soared into the sky, and then spread, covering the entire space around Vegeta. Crackling! Crackling! Intense lightning bursts sounded continuously, and each of them resembled thunder, and the momentum was extremely terrifying. Xiao Fang was already shivering with fright, and hid directly behind Son Goku. It's so scary, what does Vegeta want to do? Son Goku was actually holding on, his face was full of stern color, but there was a big sweat on his forehead slipping off. However, he faintly had a bold guess in his heart. This way of transforming may be a further improvement than Super Saiyan 3, and the improvement will be quite astonishing. After all, the Golden Great Ape just now has surpassed Super Saiyan 3, and now if he goes further, Son Goku really can't think about it. Finally, the golden light in the distance slowly converged. The high temperature that burned the entire earth red, as well as strong lightning, all receded quickly like ice and snow melted. In the end, the Golden Great Ape in the same place disappeared and was replaced by a tall and handsome man. It's just that the image of this man is rather peculiar, with red eyes, blue-green eyes, and a serious expression on his face. His body is covered with red body hair, his lower body is a red trousers, a black half-length cloak is tied to the sky blue trouser belt, and a thick red tail floats behind him. The whole person looks full of primitive wildness. Okay, so handsome. Okay, so awesome. After Xiao Fang and Son Goku saw the new image of Vegeta, the two reacted differently. But without exception, they were all shocked by Vegeta. Asterisk. Chapter 67. Chapter 67. Chapter 067 You Can Hang Beerus. Did it die? Combat Power, 8.5 trillion. Strength, 250 trillion. Knowing his current combat power index from the invisible detector, Vegeta couldn't help but grinned. The Super 4 transformation has increased by 10 times on the basis of the Golden Great Ape. In other words, Super 4 is equivalent to 5,000 times the normal, far surpassing 400 times the Super 3. And just as Vegeta expected, when he transformed into Super Saiyan 4 and broke the original limit, the mixed energy contained in the black lightning is undergoing fusion at a very fast speed, easily breaking through 50%. Threshold. 50%, 52%, 55%, 60%, 70%. In the end, the energy fusion degree steadily stopped at a height of 79.9%. This is the effect of Vegeta's transformation. Rumble. The breath that had stabilized soared again. However, what he perceives from Son Goku is that the pressure on Super 4 Vegeta is getting stronger and stronger. The entire earth seems to be trembling under this pressure, but Vegeta's breath is getting worse. The more and more you can't be perceived. The energy fusion increased, and the breath of the energy of the gods also took up a greater proportion, and Vegeta was gradually moving towards the direction of the gods. Did it die? Combat Power, 24.99 trillion. Strength, 9,999 trillion. Vegeta was shocked. In just such a moment, the energy compression broke through to 40 times. His combat effectiveness also quadrupled, and he eventually got stuck in a bottleneck that was infinitely close to 1 jing. He had a faint feeling that as long as he broke through this threshold, he would be a true god. But what makes him strange is that the energy fusion degree is only 79.9%, not even 80%. If you want to break through the threshold of 1 Beijing, the fusion should reach 80%. 80% become a god? Why is the last 20% used? Is it chasing Angel's realm? Before reaching that state, Vegeta naturally couldn't know the answer. We can't beat Beerus with our current strength alone, but It looks like I am now, can I continue to improve? There was a peculiar enlightenment in Vegeta's heart. As long as he grasped that feeling, there seemed to be an incredible change. So he immediately tried. A very weird feeling rises suddenly, it's unclear. The energy in Vegeta is transforming in a peculiar way. In his induction, there is a feeling that although the universe is large, it is all in the palm of the hand. Grandpa, look at it, Xiao Fang suddenly yelled at Son Goku, Vegeta has changed again. I don't know when, a cloud of rose gold particle energy slowly rose up from Vegeta, covering his whole body. Immediately afterwards, the originally black hair quickly turned rose gold, and the pupils turned blue gold. What the hell is going on? Son Goku looked dumbfounded. Everything that happened before him was completely beyond his comprehensible scope. But what he can be sure of is that now Vegeta has reached a level that he can't appreciate at all. Not to mention the current Vegeta, the former ape-shaped Saiyan mode, even the golden great ape, has surpassed Baby and surpassed his peak state. Super Saiyan. Vegeta exhaled slowly. Only one step away, or just one step at the door, he can enter the realm of gods. But even if he hadn't fully reached the realm of gods, he could still use the transfiguration of the gods. It's just the effect. A bit different from what he imagined. The super red state is a layer of divine energy covered by the breath of everybody. Super race God Rose, it is the breath of God and super red transformation. But now, he is the god of incompleteness, the super game god transformed into Majin. However, Vegeta is absolutely sure that his transformation state is still above Zamaisu's rose red, which is a more perfect super game god transformation. Why? Because Zamaisu only changed Son Goku's body, but he didn't understand Saiyan's situation, and he couldn't control Saiyan's power. And Vegeta has been studying his physique and the power of rules for more than a year, and now with this transformation, he has already figured out the essence of the super game god transformation. That black lightning is the power of rules in Saiyan's body, and it is also the fundamental reason why Saiyan gets stronger as he fights and becomes stronger as he dies. Let's call it the rules of fighting. Super Saiyan transformation is to use energy to stimulate the fighting rules to transform, which is essentially the same as the normal Super Saiyan transformation, which stimulates S cells with energy. Only when it comes to the power of rules, it will develop toward the realm of God. Zamasu only uses God's energy to stimulate the rules of fighting, so he transforms into a super game god Rose. On the other hand, Vegeta was aware of the rules of fighting, and fusion of the rules of fighting, more in line with the changes in Saiyan's physique. Thus, the super game god Majin was born. Moreover, Vegeta had a faint feeling that the super game god Majin was just an incomplete transformation form. When he becomes a god and fully understands the rules of fighting, this form will continue to evolve, and then become more powerful. In terms of realm, the super game god Majin is in the same realm as Super Red, but its strength is very different. The most obvious is that now in the super game god Majin state, Vegeta's combat power data is combat power, 250 trillion. Strength, 10 jing. Breaking through the boundary of Beijing in one fell swoop, and even doubled it tenfold again, which is very scary, 50,000 times normal. With this kind of strength, you can easily slap Beerus. Will you be able to compete against Whis? Vegeta was so excited that he couldn't help but let out a long scream from the sky. What? As a result, something happened. An invisible god's might spread in all directions, oscillating far away, and instantly covering the entire earth. Puff 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 puff. Very small explosions sounded one after another, densely packed like raindrops. At this moment, all the humans on Earth who were planted with live eggs by Baby exploded into blood mist, turned into black smoke and rose up, but at the moment of leaving the human body, they disappeared. The next chapter is the chapter on the shelves, and I will post it in the afternoon. For the time being, I'm not sure how many chapters will be published. I'll try my best to write it. If you don't save the manuscript, the handicapped party can't afford it. Tomorrow, it seems that the house is going to be cleared again, and the Chinese New Year is approaching. So, don't be disappointed. I pray that the subscription will not be too low. There is a make-up number, I just keep writing it down. == asterisk. Chapter 68. Chapter 68. Chapter 068 Baby becomes a golden ape. Zidu, Bulma's house. Vegeta baby started to increase his energy as soon as he came back. He was frightened by Vegeta's combat effectiveness. If he didn't quickly improve, his goal would not be achieved at all. The living eggs in Trunks who had just returned were activated by him and contributed a super race power, and Trunks' sister Bra also did not run. In the end, Vegeta baby completed the final energy fusion and advanced to the full state. That is, the third form of Super Baby. The shadow of Vegeta is no longer visible on the face, it is completely baby. Immediately afterwards, Dende and Bobo sent the Black Star Dragon Ball. Baby originally wanted a Ziffle Star, but when he thought of Vegeta, this idea was dispelled. If you don't defeat Vegeta, it will be useless to revive ZVR Shenron. Is there any way to increase my energy again? Baby also knew that Shenron could not achieve his desire to transcend boundaries, so he asked this first. Problem. When he summoned Shenron, it happened at the stage of Vegeta's transformation. The Earth's environment changed and the energy was disturbed, but he did not attract the attention of Vegeta and Son Goku. The red light in Shenron's eyes flickered, and he replied, Scion's greatest potential is concentrated in the tail. As long as your tail grows out again, it can be maximized by absorbing the more than 17 million volts light waves released by the moon. Unleash your potential. As long as you can completely control that power, you will become stronger. Tail. Baby rummaged in Vegeta's memory, and found out the secret of the great ape's transformation. Is that so? The reason why Vegeta is strong is because he keeps his tail? But Son Goku and Vegeta have removed the tail? It's so stupid. Baby Zudge complained afterwards, and then made a wish to Shenron. Then my wish is to let Vegeta's tail grow again. I see, this fact is too easy. Shenron pretended to beep, his eyes flashed red, and a tail suddenly grew behind Baby. After that, Shenron redifferentiated into 7 black stars, Dragon Ball, flying out in all directions toward the depths of the universe. Turn into a great ape, control power. Ha ha ha, who will be my opponent then? Damn Scion, damn Vegeta, I will step on them all by then. Baby laughed triumphantly, but didn't wait for him to be triumphant. A powerful and boundless coercion suddenly came, almost making Baby unable to support her rushing to the street. This is, he suddenly changed his face. Puff puff puff. With a majestic roar from the horizon, a series of muffled noises came, and the live eggs that Baby planted in the Earth's body exploded into blood mist, turned into black smoke and dissipated. What? How is this possible? Baby couldn't calm down now, and stood up abruptly. However, there were Son Gohan, Son Goten, Trunks, and others on the scene. They woke up immediately and remembered everything at the same time. Damn, you actually controlled us to hurt Xiao Fang, I can't spare you. Son Gohan went violently at the first moment, and attacked Baby with all his strength. Seeing this, Son Goten and Trunks suppressed other thoughts in their hearts and jointly launched an attack on Baby. It's a pity that their strength has been absorbed by Baby, and they haven't recovered yet. At this time, where is Baby's adversary with great strength? I was knocked down in 3 or 2. Asshole! Asshole, I can't spare you. Son Gohan was still roaring. Thinking of what he had done to Xiao Fang before, he was very upset and had lost his mind. What can you do if you can't spare me? Although I don't understand what's going on with you, since I can control you once, of course I can control the second time. Baby has calmed down at this time and looked around lying on the ground. The Earth Warrior sneered. Soon, Son Gohan and others were planted with live eggs by Baby again, and they didn't even have the ability to resist. After all, they were too weak. Stop! At this time, a dark-skinned teenager rushed out and launched a continuous ki blast at Baby. It's a pity that he came a little late, and Son Gohan and others have already been recruited. Hey? Who are you? There are people with your strength on the earth. Baby took the black boy's ki blast forcibly, without any damage. The one who came is the reincarnation of Majin Buu, Yub. Although the strength is indeed not weak, but compared with Baby, it is too far behind. Damn it, it's too late. Yub didn't answer Baby's words, he roughly swept it, knowing that he couldn't match Baby with his own strength, so he quickly ran away. Baby looked at his leaving figure, only joking in his eyes, but did not catch up, because he still has more important things to do. The thing just now must be done by Vegeta, and only he can do it. Damn it, you have to increase your energy as soon as possible, otherwise it will be too late for him to find it. Baby, regardless of Son Gohan and others who were replanted with live eggs, floated outside and released an artificial moon according to Vegeta's memory. The reason why he didn't use this trick in the original book is because Vegeta has no tail and can only be transformed by a machine made by Bulma. Affected by Vegeta's pressure here, Baby figured out the transformation from Shenron and grew a tail. Naturally, there was no need for Bulma to build a machine. Roar! Soon, after absorbing the Boolean light waves of the artificial moon, Baby also transformed into a great ape, and also a golden great ape. He is just a parasite, not pure scion. Of course, he doesn't know how to control his power, so naturally he can't change Super 4. However, the sudden increase in power has already made him swell. Ha 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 ha! Too strong, this force is too strong, it can definitely defeat Vegeta. Beget, I am coming. Baby sensed the position of Vegeta and Son Goku, and flew over there immediately. Ordinary Scion turned into a giant ape cannot use flying technique, because he is too big and irrational. But for the sensible golden great ape, this is not a problem. On the other hand, Vegeta simply sensed the state of the Super Game God Majin, and then retreated to Super 4. Maintaining the Super Game God transformation will continue to consume energy, and the first transformation will not last long. On the contrary, it is Super 4. Without fighting, it consumes very little energy and can even be maintained forever. Hey? Baby's breath? Has it become a golden great ape? Vegeta suddenly raised his brows and looked into the distance, when he saw a golden great ape rushing at an extremely fast speed. Asterisk. Chapter 69. Chapter 69. Chapter 069 Jumping Sky Monkey Golden Giant Ape Baby. This is Baby's breath. Son Goku also sensed it, his face was full of horror. Why did he become a golden great ape? Grandpa. Xiao Fang was also nervous. But when she looked at Vegeta, she felt relieved again. Vegeta, it should be able to solve it, right? After all, the golden great ape, she had already seen it just now. But the current image of Vegeta is a further transformation on the basis of the golden great ape. What's more, on top of this, there is an even more elusive Majin. Son Goku also thought of this, so he was also relieved, but said with a pity, I didn't expect that there are experts like them in this world. If my tail is still there, I might be able to fight them. Now I am not an opponent at all. Since Vegeta has never done anything bad after crossing over, his breath is still very pure. Son Goku and Xiao Fang would naturally not regard him as a bad guy, of course they are in the same camp. Fortunately, Vegeta has no other thoughts, otherwise they would not even be able to find a place to cry. Ha ha ha, Vegeta, I'm back again. This time I want to show you what a powerful force that is completely crushed. The golden great ape baby laughed arrogantly before he even approached. just waited for him to get nearby, only to see Son Goku and Xiao Fang, and a red monkey? Baby! Son Goku's eyes burst out with a strong sense of war. However, fully aware of the difference in strength between each other, he did not know how deep he rushed. Son Goku is just innocent, it doesn't mean he is stupid. Go away, Son Goku, I don't have time to talk to you now. The golden great ape baby is now swollen into a batch, completely not paying attention to Son Goku. After speaking, he turned his head and looked around. Where is Vegeta? Tell him to get out of me, I will kill him now. It's so arrogant. Xiao Fang shrank his head and spit out her cute pink tongue, and said, Grandpa, he's so arrogant, I really want to beat him. I want to. Son Goku nodded in agreement, and then bowed his head, but I am not his opponent now. It's okay, Grandpa, we still have Vegeta. Two hearts appeared in Xiao Fang's eyes instantly, and her face was full of anticipation. She couldn't wait to see how Vegeta beat this arrogant parasite baby. It's a pity that Son Goku doesn't want to hear that, so his head hangs lower. Beget! Beget! The golden great ape baby ignored Son Goku and Xiao Fang, and also ignored the Super 4 form Vegeta, shouting in all directions, Get out of here, are you afraid? Did you know that I became stronger, so I hid? In the roaring sound, the golden giant ape baby continuously fired energy bombs from his mouth, exploding the surrounding area into ruins. Damn it, this guy is ruining the earth wantonly. Son Goku went up angrily. Grandpa, don't be impulsive. Xiao Fang quickly grabbed him. Fortunately, at this time Vegeta finally spoke, Are you looking for me? He had been standing there with his arms just now, looking at baby with a foolish expression. In the end, the guy was stunned that he didn't find him, or he didn't even think that Vegeta had changed his image, so he just ignored it. Hey! The golden great ape baby finally looked over at this time, You are Vegeta? Why is it different? Even the breath is completely different. Forget it, as long as you are Vegeta. How about it? Are you shocked to see me now? My strength is far above you. Are you ready to die? Ha 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 ha. Did it die? Combat strength, 250 trillion. Vegeta used the invisible detector to explore it. No wonder baby is so inflated now, and he does have the inflated capital. If Vegeta is the same as him, maybe there is no way to get baby. It's a pity that he is now at the peak of his combat power, and even Beerus can be beaten. Vegeta didn't talk nonsense with baby either, and went directly to the bottom of baby's head. L Dragon Fist. Boom! The golden great ape baby received a heavy blow on the chin, and the exaggerated body shape was still beaten up. Fo Shan Wu Ying Jiao. Vegeta kicked the golden giant ape's belly, and the latter couldn't help but let out a scream, and his body flew out suddenly, crashing to the ground, exploding in incomparably huge pit. Mentally retarded. Vegeta shook his hair and raised his middle finger to the spot where baby fell. The 250 trillion combat strength is so swelling that I haven't spoken for 10 years. Of course, the Super 4 state Vegeta is actually only 9,999 trillion, but it is enough to beat the golden great ape baby violently. So handsome! Xiao Fang saw this scene in the distance, and two hearts appeared in her eyes again. It's amazing! Son Goku's eyes were also rising with a blazing flame, and his fists clenched. No, I also want to get the tail out. The appearance of Vegeta must have something to do with Sion's tail. Boom! The golden great ape baby exploded directly into the soil and flew out of the pit. Damn it, you dare to attack me! Baby gritted his teeth with anger, don't think that this is useful. The gap between us now cannot be made up by a sneak attack. Just let you see what happened after I became a giant ape. Be strong. With that, he exploded and rushed towards Vegeta, raising his arms and smashing it down. From baby's point of view, his energy has increased so much, and his speed has naturally exploded many times. Even relying on pure physical strength is enough to defeat Vegeta. Unfortunately, reality taught him a lesson. L Dragon Fist. Still the same position, still the same posture. With just a flash of body shape, Vegeta kicked the golden great ape baby who was coming straight into the air, and the momentum of forward movement came to an abrupt halt. The gap is... Boom. Sneak attack. Boom. Is it powerful? Boom. Vegeta fell fist after fist. The golden great ape baby was like a sky-jumping monkey, being beaten up and down all over the sky. But Vegeta can always flash in front of him the first time, punching back. The golden great ape baby was beaten so that he could not find his direction, was beaten into a daze, and was beaten to doubt his life. Is this really fake? But his energy has increased more than 10 times, why is the gap bigger than before? Ha ha ha. Xiao Fang, who was watching the battle from a distance, was already rolling on the floor with a smile, and her powder fist was punching on the ground, without the image of a lady. Grandpa, look, baby looks so funny, I'm so funny. Son Goku grinned slightly, thinking, I didn't expect that Vegeta had such a side. It really resembles the personality of me and Vegeta when he merged with Vegeta. Doesn't he have anything to do with our merge? Asterisk. Chapter 70. Chapter 70. Chapter 070. Relationships are of course related, but not as Son Goku thinks. The reason why Vegeta has this leisurely play is only because his strength has been greatly improved and he is happy. Of course, he has to take the opportunity to entertain. As for the objects to be entertained, who else besides baby? The final blow, Shaolin 12 rode 10 legs. The golden great ape baby was kicked 12 times at a very fast speed by Vegeta, only a single impact sound, and then suddenly fell to the ground, the whole land was shook. If anyone from a previous life is here, they will spit out Vegeta frantically. The 12-way 10 legs of the gods and ghosts, is your 12-way 10 legs kicked 12 times in a row? It's a pity that there are no people in that world here, and it is destined to be unable to understand Vegeta's evil taste. Ya win! Vegeta made a triumphant gesture to the baby who had landed on the ground. Vegeta is great! Xiao Fang cheered up and applauded, and finally added, and he's so handsome. The image of Super 4 completely fascinated Xiao Fang, the young Nizai who was in love with her, and turned into a nymphomaniac. It also slapped Son Goku by her side. You know, Xiao Fang was the one who admired him the most before, but now the focus of his eyes is on Vegeta. This made Son Goku decided that he must get his tail back. Boom! The golden great ape baby exploded out of the pit in embarrassment, with blood hanging from the corner of his mouth, and his breath was already weakened a lot. Although Vegeta was talking about the final blow, he didn't directly kill him. After all, the strength of the golden great ape baby is not weak. If you want to completely kill him, you must at least condense a period of energy. It is impossible to just use your fists to kill him. Damn, damn! The golden great ape baby roared angrily, his voice full of unwillingness, I have obviously improved so much, why am I not your opponent? This is absolutely impossible, I don't believe it. Vegeta put his hands on his chest, looked at him condescendingly, and said with contempt, it really is a baby, is your IQ only 5? What do you mean? The golden great ape baby roared angrily. I know. Xiao Fang raised her hands in the distance and said, Baby, have you forgotten that Vegeta also has a tail? I don't even think about it. Vegeta raised his eyebrows and looked at Baby and said, you should understand now? Sure enough, your IQ is only 5. What? The golden great ape baby was stunned immediately, his eyes subconsciously looked at the red tail behind Vegeta, his eyes horrified, could it be that you? Since you have transformed into a golden great ape, you should feel it too. Vegeta smiled and said, this state has an extremely large power, but unfortunately you are not Scion and cannot be completely controlled. If you are still Vegeta now, I'm afraid he has become my current form. Is that so? Baby then came to understand. No wonder he always feels that although the power in his body is strong, he is always unable to do what he wants when using it, because he can't completely control it. So, what does Shenron mean by complete control? Vegeta said leisurely, the transformation of the golden great ape is just a process of guiding Scion's potential. The real control is my current form. I call it Super Scion 4. Super Scion 4. Son Goku and Xiao Fang exclaimed at the same time. It turns out that this is a realm above Super Scion 3, Super Scion 4. It's no wonder that Vegeta's strength is so strong that even Baby, who has transformed into a golden great ape, is not an opponent at all. Xiao Fang looked at the tall and mighty Vegeta, then looked at the thin and short Son Goku, and couldn't help but vomit. Grandpa, you're so shabby. How could I know this question? Son Goku hugged his head and howled depressed. My tail would have been removed long ago. If I knew that Super Scion 4 was transformed through the tail, I would have thought of a way to make it. It has grown again. Damn it, don't get too proud of you too early. The golden giant ape baby roared, what Super Scion 4, I'll go to hell, I will definitely tear you hateful Scion to pieces one by one. Do you have anything to rely on? Vegeta raised an eyebrow. The golden great ape baby suddenly burst into laughter. Beget, you miscalculated, you shouldn't have said so much to me. Do you know, I'm actually procrastinating for time, you will definitely think about it later. I regret the foolish behavior. Sorry. Son Goku and Xiao Fang's expressions changed at the same time. They don't know why Baby is delaying the time, but since they have said this, it must be the goal. But Vegeta just smiled and looked at it, without any other reaction. In fact, he already knew what Baby was going to do, and wanted to see where Baby could finally go, so he cooperated with him to delay the time. Otherwise, with Baby, who has an IQ of only 5, can he play tricks in front of Vegeta? Just kidding. Ha ha ha, Vegeta, just wait to regret it. And Son Goku, I won't let you go. The golden great ape baby suddenly flexed his legs, and then jumped high, reaching the height of Vegeta. However, he did not launch an attack, but shouted in a certain direction, come on, let these Scions have a good understanding of what is the end of the Pride meeting. Baby looked in the direction of the past, it was a high mountain. As his voice fell, a dazzling light suddenly lit up on the top of the mountain. A white beam of light sprayed from the top of the mountain, and instantly hit the golden giant ape baby. What? That's Bulma. Son Goku looked at the top of the mountain and found Bulma's figure. There Bulma was fiddling with a machine, and this white light beam came out of that machine. Bult's light wave, it's nothing new. When Vegeta sensed Bulma's breath, he had already guessed Baby's thoughts. He just wanted to see, in Baby's current form, where he can continue to improve. And he also wanted to know to what extent the influence of the Bolt's light wave on Scion could be. Baby is indeed a good experimental mouse. You know, in the original work, Baby only used the state of the golden great ape, and he was defeated by the Super 4 Son Goku. In the end, it absorbed the Boolean light waves in the machine, and almost beat everyone. If Yub hadn't acted in Baby's body and gave the Super 4 Son Goku the opportunity to absorb the energy of other people's super rays, and become a Super 4 in full energy form, I don't know what the final result will be. As for why Yub was in Baby, this is another lingering, oh no, sad story. Asterisk. Chapter 71. Chapter 71. Chapter 071. The Earth is about to explode. Dad, here we are. At this time, a few figures touched Son Goku and Xiao Fang. They were Son Gohan, Son Goten, Trunks, and Yub. Son Gohan rushed over and hugged Xiao Fang for the first time. Xiao Fang, are you okay? I'm so sorry about the previous things, and Dad can't help it. Seeing Son Gohan's appearance, Xiao Fang cried with joy, Great, Dad, you are finally back to normal. You don't know, you almost scared me to death before. After all, she is only a 12-year-old girl. She followed Son Goku to the universe for nearly a year. When she came back, her father became a villain. Xiao Fang is not as strong as she seems. Sorry, it's all bad for Dad. Son Gohan was also scared. In case Xiao Fang hurts in his hands, Beer will not be able to explain it, and she will not be able to make it through her heart. Gohan, Goten, how did you recover? Son Goku looked strange. Because Son Gohan really doesn't have the breath of baby anymore, Son Goku has also relaxed a lot. Son Gohan said, "It was Yub and Supreme Kai who saved us." Yub scratched his head and said with a silly smile, "No, it's actually Supreme Kai who went to the Celestial Temple to find Super Divine Water. After drinking the Super Divine Water, he killed baby's live eggs. I didn't help." "What busy? Actually, you have helped a lot." Son Gohan gratefully said, "And I still remember that when we were planted live eggs again by baby, you came to stop it. I am ashamed. I was a step late at the time and failed to stop him." Yub's face was even more embarrassed. It turns out that Super God Water is really useful. Son Goku suddenly came over and asked, "Then Supreme Kai and Piccolo? Why didn't they come together? Although they are no longer needed, one more person has more strength, even if it is just in case, it is good to be a reserve force." Son Goku likes to fight alone when he fights, but that doesn't mean he likes to be the limelight alone. In many cases, he also relies on group power. They went to the Celestial Temple, saying that they want to purify the entire earth with super sacred water to prevent baby from planting humans with living eggs. Son Gohan replied. Trunks suddenly said, "That's right, I've always wanted to ask. That huge ape is baby, right? Who is the one who is fighting with him? How come I have never seen him before?" It seemed that only Trunks hadn't met Vegeta. Oh, and Yub, but he is the kind of person who doesn't ask directly even if he is curious. Son Gohan's face became weird. Vegeta. He still remembers Sion who defeated him, but why did he not see him for a while and his image changed again? Not to mention how they are here, the golden great ape baby, who has absorbed the bolt's light wave over there, quickly overflowed with aura, and his strength improved a lot. Of course, this is only for baby. However, Vegeta was slightly disappointed after using the invisible detector to explore 300 trillion. As a result, it only increased by 50 trillion, and I was blinded and looked forward to it for a long time. Ha ha ha, Vegeta, you are dead this time. Do you feel the powerful aura of my lord baby's promotion? Have your legs weakened by fright? After the increase in energy, baby swelled again, arrogantly arrogant. Yeah, I was scared to death. Vegeta responded perfunctorily, even yawning, rubbing his eyes and said. I was so scared that I was going to fall asleep. Damn it, you dare to tease me. Baby didn't know that Vegeta didn't put him in his eyes? Immediately furious, his figure rushed over. Oh, if I were you, I would have found a place to hide, a fool who can't recognize the situation at all. Vegeta has lost his patience, and one finger touched baby's big fist. What? The golden great ape baby showed a look of horror. At this time, he finally noticed the huge gap between the two sides, and he couldn't make up for it by simply absorbing a little Boolean light wave. In a flash, Vegeta had reached the top of the golden giant ape, and he slashed down fiercely. Boom! The golden great ape baby slammed into the ground again. Vegeta flickered again, chasing directly into the ground, kicking him up again with a kick. Bolt's light wave seems to be just guiding the potential of his tail, not raising any energy. After close combat, Vegeta discovered this. For Vegeta, who can burst into the mysterious mode, there is no need for other ways to guide the potential. Therefore, the bolt's light wave has no practical use for him. All right. In that case, it's time to destroy you. Looking at the golden giant ape baby flying high, Vegeta's eyes suddenly sharpened. Hey! A golden lightsaber stretched out from his hand and flicked across the air. Blood splashed, a thick tail separated from behind the golden great ape, and its body was gradually shrinking at this moment. Ah! I am not reconciled. I am not reconciled. Baby is still doing the last struggle, but it's all in vain. As the giant ape's body gradually shrank and the cells continued to compress, the baby parasitic in Vegeta was finally squeezed out. He wanted to get away with this, and quickly escaped far away, but it was a pity that a lightsaber swept past and his body was split in two. Baby's face was full of unwillingness, and he roared up to the sky angrily, and finally burst into blazing light on his body. No! He wants to blow himself up, stop him! Son Goku and others who saw this scene in the distance had not had time to be happy, they were immediately scared by Baby's behavior and their complexions changed greatly. Puff! Vegeta fell from the air and stepped on Baby, instantly disappearing the light from him. Do you still want to do these actions in front of me? You are too naive, right? Vegeta kicked both parts of his body into the air, and then a Kamehameha passed by, and Baby's two parts were sent far into the sun. Sure enough, this fate is Baby's final destination. Hey, it's risky. Son Goku and others breathed a long sigh of relief. It's finally over. Son Goten slumped to the ground for the first time, as if he was the one who fought just now. Vegeta is great. Xiao Fang ran away from Son Gohan, rushed directly to Vegeta, pulled him and jumped again and again. Vegeta, you are so amazing, I admire him. You? What, Xiao Fang, didn't you just say this to me before? Son Goku was full of gloom and spit, but it made everyone laugh. Vegeta didn't laugh, but glanced at everyone and said, friendly remind you, Black Star Dragon Ball has been used by Baby. The expressions of the people in the laughter froze for an instant. MMP, so to speak, the earth will explode soon. Asterisk. Chapter 72. Chapter 72. Chapter 072 Goal, Super 4 Gogeta. In the end, the earth did not explode. Vegeta used instant transmission to bring Son Goku to the new Namek to find Dragon Ball, and asked Bolunga to eliminate the influence of the Black Star Dragon Ball and let Piccolo escape. I just don't know. After Super 17 comes out, Son Goku is trapped in hell. Without Piccolo's help, how will he come back? But it doesn't matter to Vegeta. Namek's Polenga can make 3 wishes. Since they are all here, Vegeta reverts Son Goku to the form of an adult. He intends to help Son Goku and Vegeta transform into Super 4, and then fight Super 4 Gogeta. Naturally, the stronger the opponent, the better. One last wish, Son Goku asked Polenga to erase the memory of Baby on Earth. Although Vegeta feels a little superfluous, Son Goku can do whatever he wants. It's not his time and space anyway. Earth, a certain wilderness. Does it have to be like this? Vegeta glanced at Son Goku not far away, his face flushed, and the corners of his mouth twitched. At this time, Son Goku has taken off his pants and his butt is high. Son Gohan is holding a huge pliers and pulling his tail vigorously. Son Goten is shouting 666. And Son Goku's mouth was constantly screaming. That kind of sourness can be imagined by anyone who has never experienced it. The corner of Vegeta's mouth twitched slightly. Son Goku may not care about this kind of thing, but for Vegeta, who has an arrogant personality, it is indeed difficult to accept. In fact, let alone Vegeta, even if Vegeta himself, he would not do such a thing. But people have always been standing and talking without backache. So Vegeta teased and said, you can also choose to refuse. In this case, you will need to think of a solution for the Super 4 transformation. By the way, if you rely on the kind of bolt's light emitter made by Bulma, you should be able to do it. Complete the transformation. Then you said it earlier. Vegeta was about to turn around and leave immediately, and went to Bulma for the launcher. However, before he could leave, Vegeta said, "It's just that, relying on the power of the machine, I can't control it as he wants. Even if you make your transformation successful, I am not sure whether your power will reach its peak by then, and whether you will always rely on the machine to transform in the future. Maybe you can spend more time researching it." The corners of Vegeta's mouth twitched again, and the steps that had already stepped out came back again. Although in the Buu period, Vegeta's strength has fallen far behind Son Goku, and he personally admitted that Son Goku is the strongest among Saiyan, but he did not completely give up the idea of surpassing Son Goku in his heart. At home on weekdays, 11 out of 10 days stayed in the gravity room, gnawing his teeth and cursing Kakarot while practicing desperately. It can be said that in terms of penance, no one can compare to Vegeta. This is why Vegeta defines him as desperately Saburo. Now the great opportunity lies in front of Vegeta, and Vegetaken tells him to transform. This is a good thing that Vegeta can't ask for. If because of embarrassment, Son Goku is one step ahead and even becomes a more perfect Super 4 form than him, this is not acceptable to Vegeta. In fact, he felt that he could still use Dragon Ball to make a wish, just like Baby did. However, the Earth has just experienced the catastrophe of the Black Star Dragon Ball, and the old Supreme Kai has repeatedly ordered them not to let them use the Dragon Ball. Therefore, Vegeta ultimately did not choose Dragon Ball. "Come on!" Vegeta gritted his teeth and gave it up. His face was flushed and full of swelling, and he took off his pants and cocked it up high, following the way of Son Goku. Of course, the person who helped him pull his tail was definitely not Vegeta, and Vegeta would not do such a hot-eyed thing. So this incident fell on Trunks. Because they all wanted to witness the transformation of Super 4, they all ran over. Even Bulma, Bra, and Xiao Fang are here. It's just that the female relatives are temporarily quarantined, and they won't be able to come here until they finish pulling their tails. Soon, Vegeta also tasted the sourness, but instead of screaming like Son Goku, he gritted his teeth and tried to suffocate his breath. It was already embarrassing to take off his pants in front of so many people. If he screamed like Son Goku, Vegeta's self-esteem would be completely shattered. Puff! After all, people with great perseverance were one step ahead, and Vegeta pulled out the tail first. Seeing this, Son Goku gritted his teeth and persisted, and in the end he was only one step behind and also pulled out his tail. This feeling, Vegeta looked at the palm of her hand, slightly surprised. Pulling out the tail does not directly increase strength, but the sense of balance is better, and the control of strength is more subtle. Sure enough, it makes sense for Saiyan to grow a tail. It is no different from the disabled. It's Son Goku, who is not used to the state of having a tail. He shook his way when he walked and tripped himself. At any rate, they are the king of Saiyan. After a short period of time to adapt, both of them have become accustomed to the existence of the tail. Then next, will you become a great ape? Vegeta couldn't wait, but he still had the vision to ask Vegeta first. Vegeta nodded slightly, having the power of Super Saiyan. When you transform into a giant ape, you will turn on the power of Super Saiyan at the same time, and finally you will become a golden giant ape. As long as you can stay sensible in that form, thoroughly if you control that power, you can become Super Saiyan 4. It's that simple. Vegeta looked surprised. He didn't know the process of Vegeta transforming into Super 4, but he knew that Baby had become a golden great ape. At that time, Baby hadn't become Super 4, so he thought there was a trick in it. It's that simple. Vegeta smiled slightly and pointedly. It's just that for some people, this may be more difficult to master than Super Saiyan's transformation state. Vegeta was taken aback, and then he thought of something, and the corners of his mouth also cocked. So, his Vegeta finally has a chance to dominate, one step ahead of Kakarot? Are you talking about me? Son Goku also realized, I will lose my mind when I become a great ape, and I can't control this. Vegeta, do you have any idea? No. Vegeta shrugged and said, others may be able to stimulate your memory, but you still have to rely on yourself in the end. Ha ha ha, Kakarot, this time finally gave me one step ahead. Vegeta laughed triumphantly, as a super genius among Scion, I won't lose my mind when I become a great ape. Just wait and see me change first. Become Super Saiyan 4. Dad, it doesn't matter, we will find a way to help you. Son Gohan was actually stressed too, but he noticed the key point in Vegeta's words. Asterisk. Chapter 73. Chapter 73. Chapter 073 Super 4 Vegeta's Super 4 Son Goku. Vegeta's transformation process is quite simple, it's really as simple as what he and Vegeta said. He created an artificial moon and transformed into a golden great ape. After adapting to the power a little, he transformed successfully. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. This power, so powerful. Vegeta was shocked himself. He has practiced frantically for so many years, from the Buu period to the present, it has been 16 years. Although the normal combat effectiveness has been improving, he still can't transform into a Super 3. The fighting power of Super 2 is only 100 times normal, far from being compared with Son Goku of Super 3. However, now, Super 4 can transform into a Super 3 without going through Super 3, and it has exploded by 5,000 times. For a while, Vegeta feels like a dream. This feeling is almost the same as the first time I succeeded in becoming a Super 1. Did I? Combat strength, 150 trillion. Vegeta probed it with an invisible detector. 150 trillion, not bad. After all, he has not added baby now, and he has not absorbed Scion energy and the hatred of the Earth people towards Scion. Relying on the strength of the body alone, it is quite good to be able to reach this height. Gohan, Goten, are you ready? Son Gohan and Son Goten promised Son Goku to help him wake up his memory after waiting for him to transform into a great ape. Of course, if it becomes uncontrollable, Vegeta will take action to suppress it, so those with low combat effectiveness will stay far away, so there is no need to worry about safety issues. Ha ha ha, Kakarot, I finally surpassed you. Super 4 Vegeta laughed triumphantly, don't worry, if you become a great ape for a while and cannot regain your sanity, I will be responsible for cutting off your tail. Son Goku's current normal combat power is 50 billion. If it becomes a golden great ape, it will only be 25 trillion. Super 4 Vegeta can easily crush him, no wonder he is so proud. Finally, it's time for Vegeta to stand up as a serf and sing. If Son Goku fails to become a Super 4, Vegeta may wake up with a smile in his dreams. However, it is impossible to prevent Son Goku from transforming with his arrogance. Damn it, Vegeta, don't be so proud, I will surely regain my senses. Son Goku couldn't help being surprised when he heard this. Now that Vegeta said so, he would definitely do so by then. I really want to be cut off, and next time I want to be Super 4, I have to pull again. Son Goku doesn't want to suffer this kind of crime again. Gohan, Goten, are they all right? Son Goku couldn't help but yelled. Okay, okay. Brother Son Gohan swallowed wildly, getting nervous. They said that, but they didn't even know how sure they were. Okay. Then I'll start. Son Goku did a few warm-up moves and looked up at the artificial moon made by Vegeta. The next moment, the golden great ape reappeared. An amount of wild violence swept across in an instant, and the Son Gohan brothers didn't even have time to react, and were directly swept away by this breath. Roar! The golden great ape looked up to the sky and roared, and then began to gather energy bombs from his mouth, without even the slightest hesitation. Sure enough, Vegeta's heart shuddered, and he rushed towards Son Goku. The Golden Great Ape. It's a joke. After living on the earth for so many years, he considered himself a part of the earth. How could he watch Son Goku wantonly destroy the earth? But now that Vegeta made a move, Vegeta had no need to make a move. He flickered, and brought the Son Gohan brothers back one by one. Dad, Uncle Goten, are you too shameful? You also said to help Grandpa recover his senses. Xiao Fang couldn't help but complain when they saw them coming back. In her eyes, Vegeta was still the most handsome. Son Gohan and Son Goten blushed at old age, and they don't know what to say. If this is the case, they can't refute it. Even if Son Gohan bursts out with all his strength, he is still far behind Son Goku of the Golden Great Ape. Not to mention helping Son Goku regain his sanity, he couldn't even get close to the raging giant ape. At this time, Vegeta had already fought with the Golden Great Ape, and gained Super 4 powers. Vegeta's self-confidence swelled into a group, directly pressing the Golden Great Ape and beating violently. Kakarot, you can't blame me for this, I can't let you destroy the earth wantonly. If you don't want to be beaten, you can quickly restore your sanity and become Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta's mouth was babbling, and there was no pause in the movement of her hands. In his heart, that called a refreshing. Since realizing that now, every time he is hit, when is it his turn to beat Son Goku violently? Now that the opportunity is rare, how could it not take the opportunity to make a few more shots? As for whether Son Goku could become Super 4, he didn't doubt at all. Even if it is unsuccessful this time, it will succeed next time. After all, he is a man who even thinks he is inferior. It is impossible to be defeated by a mere giant ape. Sure enough, without Xiao Fang's emotional tear gas, Son Goku, the Golden Great Ape who was beaten into doubt about his life, finally regained his sanity because of unwillingness. Boom! Vegeta didn't notice for a while, and was slapped into the ground by Son Goku, the Golden Great Ape who had recovered his sanity, and even stepped on it several times with his foot. Rumble! The weather in the sky changed, and the whole earth became red like a hot iron pot for the third time in a short period of time. At the same time as the temperature rose, a huge amount of energy burst out from the body of the Golden Great Ape Son Goku. In the end, the Golden Great Ape shrank, and a red-haired monkey stepped on another red-haired monkey. People eating melons. Boom! Super 4 Vegeta instantly exploded, and the golden flames erupted all over her body, pushing away Super 4 Son Goku who was stepping on her body. Damn Kakarot, he recovered his sanity and even took the opportunity to attack me. I can't spare you. Super 4 Vegeta launched a series of fierce attacks on Super 4 Son Goku. It's a pity that his normal combat effectiveness is not as good as Son Goku, and the strength of the Super 4 form is naturally magnified. Super 4 Son Goku easily took over all Super 4 Vegeta's attacks, and he smiled, "Didn't you also beat me severely when I lost my mind? I just returned. Now let's talk about it." Draw. Damn it! Super 4 Vegeta wouldn't be so easy to forget, still reluctant to attack, but it was a pity that he couldn't get any advantage at all. Did it die? Combat Strength, 250 trillion. Vegeta used the invisible detector to detect the Super 4 Son Goku, and the data obtained was the same as the Golden Great Ape baby. He was a little puzzled at first, but after thinking about it, he understood. Son Goku, the fourth in the original Super League, played against the Golden Great Ape baby. It did have the upper hand, but in the end it was a loss for both sides. Thanks for the reward of Bring Jade. Asterisk. Chapter 74. Chapter 74. Chapter 074 Mysterious State abuses 2 Super 4. The Super 4 pairs of power control are very subtle, and can even prevent the Earth from being too much damage in the extreme battle. This ability to control power even surpasses the realm of gods. So it is understandable that Son Goku can beat Baby with the same combat effectiveness. However, Vegeta helped them transform into a Super 4, but he didn't want to watch them fight. You two, just give me enough. Vegeta's figure flashed, and he had appeared on the battlefield, kicking them flying one by one. Although Son Goku and Vegeta are both Super 4 forms, Vegeta is just the norm. But the attention of the other two was on each other, and there was no defense against Vegeta. The most important thing is that Vegeta's normal combat effectiveness is also 2 trillion. Have you forgotten something? Vegeta hugged his arms and said, I promise to help you transform into Super Saiyan 4. You must use dance steps to fusion into Gogeta to accompany me in a fight. As expected, Saiyan is also warlike. Son Goku chuckled. Vegeta said with a weird smile, I don't think it is necessary to be so troublesome. Now we can fight with you. Son Goku and Vegeta looked at each other, unexpectedly in tune. The two of them didn't even say hello, and attacked Vegeta at almost the same moment. Fuck, you are so untrustworthy. Vegeta yelled. If you want to transform into a Super 4, you need to gather strength, and you can't complete the transformation with a single thought. Son Goku knows that Vegeta is very strong. If he becomes a Super 4, the two of them will not be opponents together. So they launched the attack first, forcing Vegeta not to enter the Super 4 form, and maybe they could take the opportunity to suppress Vegeta, or even sling. Think about it, when Vegeta worked so hard to help them transform into a Super 4, only to be beaten by the two men in turn. What was it like? The expression will be quite exciting then, right? Son Goku and Vegeta thought about going together, they shot without mercy, and broke out with all their strength. It's a pity that Vegeta yelled gooey, without the slightest panic on his face. Can't be Super 4? It doesn't matter, there is another state that can be completed in an instant. Boom! Vegeta's breath suddenly rose, and a strong silver-white flame erupted from his body. His hair was upside down, leaving only a bunch of bangs, and his features became more prominent. Mystery state. In this state, the combat power directly exploded 500 times, which was equivalent to the combat power of the Golden Great Ape, but his body shape was more flexible. How much is a 500-fold increase of 2 trillion? The answer is 1,000 trillion. So, Son Goku and Vegeta, who had just rushed over, instantly Spartan, and then they saw the grin on Vegeta's face. Don't talk about credit, right? Vegeta's figure flashed, and he appeared behind the two, holding a red tail on the left and the right. Not good. Son Goku and Vegeta were shocked at the same time, bursting with golden flames one after another. Full energy. They intend to take the opportunity to break away from Vegeta's grasp and reorganize the offensive. It's a pity that they think too simple, with such a big difference in strength, how could Vegeta let them easily succeed? Boom! The two red monkeys were shaken by Vegeta, and then slammed into each other, slamming gold stars straight into their eyes. But this is just the beginning, and Vegeta wants them to recognize the gap and obediently give him fusion. So the next scene is horrible. Two Super Saiyan IVs who have just completed their transformations, before they have time to show off, they are like dolls in Vegeta's hands. They are thrown away for a while, and then smashed to the ground. From time to time, they will collide with each other. One time, it's inflated. Piccolo, who also ran to watch, covered his eyes and couldn't bear to look directly. Son Gohan's mouth twitched, this is no way. Who would have thought that the two Super Saiyan 4s could not beat Vegeta, and Vegeta didn't even change Super Saiyan IVs. This guy is simply a monster, I don't know where it came from. Son Goten couldn't help but spit out. Trunks asked, you still don't know his true identity? Son Gohan shook his head, I only know that his name is Vegeta, which is the same as his father and uncle Vegeta's name when they combined, and he is also Saiyan. I don't know the others. If he doesn't say it, we won't be able to follow up in detail. The male compatriots discussed the strength and origin of Vegeta here, and the female compatriots also got together and twittered, but the topics of discussion were completely different. Xiao Fang's eyes beamed. Hey, I'm not wrong, am I right? Vegeta is so handsome. Super Saiyan 4 was the first to transform himself into a successful one, and he looks much more handsome than Grandpa and Grandpa Vegeta. Really? I really want to see it. Blah also had peach-hearted eyes. I only know that he is very strong and defeated the baby who controlled the entire earth. I didn't expect that he could even guide me. Dad and Uncle Goku practice, they are my idols. Yeah, right. Xiao Fang looked at Yu Ronjian. Bulma also sighed, I didn't expect that there is Saiyan who is better than Sun Jun and Vegeta in this world. If I was still young, I couldn't help but look at him. Hehe, Xiao Fang and Beulah glanced at each other, and chuckled at the same time. The center of the battlefield. Stop, stop, don't fight, I give up. Already staring at Venus, he couldn't distinguish the Super 4 Son Goku from the southeast and northwest. He endured the nausea and surrendered with a white flag. Super 4 Vegeta didn't dare to scream again, and shouted, I also surrender. Hearing this, Vegeta finally stopped cruelty to animals, grabbing their tails and flew out from left to right. Boom! The two each crashed into a pinnacle. Although they were not injured much, they adjusted their breath for a while before finally calming down. Beget, you are too cruel to take your shots. Son Goku came back rubbing his arms, looking upset. Hey! Vegeta didn't say such meaningless words, but his expression was rather unhappy. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and fusion. Vegeta threw 2 fairy beans to them. This is fairy beans? How could you have? Son Goku was surprised. Because planting celestial beans consumes a lot of energy and the yield is not high, they generally will not ask celestial beans for celestial beans if it is not necessary. I planted it myself. Vegeta didn't hide it, but urged, hurry up and eat fusion, don't let me wait. Hey, I really don't want to do that ugly action. Vegeta ate the fairy beans without hesitation, but still complaining in his mouth. Son Goku said, this is no way. Who made us agree to Vegeta in the first place? But I also want to know whether we are stronger after fusion or Vegeta is stronger. Asterisk. Chapter 75. Chapter 75. Chapter 075 The Powerful Super 4 Gogeta. Son Goku knew that Vegeta had a realm above Super 4, but he didn't know what it was called. Because even Super 4 hadn't changed before, he didn't follow up, but maybe it's time to find out now. He believes that with his strength after fusion with Vegeta, Vegeta's strongest strength can definitely be forced out. In fact, Vegeta only wants to use his own power to fight, and he absolutely doesn't want to rely on external power as a last resort. But there is no way, as Son Goku said, who asked them to agree in the first place. This is a very fair deal. Fusion, together. In the end, the two merged through dance steps, and fusion came out with a powerful warrior. Here, Dad and Uncle Vegeta's fusion, I haven't seen it yet. Son Goten was very excited. Trunks glanced at him, and they both had strange emotions in their eyes. They used this trick to defeat Debut. It's a pity that Gotenks hasn't had a chance to play again over the years, and it's full of memories. Compared to the strange emotions of the two of them, the others are holding extremely high expectations. Son Goku and Vegeta's fusion, and it is still a Super 4 form, how strong will it be? Will Vegeta be an opponent? Before the start of the war, no one can predict, nor can I guarantee that Son Goku and Vegeta will be better than Vegeta after fusion. After a dazzling golden light, a new fighter was born. Since Son Goku and Vegeta directly complete the dance step fusion through the Super 4 form, the new fighters after the fusion also appear in the Super 4 form. His appearance is similar to that of Super 4 Son Goku, but his hair is red, his eyes are blue, and his body hair is dark red. Wearing the national costume of the Metamor star, the body has the logo of fusion. I am neither Son Goku nor Vegeta, just call me Gogeta. Super 4 Gogeta pulled his hair up as soon as he debuted, and said this coquettishly. It's amazing. Son Gohan said with a cold sweat on his face, although I didn't feel his breath, the huge pressure made me breathless. It deserves to be the fusion of Lao Sun and Vegeta. It's amazing. Piccolo was also dumbfounded. Super 4. Gogeta obviously didn't do anything, and he didn't even release his breath, but he gave people the feeling of boundless oppression and deterrence. It seems that it is a volcano that erupts at any time. Once it erupts, its power will be earth-shattering. Did it die? Combat Strength, 7.5 Beijing. Using an invisible detector to detect the strength of Super 4 Gogeta, Vegeta was shocked instantly. Is it so exaggerated? He knows that Son Goku and Vegeta of this era have a very high basic combat effectiveness, far exceeding that of the Z period. Even if he is a pair of earrings, he may not be as good as Fusion's Gogeta. But in his imagination, Super 4 Gogeta will only have the strength of 2 or 3 Beijing at most. With Vegeta's current power surpassing the peak, he should be able to barely resist it for a while with the Super 4 form. But who would have thought that this product could reach 7.5 Beijing? If it is this combat power, there is absolutely no meaning in combat. Because the Super 4 Vegeta at this stage can't beat the Super 4 Gogeta, if Super 4 Plus is used to Super Match God, it will be too much. Headache. Vegeta rubbed his temples. What's wrong? Didn't you let Son Goku and their fusion? Summon me out. Super 4 Gogeta hugged his arms in a domineering posture. Now that I find that my strength is far beyond your imagination, hasn't it begun to shrink? Damn it! So, the most annoying thing about fusion is this arrogant personality. Unlike earrings that fit together, except for waves, there are waves. Okay, everyone is half-hearted, and no one will say who. Vegeta doesn't care about the combat power comparison at the moment, so he will fight first. Boom! Vegeta quickly completed the Super 4 transformation, rushing forward, and launched a full offensive towards Super 4 Gogeta. Before saying this, let me weigh your strength first. Vegeta yelled, a golden light on his body. In the Super 4 form, he only has a strength of 9,999 trillion, which is far from Super 4 Gogeta. Of course, he will not run into a silly rampage, but directly mobilize the power of the rules. The power of the rules to step into the God realm with just one step, even if you don't change your body to Super Match God, the bonus is quite considerable. At least, when sensing the changes in Vegeta, Super 4 Gogeta's brows twitched slightly. What kind of ability is this? It's a bit weird. Super 4 Gogeta even touched his chin leisurely. It wasn't until Vegeta's fist approached that he suddenly dodged to avoid it. Before clarifying the situation, no matter how arrogant he is, his physical instincts will make him seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. Hey, the speed is quite fast, I see when you can hide. Vegeta sneered, urging the power of the rules, and his body attacked towards Super 4th Gogeta at a faster speed. He is very clear that the strength of this form is not as good as Super 4 Gogeta, and no matter how blessed it is, it can't make up the huge gap between the two. But using the Super Game God to transform is too bullying, and it doesn't make any sense except for beating Gogeta. Therefore, Vegeta thought about it clearly and used the Super 4 Plus rules to fight. Perhaps he could use the pressure brought by Gogeta to make him step through the doorstep and reach the realm of God. Your power is strange, different from ordinary chi. Super 4 Gogeta easily dodges Vegeta's attack while analyzing Vegeta's energy form. This energy seems to have been compressed by a high power, and something has been added. If it is hit from the front, even I may be injured. But it's a pity that the gap between us is too big. As long as I want, I have countless ways to prevent you from hitting me. Super 4 Gogeta is so confident, and he does do so, seeming to completely see through Vegeta's attacking routine. The melon-eating crowd has been shocked by Super 4 Vegeta's brisk performance. They don't know how strong Vegeta is, but all the soldiers present, except Trunks, have been hanged by him. And just now, he didn't even use Super 4, he had easily overturned Super 4 Son Goku and Super 4 Vegeta. However, now he hasn't even touched the corner of Super 4 Vegeta's clothes. How strong is the Super 4 Vegeta? Beget, come on! Xiao Fang yelled in the distance. Bra also yelled, Beget, don't give us face, hit hard, the one named Vegeta is too arrogant, we must teach him hard. Son Gohan and the others are sweating at the waterfall. Sure enough, the female scion is even more sturdy. Asterisk.